Because I'm missing you. Oh, because I'm missing you. Because I'm missing you. Because I'm missing you. Because I'm missing you. I was chasing all the wrong signs, trying to hold on to something that I couldn't find. Wish you didn't captivate my mind. Now I know even the sunsets in paradise. It went wrong, you're moving on. I found myself on the blind side. Now you want it all, you fade away. I'm picking up my heart from every piece that's broken. Been trying to get back to myself, but don't have a clue. I'm looking for some luck, can't find a door that's open. I'm losing all my hope, feels like I'm left here in two. Because I'm missing you. Because I'm missing you. Oh, because I'm missing you. Because I'm missing you. Because I'm missing you. Picking up my heart from every piece that's broken. Been trying to get back to myself, but don't have a clue. I'm looking for some luck, can't find a door that's open. I'm losing all my hope, feels like I'm left here in two. Because I'm missing you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Donington Park for the third event of the Classic Sports Car Club race season. We had Alton Park, another of the Motorsport Vision outposts, to kick the season off. Then we moved to Thruxton, down in the deep south in Hampshire, and here we are to the wonderful, swooping Donington Park circuit, where we've got a great programme of events for you. We're going to kick off in a few minutes' time with the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, and on cue they fire up behind me. My name's Marcus Pye, Dave Goddard's alongside me. Dave, a great racing prospect.
It certainly is, yes. Good afternoon, Marcus. Good afternoon from me, ladies and gents. Great to be back here at Donington Park, as I'm sure you'll all agree. Some immense grids across every series over the course of this weekend here with the Classic Sports Car Club. And a huge grid of 7 types setting out now. The Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens for the first of 2 races. This is the longer of their 2 races here today.
Yeah, these cars grew out of the Lotus Sevens, from Colin Chapman's mark, and have evolved the majority of them, the Caterhams. But at the front of the grid, 2 locally built cars from Derbyshire, the Paul Nightingale designed Spire RB7s with their Suzuki Hayabusa race engines in them. It's a motorcycle engine, and they're high revving, they're very powerful, and out to 1596cc, which is a lot of grunt under the under David Watson and John Cutmore. They're the silver cars in that McLaren-esque colour of the era, silver with the fluorescence, the day glow strips down there. You can see them now behind that BMW pace car coming down. Watson in the 85 car with the yellow crash helmet and the predominantly orange helmet of John Cutmore, the Suffolk house builder, alongside. You've got the Caterhams in behind, Tim Davis. He's in the number 80 car, 92 Colin Watson, Johnny Pittard in 81, 86 is Stephen Riley, Tim Bishop in 10, Hugh Coulter. That's the first group of cars, and it looks like it's going to be a really tough fought thing with the bigger engine Caterhams, got more torque than the motorcycle engines in the 2 Spires out ahead. And I think we're going to see a lot of slipstreaming, a lot of dicing. That's the way it all pans out in Caterham racing.
Well, the Donington layout lends itself to a slipstreaming racing, which we will see from these 7 types. This will be a 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. Previous winners this season have a 5-place grid drop. The winner at Thruxton was Tim Davis, number 80. He's got a 5-place grid penalty after qualifying. And 2 cars that have had previous wins in Group 1, which is classes B and C on today's entry list for the less powerful cars. One is number 71, Alan Cooper. He had the group win at Thruxton. And 172, Robert Cooper in Class B. He was the group winner at Alton Park. The overall winner from Alton, Stephen Nuttall, not out this weekend.
And the penalties are served at the pit stops where they're held in a box, are they not?
Time penalties are for later races. It's grid penalties for this race.
Just for this, yeah. And later on we'll see the cumulative penalties coming through the field for these. But the Caterhams in the majority of the field, but the 2 Spires out front. There's a Stuart Taylor low cost as well, which has an interesting team name, doesn't it?
Yes, I did see that in qualifying, but we're about to get this race underway. The 2 Spires on the front row of the grid, David Watson and John Cutmore, lead them up towards the red lights. Time to go racing here at Donington Park. The lights go out and away we go. Johnny Pittard gets a good start from the outside of the second row. Also tucked in there, in behind them, is the one of the Boss Racing cars. Very close, they go in that first corner. Pittard goes out wide, but it is the 2 Spires leading the way. Somebody off onto the grass. I think that may be Richard Carter on the inside of Redgate that's pulled up there. There's a few cars in pit lane waiting to get going as well, but they don't seem to have moved. The green light is on, but there's 3 or 4 cars there that haven't moved from the end of pit lane. One of the Pratt family was one of them. We'll try and identify the others in a moment.
It's very dramatic stuff. We've got cars making their way through the field. They've obviously been had slow getaways, and 1 or 2 down the order. You can see rocketing past. Maybe they're the reserve entries in there waiting.
Yes, good point. We did have some reserves for this race because the grid oversubscribed.
But there was a fantastic start by Johnny Pittard, wasn't it, down the outside? But the Spires managed to help on the 42 car there. As you say, off is Richard Carter on the inside of Redgate corner. They're going through Coppice now and down back towards us. Leaders meanwhile are in the chicane, and it's David Watson, our pole man from John Cutmore. That is the first 2 through in the Spires, followed by Watson and Pittard and Davis in behind them. It's Colin Watson and Pittard and Davis chasing.
Colin Watson trying to move there, going into Redgate corner, trying to take 2nd place, and John Cutmore didn't manage to make it stick. Colin, the ex-national hot rod racer of a few years ago. But David Watson, no relation as far as we know to Colin, giving chase there. It's David getting away at the front of the field. They stream their way down the Craner curves into the old hairpin. The leader already clear up to Wins corner. Again, Colin Watson in the white and Dayglow orange Boss Racing liveried car, having a look there for 2nd place. Behind them, we have got Pittard and Tim Davis. Stephen Riley in 6th position in the 86. Then it's another of the Boss Racing cars, 93, of Hugh Coulter was through in 7th at the end of that lap.
These cars have immense power to weight ratios. They weigh pretty much nothing, and when you've got sort of 2.4 litres of forward power under the bonnet of some of these, they really motor. They're so accelerative lead. And we've got a change for 2nd. It's Watson's 1 and 2. Colin Watson now in second in the white and orange Boss car. John Cutmore is in third. Very, very tight. A 3-car tussle for 4th place with Pittard and Davis and Riley in that struggle. Got one car out over the curbs here, another one going very, very slowly.
Oh, we've got an accident at the exit of the chicane. That is the number 25 car of Matt Drew that has gone off. We've got a wheel off down there. One car into pit lane, number 73 has pulled in.
Another one here has just clonked the pit wall backwards. He took avoiding action, knocked a corner off on the car that was damaged. And I'm pretty certain we've certainly got the safety car situation. It may end up being a red flag. That driver just climbing out of his car.
Safety car.
Yeah, safety car is definitely deployed, but there's debris on the circuit. There's mud guards. There's a couple of wheels floating around in different parts. Drivers of both cars are out, but the second of the cars clipped the first, knocked a wheel pit wall. So that was a problem. Now, still 1 or 2 drivers going a little quickly past the first of the strip.
Yeah, Matt Drew is one of those cars, number 25, that has gone off there, and I think the other one might be number 63, Pete Basterfield. I may be wrong, can't quite see the number.
Metallic green car.
Yeah, it's metallic green car backwards into the pit wall. There, the number just out of our sight. The main thing is the 2.
So there we go. This is the live racing behind the safety car. So all the dicing is annulled. There is no overtaking. Marshall's just waving the.
There's yellow flags around the circuit.
So there's a real mess. The car that's off there, which was the second of his 63 Pete Basterfield's car.
So the volunteer marshals go to work then. We cannot go racing without them. Pace car, the safety car, has picked up the leaders up there at McLean's. The telehandler coming out to retrieve the stricken cars down there on the exit of the Roberts chicane.
The good thing is, of course, the cars are pretty light, so they don't take a lot of manhandling, but there's still 1 or 2 bits and pieces of debris just being relieved from the track. Here comes that telehandler, as you say. It's going to pick up the brew car and shift that out of the way. The marshal's putting a strop through the roll cage. Meanwhile, the rest of them sit out around the circuit. To just moving the 25 car, and as you say, it'll come flying off into the air very quickly because it is light. So the Merlot machine, that just needs, I think, a suspended toe at the back, doesn't it, Dave? Just because that rear corner is missing.
Yes, the front axle's okay, but it is missing a wheel. So David Watson in the Spire, built in Chesterfield, named after the crooked Spire, but nothing crooked about these cars. First and third, Colin Watson splits them in the first of the Caterhams. Tim Davis, the Thruxton winner, in 4th place. And Stephen Riley rounding out the first 5. Johnny Pittard lost a couple of places just before the safety car came out. He's down to 6th.
There's another car stricken at the end of the pit lane there, just where they come up from the pit wall. It's come down the side of the track.
Yes.
Just who knows, I think.
That's Matt Gibbon, number 8. We've lost there, the Class B driver in his Caterham Supersport. Yeah, he stopped just at the end of the pit, just by the pit exit. They've lost a few cars so far. Richard Carter, of course, number 42, didn't get round Redgate for the first time before he pulled up, so they've lost 4 cars. One car came into pits, 135 of Peter Cook as well. We've also lost number 31 of the Holroyds. That's Charles Holroyd. The Holroyd father and son pairing were due originally to share a car for this event, but they bought 2 cars. Charles in the race with 32, although he's out of it. David only a reserve.
So on to their 3rd lap now behind the safety car. At which point, of course, the engine bay temperatures tend to go up. It's quite a warm day here at Donington Park, I'm delighted to say, after a few weeks. We've got a great bank holiday weekend in prospect, and more than 500 entries at this meeting, Dave, which is pretty spectacular, and demonstrates that the Classic Sports Car Club's competitors have a real appetite to go racing in 2021.
Yes, indeed. Everybody's just desperate to get back racing, aren't they? We've got almost the whole club here this weekend as well, including in the special saloons and mod sports. I know we're looking forward to coming up tomorrow, combined with the Burney's V8s class. You can find full details, including the entry list, on the website classicsportscarclub.co.uk. Also, you can follow the live timing from this event. Go to, on your mobile device, tsl-timing.com. You can follow the live timing and commentary on there. And the action being live streamed by Digitex TV as well. A warm welcome to Barry Welch and his team of cameramen here this weekend. Looking at the stream now, the number 50 car going through with the yellow wheels. That's Chris Biglin running in Class C. The 2 Watsons both leading their classes. The Spires in Class I. Colin Watson leading Class G.
It's the 61 car, I think, that's the other car that's damaged. I haven't seen a proper view of it. That's the Webster car, isn't it? That's the one that's in the wall, I think. Looking at our screens now. I haven't, because we're sitting.
Yes, it might be Mark Webster, actually.
Yeah,
61.
It is. You've been noting colours down frantically on your chart, Dave.
Yes. I always have to get a visual of each car's livery. It helps me identify them. A couple of cars coming into the pit lane. The pit window, I think, is open. Yes, so the driver's starting to take advantage of it. Number 10, also Stephen Riley from 5th place has come in for his mandatory stop as well. Number 3, Jeremy Adams is in. Yes, they're pouring in from the midfield.
If they're making their stops now, which is probably pretty sensible, because it's not going to be that long. Now we can see it is the 61. Now we can see that being suspended. That'll be out of the way in a second, and we can be back into racing fairly pronto. They've had 5 laps, 3 of them under the yellow flags and safety car control.
Car of Mark Webster. He hit the spun car of Matt Drew. Thankfully, no injuries, as we say. It's a whole raft of cars have come in, including that low-cost. Bold Leap Team Low Cost is the slogan on the side. You'll notice it's in the colours of the famous Gold Leaf Team Lotus of the late 60s. And they've changed it a little. Bold Leap Team Low Cost. We can see them down there. The driver of that one, number 49, David Brayley. Apart from the Spires, that's the only non-Caterham in the race.
Yeah, they're getting the 61 car repatriating into the pits, and unfortunately that's a mess. That will have damaged the front of the chassis quite badly as well. But good that the driver was able to climb out unaided.
Pit window open, displayed by the start line marshals from their new shelter that's been built on the start line at Donington Park. That's new for this year.
Sort of luxurious, isn't it?
Another marshals covered post down by the starting lights further down the pit wall as well.
There's a solar panel on the top, and
an attachment for the kettle inside, of course.
I was going to mention that very thing. Great minds think alike.
Milk, no sugar, please, marshals. I jest, of course. It's Thruxton, isn't it?
Absolutely. And Alton Park.
Yes.
Alton Park,
very
good.
Very civilised, especially down at Knickerbrook, where you've got homemade produce being provided to you in the commentary box.
I had at Alton Park. Only the 1 year, mind.
It's like Test match special sometimes, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Blurs, yeah.
All the leaders are going to come in this time. Yes, well, one of the back markers stays out. Everybody else has come in. Who's this going to make the race leader? Looks like number 97, the Corbett and Barrow car. Richard Corbett and who's the second driver in that car? I've not got a second driver listed. Nick Barrow, number 97. They have taken the lead. We didn't get did you get starting drivers for this race, Marcus? No, I didn't think we had. But the officials obviously very busy downstairs. Some of the two driver cars in this one, so it's the Corbett and Barrow. Majority of the field has come in. Second place will be number 13 of Greg Catton. And third, Pete Basterfield, number 63.
There are only 5 double-driven cars in the race. Give a Superlight Caterham after qualifying number 54. But now the stagger will start to unwind, won't it? Because there'll be those behind the base car will be back with us pretty shortly.
Just looking for the first of the cars. We'll have to look for the first of the cars that have stopped, as the yellow flags are still out. The safety car is still out. It's the final bit of clear up opera pack, moving around at speed to try and catch up to the safety car. You'll know when it's coming in, ladies and gents, because the flashing lights on top of the BMW safety car will be extinguished. Then it will proceed into pit lane and the race will get back underway. We've got just over 25 minutes left on the clock.
What was impressive, of course, was the qualifying times of David Watson and John Cutmore in the Spire, and also the best of the cases. They were all in the 1 minute 10 second bracket, which is over 100 miles an hour average for the Donington Park circuit, all 1.97 miles of it. So here comes the safety car. The lights are still flashing, which means they'll go around again. Here comes another car coming in.
That's number 73. He's already made one stop. That's the car of John Wright and the Butler Call sponsored car. So number 97 of Corbett and Barrow behind the safety car now are your leaders. Greg Catton, number 13, in second, and Pete Basterfield in third. The cars that were fourth and fifth behind them, 72 of Hare and Greenwood and 172 of Robert Cooper, have come in. I'll wait to see what happens when things cycle through, because Stephen Riley, number 86, could score here with that early stop. He went from the lead group as the window opened. So has he been able to gain under the safety car? Another early stopper was number 144 of Jolion Kemp from Class D.
It's always difficult to judge, isn't it, how these will pan out. It's not until everyone has made their stop, which pretty much they will have done now. Here comes there's Watson in the Spire, who was our early leader. He's running down in 19th place now in car number 8.
There is John Cutmore, because he's behind Tim Davis and John Pittard.
Yeah, so he's back to fourth. He was third at the point of coming in, wasn't he?
Yes, so he's lost a place or two there. John Cutmore with a slightly slower pit stop. As we say, no pit stop penalties in Magnificent Seven. It's grid penalties for previous winners, and only in your next race that you can test as well.
But that almost is negated anyway by this sort of situation, which throws the
open everything up again.
Yeah,
we can see what was the lead train. It's just heading through McLean's now, headed by David Watson in the Spire.
And they're not far behind the other group, but are we going to see the safety car coming in this time? It's out of our sight at the moment. Yes, the lights are off on the beat with 22.5 minutes to go. Away they go, and it's the Corbett Barrow car from Catton that lead. Basterfield is in third place, and the rest all streak through. Now, where's that very, very rapid lead pack? Here they come now, and crossing the line. You can't cross the line before the you can't overtake before the timing line, as far as I'm aware.
That was a bit dicey with back markers frantically trying to get out of the way of the quicker cars there. There was a fair bit of overlapping going on. We'll see how that pans out on this lap, but it is Corbett and Barrow who still lead. They've yet to stop, as have the two cars behind them. Number 63, the green-coloured car of Pete Basterfield. He's currently leading Group 1. He's a Class B car.
Riley is place, and he's the best of the stoppers, isn't he, in car number 86.
Yes, he was one of the first to come in. So Stephen Riley back up into fourth place. He's the first of the cars that has stopped. So theoretically, in a lap or so's time, he should take the lead here behind him. Then it's number 10, another early stopper, which is that of Tim Bishop from Class F. It's over the line. The Corbett Barrow car stays out. They've got a clear lead. Captain stays out as well in number 13. And the third place car of Basterfield, does he stay out as well? Well, he's dropped back a couple of places, the green and black car of Basterfield. He's down to fifth. Riley and Bishop have gone through. There goes the lead train. They're carving their way back up the order. Where is David Watson up to? He's up to 9th place.
Because David Watson and Colin Watson in behind him, his namesake, charged their way between a couple of... Oh, there's a snag of, I think, mudguards down there. Of course, those who haven't stopped, the first 3 or 4 of the field, they are going to struggle now because they're going to lose a lot of time because the Watsons are only a few hundred metres behind, and of course they've served their time stop.
Coming up to half distance now, and just those 3 cars that haven't come in, Corbett and Barrow, Catton and Basterfield. Basterfield lost a couple of places on that last lap, but he's still leading his group 1 for the less powerful Class B and C 70, which is Kevin Cooper. And still Corbett and Barrow haven't come in. They're trying to build as big an advantage as they can to get a positive result out of this. Stephen Riley in 2nd place now. He's got ahead over 13. Catton's come into the pits, in fact, to make his stop. Bishop in 3rd, and the 2 Watsons are up to 4th and 5th. They've gained 4 more places. John Cutmore cuts around the end of Matt Reeve down the Wheatcroft Straight. Basterfield has come in as well, so the leader now, the only car yet to make its mandatory stop and related pit stop time, of course, with COVID rules and everything else for sanitising the car for driver changes and so on. Stephen Riley, though, is catching up as they cross the line.
Yeah, but Riley, who is chasing down that leader, how far is he ahead of the Watson? He's about 7 seconds, I think, ahead of Colin Watson. So not an enormous lead in terms of cushion going into what we've still got 18 and 3/4 minutes. It's a long old race, so anything can happen.
The Watsons' last lap times were about a second up on Stephen Riley as well. There he goes over the line. He's just over 4 seconds behind Corbett and Barrow, but there goes the train, and Colin Watson's got ahead of David now, so the Caterham ahead of the Spire in that battle for moments. Colin Watson's got the fastest lap of the race as well, 1 minute 10.827. Now, how does his lap time pay? Yeah, it took nearly a second out of Stephen Riley that time around.
In the 11s in qualifying, so he's quicker in the race than he was back then.
Tim Bishop going well, number 10 in 3rd place overall. He's lapping in the 113s though, so he may drop back as well.
Yeah, Tim Bishop there in car number 10. It's a 2-litre the Furbish Homes car, so we've got 2.4s, 2 litres of the Spires in the mix.
The Watson battle coming down towards the chicane now. Waiting to see if the number 97 car does come in. Yes, it does. So the leader is in. Stephen Riley goes through to take the lead in this Gold Arts Jewellers magnificent 7s race, first of the weekend here. Colin Watson goes up into 2nd. Now, what's the gap? Over the line, it's about Watson
has been caught and overtaken down the inside by that's Tim Davis going through at Redgate Lodge into what is effectively now 2nd place.
Yes, they'll catch up to Stephen Riley here very soon, I'm certain. We'll see if they're the green coming out of the old hairpin towards McLean's. 2 cars missing a couple of mudguards and so on at the moment as the lead battle ahead, the 2nd place battle heads up into McLean's. They haven't caught Stephen Riley yet. It's Watson 2nd. Colin Watson, that is, no relation as far as we know to David. Tim Davis up into 3rd place, the former TVR racer in car number 80.
It's another boss car, isn't it? They put out a good set of cars. Only one Pittard brother here this weekend, isn't there?
Yes, just Johnny Pittard. David Pittard, we haven't seen out.
Christian
Pittard's the Ginetta racer, sorry about that. Over the line goes number 86, Stephen Riley. He's still got the lead. There's Pete Basterfield back out after his pit stop. What's the gap this time? 9, so he didn't gain much on that last lap, Colin Watson. Tim Davies up to 3rd, then David Watson. Bishop is 5th. He's got ahead of John Cutmore in the battle for 5th position, just heading into Redgate's corner now. Looking further back down the order, it should be Pittard next through in the number 81 car. Now, who is leading? The class number 70 of Kevin Cooper at the top of that.
B group, the D is led by the Greens. Richard and Pascal Green in 34.
Ah, Pascal is here. I hadn't.
They're certainly on the
on my entry list. I thought it was Richard driving solo, so thanks for spotting that.
This is fantastic, and the speed of these cars down through the Craner curves is just awesome. That old hairpin is nothing of the sort. It's actually a kind of a 90-mile-an-hour corner in a Porsche or something like that. What it's like in a Caterham, which is the lap.
Probably terrifying.
Something. That's great. Fantastic.
I've only ever passengered in a Caterham. I've not driven one. That was enormous fun anyway. Yeah, 3.3 seconds the lead gap as they cross the line there. Then Davis 3rd. 4th place for David Watson now in the Spire. Pittard is up into 5th position. He's got ahead of Cutmore and Bishop on that last lap. Tim Bishop was a bit delayed somewhere. Yeah, he lapped in the 1:15, 1:16. It's Cutmore and Bishop, so they've lost ground on that last lap to John Pittard.
Back in the old days of the French Caterham Championship, they had a round at one of the circuits where they had success ballast in the form of journalists who sat in with the drivers. And the French Federation said, yes, OK, we'll do this. Not something I'd have subscribed to, I don't think.
Maybe not after the lunch break. We've got just under 14.5 minutes of this first race of the weekend to go. And the lead battle starting to close up. They're heading through Coppice now. Greg Catton, who was as high as 2nd overall earlier on, has been lapped. It's Colin Watson, heads Tim Davis. Boss Racing running together. They're trying to reel in Stephen Riley in that 86 car. The gap was 3.36 seconds. We'll see what it is this time through. It's less than that. Colin Watson a bit sideways out of the chicane as Riley goes over the line. They can see him ahead of them now, but is Tim Davis going to attack his teammate? There's no team orders for Boss Racing by the look of things. The lead gap's down to just under 1.5 seconds, but Tim Davis is having a go at Colin Watson for 2nd as they head out of Redgate through Hollywood and down the Craner curves. David Watson still not far away behind them in the Spire either.
It's great, isn't it? The 2 cars with the Dayglow nose cones behind our leader, which is Riley in the green car. There they are on their pit, and sliding down the inside of a slower car, overtaking is Watson in the Spire.
Boss Racing cars go up towards McLean. It's David Watson still in 4th place. John Pittard in the black car, number 81 in 5th. Just lapping Peter French, who's been the driver's rep for this series for many years with the CSCC. Tim Davis harrying his teammate now for 2nd place. They need to work together to try and catch Stephen Riley, and then they can fight each other for the win. They've almost caught him. A little bit slow passing a back marker there, and Colin Watson sees an opportunity towards the Robert chicane. Riley holds him up. It's going to be 3 for the lead as they come down towards Redgate this time. Riley, Watson and Davis trying to slipstream his Boss Racing teammate here. He's going to go to the outside. He could get past both of them here with a bit of luck. Colin Watson goes to the inside at Redgate. The door is closed by Stephen Riley, and he continues to lead as they head down towards the Craner curves.
It was nicely done there by 114 Alex Harbour, who was the back marker, who was being lapped down the chicane. Didn't panic. Here they are, let's change, and Watson's ahead in the white car and down into the old hairpin. Tim Davis follows him through. So Riley demoted from 1st to 3rd in just number 85 there in that chase group. But there's the Spire with that very low, distinct sort of squat look to it. Oh, here we go. We're going all over the grass here. That's the 73 car. Inevitably has a half spin coming back on. That's John Wright.
Now, you've seen him have a couple of pit visits already, so not a great race for John. But the lead battle heading down towards the chicane past the exhibition centre once again, and they've got just under 12 minutes. The 2 Boss Racing go. Tim Davis has lost it under braking for the chicane. He spins and he's hit Watson. They both go off. Oh my goodness me! They've 2 Boss Racing cars tangled there. Tim Davis locked up on the inside, trying to take Colin Watson for the lead. He slid down the inside onto the grass and spun into his teammate. They're both in the gravel at the chicane, and Stephen Riley says, thank you very much, I'll take the lead back again. Indeed. My goodness.
The team manager's absolute nightmare, that, isn't it? One spinning and taking the other out, particularly when they're running one and of fortune then. And Riley is back at the head, and he's got this advantage, which, as you said, as one of the early stoppers, it looked like he might be able to develop. But now it's Watson in second. The driver's still...
They can't believe it.
No, way with their hands
Tim
around.
Davies is furious with himself. Just locked up under braking there, trying to go for the inside line in the chicane. He is beating his steering wheel in absolute rage.
At 92, Colin Watson is far from gruntled.
Oh, there's going to be angry words exchanged there, I think. Meanwhile, we're going to have, I think the yellow flags are out. We're going to have another safety car, I think, because of those two. Yes, safety car out with 10.5 minutes to go. And
that is going to negate that lead that Stephen Riley has found himself in. So poor Stephen Riley, who had a decent lead in the 86 car. There he is, right behind him on track is 85, and 81 behind. That's Watson. David Watson and Johnny Pittard. John Cutmore is back up to fourth, and of course they're going to be nose to tail again behind the BMW, and it's all even Stevens, all to play for.
Even Stevens, quite literally, for Stephen Riley. That's the last thing he wanted to see. He'd used his early pit stop to back to him again when the two Boss Racing cars tangled at the chicane, and now they'll have David Watson behind him for this restart. John Pittard is third. The rest of the top 10 is John Cutmore fourth. Tim Bishop, number 10, is in fifth place. The Greens are in sixth, leading Class D, Richard and Pascal. Hugh Coulter in the other Boss Racing car, number 93, is seventh. In eighth place, we have the number 3 car of Jeremy Adams, the yellow machine. Ninth is number 19, running in Class D, Philip Nagel. And 10th, number 2, which is Matt Reeve, the white car with the red wheels. They're just heading out of Redgate now, that group.
Stephen Riley in 86 had going on to this lap, and that's going to be reduced to absolutely nothing. It's just going to vaporise behind the BMW. The two Boss drivers are going back to supervise what's going to happen with the loading of their cars.
I think the Boss drivers will be summoned to see the Boss after that one.
Yeah, I think so. And well, it happens from time to time. That's the cut and thrust of very competitive club racing for you. But the good thing is that they're okay, and I wouldn't think that the cars are too badly savage.
Yes, I'll be back out after the lunch break, looking at the timetable. The shorter race, 15-minute sprint for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, comes in after the lunch break at around 3:10. So probably time for repairs there to those two cars.
A couple of hours too. I think there's sort of tracking and things that are out. I guess there could be a wishbone or something like that, or two, to sort out on Colin Watson's car, which was caught by the back of the black car of Tim Davis. So we now have 7 3/4. The safety car hasn't yet got the race leader behind it. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 cars ahead of the green 86 of Stephen Riley.
So the order will be established before we get this race.
Chances are that the first 4 in the queue behind the BMW will be waved through at some point. It's not absolutely necessary, but if possible, that's what the clerks. There they go. They've been waved past, and let's hope that, yes, Stephen Riley's now alongside the BMW, just dabbed the brakes and thought, no, I don't want to be passing you. I'm the race leader. He knows that for sure. So he's now got to try and keep some temperature in those front tyres. Back's not a problem, but the fronts, which will lose temperature and lose bite for turning into the corners. This car coming back under its own steam to the pits.
It's coming in. Looks like it's crabbing somewhat.
Yeah, it's
looks like something in the steering is rather.
You can see that the
graunched there.
Front corner is out of kilter. There'll be a wishbone or two to change in that, and but the Boss team will do that relatively quickly, provided there's no damage to the pickup points for the suspension on the chassis. that looks eminently repairable, but the tracking is way out, as you can see. So that was a real blow. And now on lap 17, and say behind the safety car. Dramatic start to this CSCC weekend here at Donington Park. Fabulous facility, and one that we're very grateful to be able to bring a large entry to over a full gamut of grids this weekend. 2 days of solid action. Here comes the safety car. It's going to go around again because they're still working to remove Tim Davis' car from its resting place in the gravel. It's 86 Riley, 85 Watson, who, let's remind you, started on pole position in the Spire, the locally built car from Paul Nightingale's stable. 81 is Johnny Pittard. 98 is the second of the Spires, John Cutmore. Then it's 10, which is Tim Bishop, and then the Greens in their class leader. Pittard's a class leader, Bishop's a class leader, and there's I can see through the back corner of the commentary box that the tractor is pulling Tim Davis's car out of the way. Now, if that might have sustained more damage to the back end, which is more difficult to fix on a Caterham.
The thing is, Tim and Colin are okay. Looking at Group 1 as well, that's classes B and C. Who's leading there? Number 70, Kevin Cooper, his first Class C car. He's 12th overall, so looking for a win in Group 1. Interestingly, we'll have had 3 different winners in Group 1 so far this season, and they're all surnamed Cooper. Because at Alton Park, it was 172 Robert Cooper. 71 Alan Cooper won at Thruxton, and if Kevin stays ahead of that group here, it will be 3 Coopers. Sounds like the name of a pub, doesn't it, the 3 Coopers?
Very clever. Got the rest over a barrel, haven't they?
Very good.
So we're going to come round, and I guess the lights are out on the BMW. Lights are out on the safety car, which will be into the pits. And we'll have the resumption of the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens race over 3.5 minutes. Gold Arts, the Sussex-based jewellers run by Doug Newman, who raced in this series for many years. The way they go with the first 4 absolutely together, and the black car that was running third over the line, that's Pittard, has gone shooting down the outside and carves back onto the apex. Is he going to get the car slowed down in time for Redgate? The first 4 together, but it's the 2 Caterhams ahead of the 2 Spires.
And Johnny Pittard there, a superb restart, just rocketed down the outside, and the black number 81 there, he has got the lead. There's just over 3 minutes left on the clock, so only a couple more laps to go. Riley second, then it's Watson and Cutmore. They've already pulled clear of the rest of the jostling pack. Jeremy Adams side by side with, I think that's the number 19 car in there of Nagel. As the leaders head up through McLean, Stephen Riley trying to fight back. The 2 Spires running nose to tail, and further back in 5th place is Tim Bishop, who's had a good consistent run.
Motorcycle engines don't have the torque of the bigger engine Caterhams as they shot away at the lights, but they might be able to jostle back David Watson and John Cutmore, but it's the black car now which leads Johnny Pittard. Behind Johnny Pittard is Stephen Riley, and the first of the Spires is now with them and is now up to speed, gets into the slipstream, looks to the outside, going down to Redgate, tries to outbrake the green Caterham but can't, then tries to get the cut back on the exit of the corner. They don't want to let the black car get away out front, which is Johnny Pittard in the 81 machine. It's not really much in the way of traffic to help the chasers. It's Cutmore who's third, isn't it? With
that was a change
helmet. Yeah.
On that last lap, taking David Watson, his teammate, for 3rd place. They head up towards McLean's once again. Still the black machine of number 81, regular winner in this series, along with brother Christian over the last few years. First 4 have well and truly broken away here from Bishop in 5th, then the Greens in 6th place ahead of Hugh Coulter.
You can see wriggling and writhing up into Coppice corner there. He's trying to stick with them. It's going to be the last lap they're going to go on to this time. And Cutmore tried the outside line, he rattles over the curbs, gets a little bit sideways on the exit, they're side by side as they go past the line, but it's again the torque of the green car, Riley, which just gets his nose back ahead. Cutmore switches tack to the inside, down into Redgate Lodge, he squeezes onto the apex, gets the power on, and he's there.
Brilliant from John Cutmore, trying to get the Spire up a place on the podium. Now, can he catch John Pittard here for the lead? They're on the bottom section of the circuit at the moment. We'll see what the order is when they appear into our sight at Schwantz Curve, named, of course, after motorcycle legend Kevin Schwantz. Pittard with a clear advantage, heading for that checkered flag. Cutmore still second, Riley third, David Watson in fourth place. They're still well clear of their opposition, and David Watson right off McLean's up to the highest point of the circuit at Coppice Corner, then drop down towards the chicane. Clock about to count down to 0, so we should see the checkered flag this time. The leaders head down to the chicane. I don't think Johnny Pittard's going to be caught here. A great restart after the safety car. The checkered flag is in sight for him, and our first winner of the weekend here at Donington is Jonathan Pittard in car number 81, celebrating as he crosses the line. John Cutmore comes over in second, 1.7 seconds back. Stephen Riley third, and a slowing David Watson slightly there out of the final corner takes fourth, ahead of Tim Bishop.
And yeah, I think Watson's got a transponder issue.
Yes.
He was briefly, but our own eyes go through, and here come the chasers. It's the Greens in sixth place in 34. 93 Coulter is next. Then it's Adams and Nagel go through. Is Cooper going to take that?
Yes, he is. There's Kevin Cooper, number 70. So we're just behind him. So a double in this race for the Coopers, and 3 Cooper wins for the season. Over a barrel indeed. I'm sure there's a ton more puns where that came from.
You can bank on it.
Took time, but I thought of a response. Yes, plenty more where that came from.
Absolutely. Between the two hiatuses we had, the incidents which caused the 2 safety car sessions, but a great win for Johnny Pittard. I think Stephen Riley will feel he was robbed at some point, but at the end of the day, we had the 2 boss cars out ahead, didn't we, for a short period of time, and then the collision down at the chicane, which changed the complexion of the race completely.
So well done indeed to all the Gold Arts Mag 7s. Now head back into Parc Fermé. Congratulations to Johnny Pittard, applauded by the marshals. That lovely matte black Caterham with the gold stripe.
Yes, there's a sort of a school of thought that suggests that the matte finish on cars makes them quicker through the air, isn't it? Keeps the airflow under control. Probably why you see so many wrapped cars on the roads these days.
Plenty of wrapped cars here this weekend in various impressive liveries as well.
Yeah, it's nearly 2.5 litres, that Johnny Pittard car, so it's got phenomenal power to weight ratio. John Cutmore with the Spire RB7 second, Stephen Riley Caterham Superlight in third. And there we go, there's confirmation of the Coopers. Kevin Cooper from Alan Cooper in matching Caterham 310s, 1600cc cars 17 and 71, 12th and 13th overall on winning their grid. As Robert Cooper was a little bit further down in the 172.
97 car, where did they come in the end? They were the last car to pit.
Colin Watson's
20th.
consolation was the fastest lap, and 110.827 on lap 2, the first proper flying lap, 100.59 miles per hour.
Now, thanks to TSL Timing for the live results this weekend, tsl-timing.com. If you are here at trackside, you want to follow the live timing, you can find it on their website and listen to the commentary through your mobile devices. Full credit to the marshals for the quick clear-up jobs during that race, and the recovery teams as well after the 2 incidents. Thankfully, all drivers okay. We'll confirm the official results later on. They will appear on TSL Timing as well. I believe, Marcus, that that's lunch.
It is. So we will be back in a while. I think we're back on schedule. When do we?
Just under an hour now, so 2:15 is the next race, which is the Liqui New Millennium and Kartek Motorsport Modern Classics cars. Basically everything post 1990 will be out in our next race, and just looking forward to that race. We've got a huge variety of cars. We've got lots of TV, BMWs, Ginettas and so on out in that race. That's coming up at around 2:15. So do avail yourself, ladies and gents, of those facilities that are open around the circuit. So those of you in the paddock, the Garage 39 restaurant is open for takeaway meals.
It's a fantastic view on our screens at the moment, isn't it, Dave, of the undulating nature of Donington Park.
Yes,
most
indeed.
unusual.
Looking a slightly different view of the Craner curves there across the infield. Beautiful, it's a beautiful circuit, this one.
It is, and it's one, if you've never tried it, you know, it's one of those things that you can come along and do some stuff with MSV, our hosts here at Donington. You can get tuition on the circuit, or you can certainly, when everything eases up, you can certainly enjoy, I think, sessions even with your own cars under
Yes,
tuition.
Indeed. Track days available here as well with various companies.
Fabulous track. I came to the reopening of Donington Park back in the 1970s, and I remember a bumper crowd for the JAL's trophy meeting. The local Derby Lotus dealer supported it, and I remember seeing Alistair of the new Donington era, because of course Donington hosted the Grand Prix here back in the 1930s. But Alistair Lyle in the Swan Car Ford Escort was our first winner, and the late Richard De La Rue had the lap record at the end of the day, driving a clubman's car.
Now, our learned friend Ian Titchmarsh, I believe, would have been in the box on that occasion, wouldn't he?
He probably was. I was down at the old hairpin on the bank, enjoying the whole of the atmosphere to my repertoire.
Even on my weekends off from commentating, I love coming here. You can usually find me in one of the grandstands around the circuit if I have a free Sunday. I just love this circuit.
So it's time to take a break, and
Yes.
we'll be back in probably 45 minutes, something like that, won't we?
About, well, just under an hour. Next scheduled race for the Liqui New Millennium and Kartek Motorsport Modern Classics. We'll be back on the air around then.
It's getting hard to figure out what you're about, going it alone, and what you're hiding underneath. I can't believe you're holding on your own. Falling in, you can barely swim, grab a passing moment in, let go, take a chance, put it in my hands. You don't have to let the current pull you in. I am a battleship, and I'll never give it up. I will never quit. this moment, holding out for something golden. Found a light on a hill. I was waking up, looking for peace in a world that's divided. Gotta hold on tight when you find it. I was turning around, I was waking up. You're pulling me right in, rotate to you again. I'll live the rest of my life by your side. Playing it on like the radio, don't see how it could be better. All I know is don't let go. Stuck in a head rush about it, we're spinning fast, we're moving slow. I don't know how, but we found it, something supernatural. The space between us, it feels like home. You feel like home wherever we go. The space between us is a place to rest your bones. It feels like home, supernatural. One look in your eyes and I find it. When you leave in my mind I rewind it. When you got it this good, you don't fight it. When you're with me, nothing else matters. On gray days, I live in your laughter. I collide with your heart, I'm seeing stars. I let go of the past, I know this too shall last. Now I've been waiting all day to let you know that I wanna stay here forever. Playing it on like the radio, don't see how it could be better. All I know is don't let go. Stuck in a head rush about it, we're spinning fast, we're moving slow. I don't know how, but we found it, something supernatural. The space between us, it feels like home. You feel like home wherever we go. The space between us is a place to rest your bones. It feels like home, supernatural. I wanna stay here forever, playing it on like the radio. Don't see how it could be better. All I know is don't let go. Stuck in a head rush about it, what's spinning fast, we're moving slow. I don't know how, but we found it, something supernatural. The space between us, it feels like home. You feel like home wherever we go. The space between us is a place to rest your bones. This feels like home, supernatural.
they just managed to keep him in second place. They stand away.
Some luck, can't find a door that's in on my hole. Feels like I'm left here in two, because I'm missing you, because I'm missing you, oh you, because I'm missing you, because I'm missing you. I'm missing you. All the wrong signs, trying to hold on to something that I couldn't find. Wish you didn't captivate my mind. Now I know that's some paradise, but now something went wrong. You're moving on. I found myself on the blind side. Now you won't call. We lost it all. You get up my heart from every piece that's broken. Been trying to get back to myself, but don't have a clue. I'm looking for some luck, can't find a door that's open. I'm losing all my hope, feels like I'm left here in two, because I'm missing, because I'm missing you, oh, because I'm missing you, because I'm missing you, because I'm missing you. Picking up my heart from every piece that's broken. Been trying to get back to myself, but don't have a clue. I'm looking for some luck, can't find a door that's open. I'm losing all my hope, feels like I'm left here in two, because I'm missing you. be. Any place, we'll get there soon. We'll get there soon. It's getting hard to figure out what you're about, going it alone, and what you're hiding underneath. I can't believe you're holding on your own. Falling in, you can barely swim. Grab a passing moment and let go. Take a chance. Put it in my hands. You don't have to let the current pull you in. I am a battleship, and I'll never give it up. I won't ever quit. I am a battleship. Nothing's gonna bring me down. I can take a hit and carry on. Why you look so surprised that we're doing just fine, doing just fine. I am a battleship, and I'll never give it up. I can take a hit and carry on. Caught in the motions of the tide, these wild times throw us for a ride. And every line that's cast your way, just let it save everything tonight. Falling in, you can barely swim. Grab a passing moment and let go. Take a chance. Put it in my hands. You don't have to let the current pull you in. I am a battleship, and I'll never give it up. I won't ever quit. I am a battleship. Nothing's gonna bring me down. I can take a hit and carry on. Why you look so surprised? I'm doing just fine. I am a battleship, and I'll never give it up. I can take a hit and carry on. Battleship, whoa, and I'll never give in. Whoa, I'm a battleship. Whoa, and I'll never quit, never quit. Whoa, I'm a battleship. Whoa, and I'll never give in. Whoa, I'm a battleship. Whoa, and I'll never quit, never quit. I am a battleship, and I'll never give it up. I won't ever quit. I am a battleship. Nothing's gonna bring me down. I can take a hit and carry on. I am a battleship, and I'll never give it up. I won't ever quit. I am a battleship. Nothing's gonna bring me down. I can take a hit and carry on. Why you look so surprised that we're doing just fine, doing just fine. And I'll never give it up. I can take a hit and carry on. Waiting on the edge of this moment, holding out for something golden. Found a light on a hill. I was waking up, looking for peace in a world that's divided. Gotta hold on tight when you find it. I was turning around, I was waking up. You're pulling me right in, rotate to you again. I'll live the rest of my life by your side. I wanna stay here forever, playing it all like the radio. Don't see how it could be better. All I know is don't let go. Stuck in a head rush about it, we're spinning fast with else matters. On gray days, I live in your laughter. I collide with your heart. I'm seeing stars up past. I know this too shall last. Now I've been waiting all day to let you know that I wanna stay here forever. Playing it on like the radio. Don't see how it could be better. All I know is don't let go. Stuck in a head rush about it. We're spinning fast, we're moving slow. I don't know how, but we found it. Something supernatural. The space between us. Oh, it feels like home. Oh, you feel like home wherever we go. The space between us is a place to rest your bones. Oh, this feels like home. It's supernatural. I wanna stay here forever. Playing it on like the radio. Don't see how it could be better. All I know is don't let go. Stuck in a head rush about it. What's been fast, we're moving slow. I don't know how, but we found it. Something supernatural. The space between us. Oh, it feels like home. We feel like home wherever we go. The space between us is a place to rest your bones. Oh, this feels like home. Supernatural.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after the lunch break here at a fine and sunny Donington Park. The Sports Car Club about to get underway. The cars off on their rolling start. This is the Liquimolly New Millennium Series and the Cartec Motorsports Modern Classics Series. Basically everything post-1990 on track together here. They have got. We should have had two BMWs on the front row of the grid, but one of them will be starting from the pit lane. Darren Fielding, number 8, is there on pole position, but car number 36, Mark Smith, his clutch failed in qualifying after he'd set his time, and he's going to have to start from the pit lane. I can see the car just making its way down pit lane now, so well done to the Amspeed team who have replaced the clutch just in time in that car to make it out for this second race of the day, their first of the weekend. Mark Smith is a very quick driver, so we will wait and see how he goes from the rear of the field. The second row, number 1, Andrew Rath in his Lotus Europa, alongside Sulcoom regulars over the years in their BMW M3, the E92 spec M3. Third row, Miles Maserati in his gorgeous Porsche 964 Turbo. Alongside him, number 61, Tom Holbrook, with his black BMW M3. Behind him, number 2, Chris Petch, at the wheel of his Ginetta G50. He was listed as sharing with Harry Petch, but has appeared on the grid sheet driving solo. Chris will start alongside 127, Gary Wardle in his TCR spec Seat Cupra. New acquisition for Gary, the Bridge Plastics man. Completing the top 10, 91, Hugh Gurney with his BMW, and number 86, the very potent Honda Integra, the Hillwood Autos car of Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassar. A great variety of cars all the way down the order in this one. We should see almost 40 cars on the grid for this one, and Marcus Pye, my co-commentator alongside me, another brilliant race in prospect.
Very much so, and what we love is the multi-mark nature of these races. BMW, Lotus, Porsche, Ginetta, Seat, Honda. We've got TVR in there as well, Volkswagen, and all the way down, Nissan. The dream continues. Porsche Boxster down the order as well. Renault Clio, MG, the whole shooting match. 40 cars, 39 cars practiced, and it's going to be a pretty tight battle, I would have thought, for much of this race, and watch for Mark Smith in the number 36 BMW to come through from the back. He's at the end of the pit lane still, and he will be released after the field has gone out of the blocks. That's the car of Andre and Jake Severs. and they all four abreast at some point down there towards Redgate Lodge. They're so strung out the field that, of course, Mark Smith won't be able to go until the leaders are pretty much down at the old hairpin. And away he goes. I think the leaders are probably
yeah, the leaders will be heading back into our sights at Schwantz Curve any moment now. It is Darren Fielding, long-time BMW racer, and also raced a super touring Ford Mondeo on occasions, who leads the way. Three in their red and yellow BMW in second. We don't know the starting drivers, unfortunately, for these cars, unless you have them, Marcus.
No, unfortunately not, and there's so many competitors to keep track of that the news doesn't reach us.
Well, the leaders heading down towards the chicane for the first time. BMWs 1 and 2. Don't forget, it's two races in one here. Effectively, the New Millennium Cup, a separate race within a race, as the Humphrey Wyatt BMW attacks for the lead. It's the Lotus Europa of Andrew Rath in third. Miles Maserati in that stunning Porsche rounding out the top five, ahead of Gary Wardle in the TCR Seat Cupra. Almost three wide there, Seat BMW and the Nissan of Paul Bolton, the 370Z. Down there as well, as the rest of the midfield string through. The Jaeger Porsche is racing a couple of them here this weekend. There's just so many competitors out there, there's not enough time to talk about them all.
That's fantastic, isn't it? And these BMWs, which seem to grace a lot of the grids here with the CSCC, the Ainge and Casa Honda Integra, which is running 14th, and down the field, even the Ginetta G20 hanging in there, the 39 Porsche. That's Rob Hardy in the Verum Builders car from Tadley in Hampshire, the Porsche Boxster.
One of my favourite cars, I have to say, in this field is Matt Smith's TVR in the multicolour livery, similar to the late 80s Benettons in Formula One. I do like that car. Matthew Smith in his TVR Chimera, as the leading BMWs go across the line. The Europa in third place. Tom Holbrook has taken Miles Maserati up into fourth place. Hugh Gurney going well in his silver number 91 BMW. Is going down into Redgate now, making a move on Chris Petch in the number 2, the green Ginetta G50. He goes through, drifts wide on the exit. Petch will go back up the inside. Now we'll have a look to see where Mark Smith has cut on the first lap past newcomer Manjit Singh Johal in his BMW, making his debut, I believe, this weekend.
He was a long way back, wasn't he? There's the TCR Seat in the thick of the action there. We've got the TVR2.
One car coming into the pits already, Douglas Simon and Roland Jones's BMW, so a problem for them. The pit window doesn't open until the 10-minute mark in this race, so problems for the BMW.
But Dylan Popovich in his Ginetta, now attacking the Ainge and Casa Honda. Miles Maserati's, listen to the Fat Turbo Express ones that ran back in the 1980s and 90s.
Here come the leaders, and the Humphrey Wyatt car very close behind Darren Fielding. We've got somebody off there.
There's a BMW, white BMW's pulled off out of coppice in a position of safety, so not a major problem.
Right, we'll work out who that is. Well, Mark Smith's in a white BMW, and a spin there. David Griffin goes off, coming out of the chicane, the Australian driver in the Diet Coke liveried BMW. He's the reigning pre-93 touring car champion, and he's spun out there coming out of the chicane, just glanced the tyre wall. Gets the Diet Coke livery car, the replica of the cars that race in the Australian Super Touring Championship in the... thankfully no major damage. Now, whose BMW have we lost up at Coppice? We'll try and work out who that is. Wait for the rest of the pack to come through.
Car that's well down the order is the Blake number 150, which...
It's Michael Blake's TVR.
Yeah. Right down near the back of the group.
Somebody else coming in, the number 76 Lotus Lady Racer. Problems for her.
Smith's up into 29th place after 3 laps.
There go the leaders, and we have a new leader. The Humphrey and Wyatt BMW has taken over from Darren Fielding at the front of the field. It's just about to make up, kicked off a little further back. Rath still third, then it's Holbrook, Maserati, and then we've got Petch, and the rest of them come through. He's just warming up at the moment. Through goes Matt Holborn in the Gulf livery TVR Tuscan, similar to the car that Chris Hodgetts was very successful in the one-make series for the TVR Tuscan Challenge. Not sure if it is the same car.
It is in the Hodgetts colours. The Severs Polo is in as well.
A few cars with early issues here by the look of things. Pit window not yet open.
That the Elise is going back out again by the looks of things.
Pulling off at the
Nelson's out, isn't it?
Yes, the exit of the pit lane there. Paul Bolton, he had some problems here last year with that car as well. The Nissan 370Z of Paul Bolton has pulled off at the pit lane exit, so another early casualty. New cars hitting a bit of attrition in this Liqui-Moly Lubricants New Millennium Series and Kartech Motorsport Modern Classic Series combined race. It's New Millennium cars battling up front. The leading Modern Classic is Miles Maserati's Porsche in 5th place overall, as the BMW's lap one of the Lotuses there. John Binchik's Lotus Elise goes a lap down. Leader's still nose to tail. Ralph on his own on change up in the Europa. Holbrook 4th, then the battle for 5th between Petch and Maserati. They're running in, that's the battle for the lead, in fact, in the Modern Classics division. They're in different classes, but they are, I think, in the same series. I know Chris Petch, I apologise, has changed series. He's in New Millennium, not Modern Classics now, so changed the entry list. So it's hard to keep track of all these different classes and divisions with the combined race. Danny Cassar, Honda Integra. We'll see them out in action in the Tin Tops race later on as well. Steve Griffiths has repaired some maladies from qualifying with his little Ginetta. Good to see him still.
Benetton TVR.
Benetton TVR, that sounds fanciful, doesn't it? Only TVR built Formula 1 engines. The Jägermeister replica on John Cockerton's Porsche.
The Jägermeister, the tonic bitters drink, isn't it? It's very popular with Red Bull, I understand. Known as a Jaeger bomb.
No, thank you.
No.
Pint of Guinness for me, thanks. Other beers are available. So already back markers being lapped here. The MGZR George Howarth goes a lap down there into Redgate as Humphrey and Wyatt, regulars in the Castle Combe GT series over the last few years with that BMW hanging on to their lead. Mark Wyatt, a former Castle Combe Saloon champion as well with the Vauxhall, hanging on in 2nd place, and they're some 4.5 seconds clear of Andrew Rath now in 3rd place from Holbrook. Petch in 5th. Maserati, the Maserati Porsche, if you see what I mean, leads the Modern Classics division in 6th overall. It's Hugh Gurney, Gary Wardle, Matt Holben's TVR, and the BMW of number 3, the Car Hotel sponsored car of Alex Haynes. Leaders up towards Coppice.
Where's Smith going? He's up into the top 20 now, and with half minutes to go.
Number 27X goes through there. That's the Hamilton family, Nick and Roger. They're running 2 cars in relay. The other one will be in the pit lane waiting to come out. So when one car comes in, the other goes out. There's a couple of teams do that with the CSCC.
Leaders now with cars to lap, and that may well help Darren Fielding in 2nd place, because the Wyatt Humphrey Yellow Interceptor Racing BMW has to negotiate its way through the traffic first. And once a slot car coming up, it's perhaps easier for the chaser to progress as well.
Gary Wardle goes through, has appeared variously in a BMW Mini and a Porsche.
Dusty down here through the crane, which has had a bit of a moment, the orange Jägermeister Porsche, and that's been herbaceous.
Livery seen in Formula 1, of course, with the Eurobrun team, although they didn't get past qualifying very often, sadly.
Gruesome device, but another colour scheme. Best part of the car.
There goes Mark Smith. Where's he up to now? The number 36 Amspeed run car. He's up to 17th. Got ahead of James Mumbrey in his BMW on that lap. Great job by the Amspeed team to replace the clutch on that car after qualifying.
Yes, they're considerable experts with BMW. He's got a whole fleet of racing M3s, etc. And so it won't phase them, that sort of thing. They've had gearboxes and clutches in and out of these things very regularly over the years at race meetings.
They're certainly fueling the team this morning at Garage 39, buying a huge round of coffees for the whole team this morning. Get them ready for action. They've certainly put that to good effect as Darren Fielding continues to shadow the Interceptor Racing BMW as they go round Redgate towards Hollywood. The red and yellow BMW ahead of the red, white and blue machine. Seeing a shot on the live stream now of Roger Hamilton ready to go in his Ginetta as in comes Rob Allman into the pits in his. Window has now just opened, so Rob Allman the first, I think, to make his mandatory stop. Used to compete in a BMW Compact, now in the more standard size E36 BMW.
Petch and Maserati have got past Holbrook now, and so they're running 4th and 5th. Petch in the Ginetta, Maserati in the Porsche, and then Holbrook been shaken off. Here's the Cockerton Porsche, the Jägermeister car with Andrew Rath's Lotus in its mirrors, but right behind it is the Ginetta and the Porsche. So those three cars absolutely together, third, fourth and fifth place, and up through the corner there at Coppice. The Ginetta has gone through ahead of Andrew Rath, and the Porsche has followed him through. So Andrew Rath suddenly goes from third to fifth at Coppice.
Well, keep an eye on that Lotus. Whether it's got a problem, I'm not sure, because Chris Petch and Miles Maserati, have to be careful, it's normally Piers Maserati who races that car, came through quite straightforwardly there at Coppice, and that lovely green Lotus, the traditional Lotus colours, green with yellow stripes, down into fifth place. A couple of stunning Porsches together on different laps as they head into Redgate. Miles Maserati continues to lead the Modern Classics division. Cars with success penalties for previous races. There's only a couple of them. David Griffin was a Modern Classics winner at Thruxton, so he has a 20-second success penalty. And number 56, Alan Thompson, just going over the line now, his emerald green BMW has a 15-second success penalty at his pit stop. They're not cumulative over the season in this division. The other car that would have had a penalty, Stuart Dayburn's TVR, he's not out. James Mumbrae comes in for his pit stop in the BMW. Just looking at the other cars that have penalties in the New Millennium series. Their first race was at Thruxton. Jamie Sturgis, David Gardner and Chris Mills, and Matthew Sanders and Jack Layton. No, none of them are present, so only the two cars with success penalties. BMW, the leading BMWs go over the line.
Smith up to 12th now. He's doing a grand job in the number 36 car.
36 BMW. There goes Miles Maserati.
Did qualify second, mind you, so he's got the pace today anyway.
He's lapping in the low 1 minute 16s at the moment, and the leader's lapping in the mid 150s. A few tenths off the pace of the leaders. Alex Haynes over the line, chasing the Gulf livery TVR of Matt Holborn. They're fighting for 9th place. Behind them, there's Dylan Popovic, the Bosnian descended driver in his number 9 Ginetta. Another graduate of the Castle Combe GT series. They're in action on Bank Holiday Monday. David Griffin goes by, had a spin earlier on at the chicane. And Mark Smith comes in for his mandatory stop. So stopping fairly early in the pit window here. We see on our live stream pictures the number 36 Amspeed BMW, minimum stop time of course.
10 laps then for the London and District Housing Limited BMW. Very distinctive livery, that car. And there is Mark Smith, his son Aaron Moulton Smith runs the Amspeed team.
Checking the tyre pressures on the car. He has to sit stationary, I think it's a minimum of 2 minutes, if memory serves me right.
It'll seem like a lifetime, won't it,
it does.
In that pit. But everyone has the same, apart from those who've got the success penalties, little extra time to sit stationary.
The BMW's heading back out onto the track at Redgate. I think that's Hugh Gurney, possibly, who has been in.
Holbrook's been in.
Two of the TVRs going in there, Blake and Holbert. Bob Hardy's been in as well with the Porsche Boxster. Thompson and Griffin running together there, the two cars that have to serve a few extra seconds at their pit stops. Still Wyatt and Humphrey just under a second clear of Darren Fielding in the battle of the BMWs for the overall lead. David Griffin, the Diet Coke car, trying to make a move on Alan Thompson. As in comes the Honda Integra. Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassar. They've had a few wins in other divisions with that car. Leaders go over the line to complete their 12th lap. Nice fast-paced start to this New Millennium Modern Classics Series race here at Donington. They're well clear of third place, which should still be Chris Petch. Yes, here he comes in the Ginetta G50. In turn, clear of the Maserati Porsche. And Andrew Rath, is he slowing up there? Yes, I thought that Lotus had a problem. Yeah, Andrew Rath has slowed and pulled to the right of the Wheatcroft Straight, so Andrew Rath's Lotus Europa has indeed got a problem. Mark Smith goes back out. Now is he going to try and limp it round to the pits? Tom Holbrook has come in from That's from 8th place, so he dropped back a little in the black BMW. That's also an Amspeed run car. I can see the Amspeed lads down there checking on him. John Cockerton comes in as well. It's under 24 minutes of this race to go. Keep an eye out for Andrew Rath, see if he gets the Lotus around the pits. Lovely flash of flame there at McLean's from the rear of the Maserati Porsche. More cars pouring in. George Howarth brings the Howarth Homes PLC MGZR in.
Leaders are still very close together, as they've been throughout the race. There's none of the Seats into the pits. What a glimpse of that black car.
That's number 78, Mike Nash. Began his racing career in a Peugeot 106 with the Northwest Sports and Saloon Series a few years ago. He was a class champion there.
Quite a big step up for him.
David Sharp brings his yellow Lotus Elise in.
Yeah, the battle for the lead is intensifying because Darren Fielding is giving it a big push as they cut through traffic on this, the 14th lap.
Great to see them come through. Andrew Rath does bring the Lotus in. He's made it as far as the pit lane. Hopefully he'll be able to get that car repaired and back out again.
I think his problem was, by the time he'd accelerated and it started to play up, he couldn't get back across to the left-hand side of the track.
The crew are with him down there. So it's Wyatt and Humphrey leading from Fielding, Petch in third, then Maserati. Hugh Gurney is coming from 5th place. It wasn't him I saw before, apologies. Gary Wardle is 6th. The leaders make their way through the chicane. What's the gap going to be this time? Was 0.6 of a second. Has Darren Fielding been able to close in? No, it's exactly the same that time through. Coming up on a back marker there, that is one of the Lotus Elises.
And that's inconvenienced the lead car because had to have a second peck at that, and still can't get past the Elise going down through Hollywood. Finally, the yellow BMW is able to duck out of the orange Lotus's way, but now the Lotus is on the apex of the old hairpin, and Darren Fielding has the same problem.
Yes, blue flags will be waved by the marshals to tell the back marker that the leaders are behind him. There's another back marker there as they go into McLean's. Chris Petch, meanwhile, safely in 3rd place at the moment, closing on the Jägermeister Porsche 993 of John Cockerton. Renault Clio comes into the pit lane. Steve Reynolds and John Ridgeon.
A fan on the front of the Lotus to try and draw some air
it's
out
overheating.
of the
That's the problem with Andrew Rath.
It may be standard to do that, Joe, though, in the pit stops. Here comes the lead BMW. We have 21 minutes to go.
Coming up towards half distance here, this Liqui Moly New Millennium and Kartech Motorsport Modern Classic Series race. The gap has opened out a little between the two leaders, 1.4 seconds it's up to now, so with those couple of delays,
more than doubled.
The Wyatt Humphreys car able to pull away. Chris Petch quite a way back in 3rd. None of the leaders have yet made their stops. Alex Haynes has come in with the number 3 BMW. Dylan Popovic with his Ginetta is in as well. 221 is in. That is Manjit Singh Johal. Johal being replaced by the very quick Jasveer Sapra. It is scheduled in this race. Manjit Singh Johal, a newcomer this weekend. Jasveer Sapra has been a winner here at Donington in a couple of different series with BMWs in the past. Successful in brick car racing as well.
Now we've got Darren Fielding about to take Rob Hardy there to try to get back on terms with the race leader, who's been a little bit more fortunate with the flow of traffic during Lappery. 9 is Dylan Popovic's Ginetta, bearing the classic Sports Car Club decal on its nose. Here is the yellow and red, the car, the Mark Richard Insurance Brokers BMW.
Is it coming in this time? Yes, it is, and they're coming in together, the two leaders. Nose to tail into the pits as well. Now, who's going to get the quicker pit stop? There are no penalties for either of them. First to pull up at his pit stall will be Darren Fielding. The Wyatt and Humphreys car further down the pit lane, they have to do the driver change, but all the pit stops regulated to be the same time, of course, under the current rules. So in number 21, that's Adam Howarth's number 21 BMW from the Howarth Homes team.
1:27 on the screen there gets Gary Wardle with the Seat Leon Cupra Turbo. Okay, carving down the inside, and he comes into the pits at the end of the lap.
Yeah, Maserati's in as well, so most of the top runners in on this lap. Gary Wardle comes in as well, so Chris Petch will take the lead on the road with the Ginetta. He stayed out. I think David Griffin has stayed out, so he might well be up into second place now. Nice recovery, and 56 Alan Thompson is out there too.
Here comes Griffin now in that Diet Coke liveried BMW.
AKA Paul Morris, or Jeff Brabham perhaps.
The Ceramet team, which was T.E. Morris backwards, that Australian team.
Waiting to see which of these BMWs gets out first, our two lead battlers. The battle is now in the pit lane, and it is the Wyatt and Humphrey car that is going to get out first. Blue flag out at the end of the pit lane just to warn the driver that traffic is passing.
That's made some good ground, hasn't it? Because they came in together, and he's already round Redgate corner.
Is there an issue here for Darren Fielding, perhaps? He was leading this corresponding race at last year's event, but went out with a burst tyre.
And it's still resolutely
there.
Stationary, isn't it?
They have to time these pit stops very carefully. If you do a short pit stop, then you get a 30-second penalty on top of the pit stop time. He now heads out, but that's big gains for the Wyatt and Humphrey BMW.
Yes, which is already up in the
de facto
Schwantz
lead of the race. Yes, we can see it up there just coming into our sight.
It's kind of towards half a lap, Dave.
Big gains by Wyatt and Humphrey. So the race leader was Chris Petch on the road. He has now come in. David Griffin is in as well. Gary Wardle is still in the pit lane with the Seat Cupra TCR. Alan Thompson's come in as well. He's got the extra penalty to serve. So who's going to take the lead of this race on the road now? We're going to have to wait for it all to cycle through. There goes the Wyatt Humphrey BMW. The leading car that has yet to stop is number 47, which is the Ginetta of Stuart Gibbon, one of the little G20s. Andrew Rath back up to speed again in his Lotus, chased by Rob Hardy in the Boxster. Now there's Mark Smith. He's made his stop. He's currently showing in 13th place on the timing screens. Is this going to all play into his hands here? Has he been able to make any gains? I won't know until everybody has cycled through. There goes Darren Fielding. We can see what the gap is between himself and Wyatt and Humphrey. The gap is now 37 seconds between those two cars.
Yeah, Fielding's gone through in 4th place. We're waiting for the Maserati Porsche as one of the next runners.
Gibbons has come in from 5th place.
It's Maserati accelerating rampantly out of the chicane, but is behind Gibbons. So Gibbons and Maserati are next through. Then it's Gurney.
David Griffin still in the pit lane. I wonder if he's grabbed a Diet Coke during his pit stop.
Wyatt Humphrey BMW now is back in the lead because the two cars ahead of it both stopped last time round, just going past the Cockerton Porsche on the screen.
Where's Mark Smith showing 12th place? He's made up some good ground. Just done his best lap of the race, 1:15.872. 1:15.19 by Darren Fielding is the fastest lap of the race outright. So Wyatt and Humphrey will have the lead back again. There goes Fielding. They're now separated by 35 seconds. So a massive gain made by Wyatt and Humphrey at the pit stops. Who's going to come through in 3rd place? It should be Chris Petch in the Ginetta. There he goes. He's a further 16 seconds down on Darren Fielding. So everything opening up at the pit stops. Who's going to be in 4th? There is Maserati. It should be him through on the timing next. Yep, just under 10 seconds down on Chris Petch's Ginetta. He still leads the Modern Classics split. 5th place is Hugh Gurney, number 91 with his BMW. Then it's Gary Wardle in the Cupra.
He's having a good run in that car, Gary Wardle.
Andrew Rath still there in 7th despite his cooling issues. Then Matt Holben's Gulf TVR.
Not far behind on your screens.
There goes Mark Smith. He's closing up on Alex Haynes. That's the battle for 9th place. So Mark Smith into the top 10 now with his BMW. Group of cars heads down the Craner curves. Matt Holben in the TVR in 8th position. Now, what's the lead gap? 31 seconds. Fielding's last lap was 4 seconds quicker than the race leader. And we've got 13.5 minutes to go.
And they're lapping, what, in 1:15-ish?
Well, the last lap for the Wyatt Humphrey car was a 1:20, so whether it was delayed on that lap, but they're both very quick drivers.
Get best part of 10 laps into that at a circuit like Donington, 1.979 miles.
So a quick calculation needed here.
That would be 40 seconds if it's 10 laps. So, yes,
so it could be
doable.
close. It's going to be
doable.
close.
Yeah.
Quick bit of mathematics there in the commentary box.
Shaky mouths, but there we go.
English was my specialist subject at school, not maths. Did get an A level in both, but
So Wyatt Humphrey, the BMW, continues to lead. That's the 198 car.
Mark Smith's made up another place. He's just got ahead of Alex Haynes in the battle of the M3s. Haynes out of the back of Miles Maserati's Porsche again. Mark Smith, a great recovery drive. Remember, had to start from the pit lane after the Amspeed team replaced his clutch.
Fielding
in qualifying.
28.864 seconds behind.
So he's closing slowly but surely.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds he's made on that time. No, it's more than that. Last lap for 19.3 for leader, 16.7. Yes, it's about 2.5 seconds.
So Darren Fielding needs to attack here to try and close the gap down on the Wyatt and Humphrey BMW. They'll receive, the winner of course receives a 20-second penalty for the next round of the series, as does the Modern Classics winner. There goes Gary Wardle. He's getting used to his new Cupra. He's in 6th position. There's Andrew Rath in 7th. He's now a lap down because there goes Wyatt and Humphrey. Their lap time 1:19.1. We've got to watch the lap times of these two BMWs.
That's not a great time, is it? It seems to be flagging a little.
He had a clutch of back markers ahead of him on that lap. Heading through towards Hollywood.
Here's Fielding.
Side by side with John Cockerton there, and Cockerton's passing. That BMW's slowing down.
It is. It's in trouble.
Wyatt and Humphrey have got a problem. They've slowed right down coming through the old hairpin. Oh dear.
Not even on line. It's just, no, it's limping.
I wondered why the lap times had dropped off. So the leader has, it appears, has a problem. Darren Fielding will be notified of that by his pit crew via the pit board. Now, what the issue is, we don't know, but that BMW is certainly, the red and yellow M3 is slowing down. Yes, it's touring through Coppice there. Is he going to come back into the pits?
Just doesn't look it. Now it's going again in a straight line. It seems to be pulling quite strongly.
Fuel, perhaps?
It could possibly be, but they're a long way to go. They're a quarter of the race still to go.
No, he should be coming through towards the chicane shortly. He's not coming into the pits.
Let's look at the lap time.
1:23 that time through. So there is an issue there with that BMW. Darren Fielding will be notified of that by his pit crew.
And he will see within a few laps, he'll see that car. Here comes Darren Fielding.
There goes the number 8 Autocraft BMW.
19 seconds. 19. He's made 4 seconds up. So the circuit's not at its best, but there's lots of traffic they've encountered. Maybe the second driver of the BMW is just not quite as confident through this order.
Now, more issues for Amspeed. Tom Holbrook is back in, struggling with his BMW. He was running down in 14th place. I think everybody has made their stops. Yes, indeed they have. The only car that didn't stop was one that's retired.
Petra Maserati 3rd and 4th, and Ginetta and the Porsche 2 and 46 respectively. There's Gurney in the silver BMW. He's in the chase. But watch Fielding.
One Ginetta in the pit lane as well. That's the Hamilton family car, the cars that are running in relay.
Dylan Popovic in the black Ginetta there, number 9, and he's in a big scrap, big pack of cars here. And Darren Fielding, who leads this group with the Honda Integra behind him, the Ainge Cassar car.
One car slowing there, that's the Johal Sapra car just getting out of the way.
Bob Hardy went through in the Verum Builders Porsche. Verum, Latin for truth. He was telling me this morning that it was a day's Latin, actually, thankfully.
They'd phased it out by the time I was at school. 1:22 for Wyatt and Humphrey last time through. Fielding's last lap was a 1:20.3, so he's
mired in traffic
well.
here, isn't he?
Yes,
Look, he's mired in traffic.
I think it's just back marker traffic that's causing the issues. So many cars and such a gulf of performance between them out there.
He was 2 seconds quicker that lap than the race leader was Fielding, but it's 17 seconds, and the enemy for them is the clock. 7 3/4 minutes to go. That's going to be about 5 laps, and he's going to have to make up about certainly 2.5, 3 seconds a lap to stand any chance.
Well, there is the Wyatt Humphrey leading BMW. John Cockerton still running with him, a couple of laps down. A 1:21.3 that time through for them. The BMW through Matt Nossiter's number 170, a rather standard looking E36. That one, there goes Fielding. What's the gap going to be this time? Down to 15 seconds. He's taken another 2.3 seconds out of him on that last lap, so he needs to push a little harder here, Darren Fielding.
Got the stay-out off at the side of the road, the MGK Sparkworks car.
That's Mike Nash, the number 78, that has pulled up with a problem. Not sure where on circuit that is. I think I see a yellow flag at Coppice, so he's probably up there.
I think he's just pulled off. Working at lap 25 now. Petch and Maserati continue to lead the chase. Then it's Gurney and Wardle and Rath.
There goes Wardle, safe 6th place. Andrew Rath quite a few lengths behind them, about half the length of the Wheatcroft straights. Behind them, Matt Holman is being caught by Mark Smith in 9th place. He's catching up to the TVR, could take 8th here. Alex Haynes, number 3, rounds out the top 10. We come towards the closing stages, 6 minutes of this race to go. The Quimolli New Millennium, led by Wyatt and Humphrey, ahead of Fielding and Petch. Modern Classics, it's Miles Maserati's Porsche.
11.68 seconds, Dave. The gap is coming down, and Darren Fielding in the number 8 car, was the pole sitter, has got himself in a position where, with 5.25 minutes to go, he now has everything to play for.
Now they need to urge him on using the pit board. I can see Darren Fielding's pit crew down there. They're looking quite relaxed at the moment. Knows what he's got to do here, Darren Fielding. Miles Maserati goes through. He leads the Modern Classics splits by a fairly clear margin. Matt Holman's TVR second in that division, the Golf car. Quite a way down is David Griffin, third of the Modern Classics, just ahead of Alan Thompson by about 20 seconds in the battle of the BMWs there. There goes Mark Smith over the line. He's now starting to catch Andrew Rath's Lotus Europa, which has recovered from its issue at the pit stop.
Yeah, Rath ahead of Smith, who's got past Holman this time, hasn't he?
Now the leader has upped its pace, 1:18.198, so they've been told that Darren Fielding is closing. Fielding does a 1:16.4 in response. It's less than 10 seconds now. How long have we got to go? 4.5 minutes. I think Darren Fielding's going to just come up short.
I think you're right.
I think Wyatt and Humphrey can hold on here. We don't want to say too much. We don't want to put the curse of the commentator on the Interceptor Racing BMW. They certainly don't want their lead to be intercepted by Darren Fielding, the Shropshire driver. It's a yellow flag out at McLean's, I see there. The yellow lights flashing. Not too sure
that's something on the straight afterwards,
happened up
isn't it?
there. Try and pick that up on the CCTV cameras if I can.
It's Rath who's being caught all the way.
Oh, it's one of the Ginettas has pulled off up there in a cloud of steam. It's the 47 of Gibbons. That's the car we've lost up there.
Here's our leader then for the 27th time.
1:18.018 that time through. There goes Fielding.
He's got a sighting now of the leader.
7.45 seconds it's down to now. He's just got a 1:15.56. That's only 0.4 of a second off his fastest lap of the race. So Darren Fielding is in attacking mode. Well and truly.
We are going to get 2 more laps after this one, Dave. It's going to be very close.
He'll catch him, and a slowing BMW there. James Mumbray looks like he's got a problem, the 199 car. Trying to keep it going.
So here's our leader, and look, he's again, he's having to back out of the throttle because the car ahead of him.
It's because there's a yellow flag at McLean's because of that stranded Ginetta. I think that's why he slowed there.
Nothing he can do about overtaking the M3 is ahead of him. He's running very wide out of there, isn't he? But he gets back on the power.
I still think that there is. That's where Mike Nash is stopped as well on the exit of Coppice. Here's the battle between Andrew Rath and Mark Smith down towards Redgate. He's caught the Lotus.
Yeah, sweeps to the outside, wants to get the cut back now, and the Honda Integra engine Cassar out of the race.
That's a great shame.
6
Always a competitive car. The leaders have gone across the lines, down to 4 seconds now. New fastest lap of the race, Darren Fielding. 2 minutes on the clock, 1:15.023. He's got it down to 4 seconds now. He's got him in his sights, Darren Fielding. He's being urged on by his pit crew now, telling him to push as hard as he can.
BMW off at Schwanz as well.
I think that's James Mumbray. We saw him slowing down.
That's the white BMW pulled off.
Yes, it is Mumbray. Scores him through the binoculars there. He didn't make it round to the pits. Now, where is our race leader? Just going up into McLean's now. There he is. And now you can see the gap visually as slowing into the pits. Matt Smith's rainbow livery TVR in trouble. Quite a few cars dropping out in the closing stage of this race. Perhaps not used to racing in such warm weather here at Donington after the conditions this year so far.
Rath and Smith still together as they go through to start another lap. The leaders will be starting their final lap any moment now.
Yep, 1 minute on the clock. Look for that red and yellow BMW coming out of the chicane.
It's in problems. It's got trouble. I think he's been over the gravel, hasn't he, at the chicane?
No, that was out of our sight. But yes.
Up.
Yes, whether Darren Fielding forced him into a mistake there, he caught up to him, but the pressure has told, if so, and Darren Fielding has got the lead, but he's run wide himself there through Redgate. Pulls away. It's Darren Fielding who has got the lead now as they head down towards the Craner curves for the last time. Which of these BMWs is going to take the win then? It's between these two for the overall win. Mars Maserati is going to win the Modern Classics split in 4th place overall.
Yes, I think of that there is little doubt.
Now waiting for the leaders to come back into sight. There is Fielding, and there is the Wyatt Humphrey car. So there's a gap of about half a dozen BMW lengths between the two of them. No, he's dropping back there. That red and yellow BMW has definitely got some sort of an issue. Alan Thompson weaving through traffic down the Wheatcroft Straight there. But it is going to be Darren Fielding, Shropshire-based BMW specialist, who is going to come in to take the win. Here he comes out of the final chicane. It's going to be checkered flag this time, and the pole sitter for this race, Darren Fielding, takes the win. Mark Wyatt and Russell Humphrey fought a good race there, but they come up short by 2.3 seconds at flagfall. They do win their class, though, Class NA. Chris Petch will win his class in 3rd overall as well. The split for the Modern Classics, sponsored by Cartech Motorsports, will be won by Miles Maserati in his Porsche.
Third over the line.
Chris
is
Petch over the line, the green Ginetta.
Yeah, number 2, which is Petch.
Well, give them a round of applause, ladies and gents, as they head round on their slowdown lap. That was a fine battle between the two BMW crews. Waiting for Miles Maserati to come through now to win the Kartech Motorsports Modern Classics. There he is, that beautiful 911. Takes the victory, a flash of flame from the exhaust as he goes over the line. And well done, Hugh Gurney as well, just behind him, a fine 5th overall. 6th will be Gary Wardle's Seat, and just behind him was Mark Smith. A great drive through the field from 7th to 7th, following that pit lane start. Finishes just ahead of Andrew Rath in the Lotus Europa. Completing the top 10 will be Matt Holben's TVR. There he is over the line, and Alex Haynes's BMW. Dylan Popovic will be next home with his Ginetta. David Griffin has already crossed the line in 12th overall, a lap down. Second in Modern Classics was Matt Holben, and David Griffin 3rd in their division.
There'll be a few cars to pick up from around the track. Here comes Darren Fielding, victorious. Left it, cut it pretty fine, got back ahead with just 2 laps to go. So at the end of the penultimate lap. But he's safely back home, and the 198 Wyatt and Humphrey car will be heading down into the scrutineering bay where the lips things all through that and back out into the paddock. In 3rd place, Petch. 4th, Maserati, winning the Modern Classics. 5th was Gurney. 6th was Wardle. 7th was, at the end of the day, Mark Smith from the back. 8th, Andrew Rath. 9th was Matt Holben, and in 10th place was Alex Haynes. Then we had Dylan Popovic, who was the first of the drivers a lap down in number 9 Ginetta, ahead of 34, which was the Matt Griffin, the Coca-Cola BMW, Thompson's bright green BMW, and Atherton and Griffiths completed the top 15. Cars coming back straight through scrutineering, so I'll actually pop down and see if I can find what happened to the Wyatt and Humphrey car.
And I've got some news on the Magnificent Sevens as well. There is an amended classification issued to race 1, which was won on the road by Jonathan Pittard. A large number of cars in that race were given 30-second penalties for incorrect pit stop duration, and Johnny Pittard was one of them. He has therefore been penalised down to 9th place in the results, and it's John Cutmore who inherits the victory in the Spire. Cutmore also got a penalty. That was a 2-second penalty for failure to comply with yellow flag signals. And there's a whole raft of cars been penalised. Stephen Riley got a penalty of 5 seconds, also for failing to comply with yellow flag signals. I'm trying to decipher all the penalty information at the moment. So the winner was John Cutmore. Tim Bishop inherits 2nd place in the number 10. Stephen Riley 3rd. Richard and Pascal Green 4th, and Jeremy Adams 5th, because several other cars received penalties. David Watson, car 85, also got a 30-second penalty for a short pit stop duration. You get 30 seconds plus the time you were short by, so he got 31.5 seconds. Pittard got 30.7 seconds, so you have 30 seconds plus the time you were short added on to your race time. And a lot of cars received that in that last race. Has that affected the group winners in Group 1? No, Kevin Cooper still has that. So Johnny Pittard penalised down from 1st to 9th. David Watson ended up 13th. Hugh Coulter was penalised as well. And a few more cars besides. Tim Davis and Colin Watson would also have got 30-second penalties, but they, of course, failed to finish. So that's going to affect the grid for the race coming up now, because it's based on the results of race number 1. So Marcus has gone hunting for information, and we'll look at the grid for race 2 for the Magnificent Sevens. Should be number 98, John Cutmore, on pole position alongside number 10, Tim Bishop. Second row, 86, Stephen Riley, and 34, Richard and Pascal Green. On the third row, number 3, Jeremy Adams, and 19, Philip Nagel. Fourth row, 15, which is Cook and Taylor, and number 2, Matt Reeve. Behind them, number 81, Johnny Pittard, should line up in 9th place, alongside number 70, Kevin Cooper, the Group 1 winner from earlier. 71, Alan Cooper, and number 12, Neil Hinson are next. And then number 85, David Watson, and 35, David Holroyd. 89, Bruce Wilson on row 8, alongside number 93, Hugh Coulter. 59, Adrian Ferdinands on row 9, alongside 144, Jolyon Kemp. And the 10th row, 114, Alex Harbour, and 36, Andy Yeomans. Looking at the cars that failed to finish the earlier race, Tim Davis is there in car number 80. It looks like Colin Watson, number 92, is there as well. So look out for them coming through. Charles Holroyd, son of David, is there as well. Is that Matt Drew's car I can see, number 25? Yes, it is. Well, 10 out of 10 to his crew. They've done very well to get that back out and have the whole rear corner missing after that accident in the first race at the chicane. I can't see Richard Carter, unfortunately, number 42 there in the assembly area, nor Mark Webster, number 61. There was chassis damage to the front of his car, so he won't be back out. I can't see Matt Gibbon, number 8. The majority of the cars are there, including the 2 Boss Racing cars that tangled while fighting for the lead of race number 1. This will be a shorter race this time, over 15 minutes, a sprint race for the CSCC Magnificent Seven, sponsored by Gold Arts Jewellers, owned by long-time Caterham racer Doug Newman, based down on the south coast. We'll be underway with that race very shortly. Thanks again to all our officials and volunteer marshals here today. Couldn't go racing without them. They were certainly making good use of the ice cream van during the lunch break, I noticed. And why not in beautiful weather like this here at Donington Park? We'll be underway very shortly then, once the few cars that stopped out on track during our previous race have been cleared by the recovery teams. Mick Avery and his team out on track. The second race for the Magnificent Sevens. Cars moving off on their green flag rolling lap for the second race for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. John Cutmore, having inherited the race win in race number 1 when Johnny Pittard was penalised for too short a pit stop on the front of the grid, along with Stephen Riley and number 10 of Tim Bishop. It's a shorter 15-minute sprint race this time. Plenty of slipstreaming will be in the offing in this one. No pit stops from this second race of the day. Watch for Tim Davis and Colin Watson coming through, cars 92 and 80 a bit further back. Some of our reserves able to get out in this one as well. 173 Matt Spark, it's Porsche racer there at the back of the field. Number 18 as well, Carl Exton, newcomer to the club this weekend in the Caterham 7, running in Class T, the Taster class. Also down there I noticed number 52, which is Martin Pratt in the Cambium Construction, Caterham 310R. A straightforward 15 minutes thrash then for the Magnificent Sevens. John Cutmore and Stephen Riley at the front of the grid, along with Tim Bishop, Richard Green at the wheel of the number 34 car on the second row. There'll be no driver change this time, of course, so Richard drives solo. Jeremy Adams and Philip Nagel on row 3. On the fourth row, we've got the Cook-Taylor car, it's number 15. I think it's Nick Cook in the car for this one, alongside Johnny Pittard after his penalty earlier. Matt Reeve and Kevin Cooper, the Class C winner, the Group 1 winner, rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, it's very sad to score your first win and get it taken away within an hour, isn't it? So Pittard is out to make his point, I think, in this race.
Well, we know how quick he is off the line. We saw that on the start and restarts in the first race. Now, very stringent on the new pit stop rules. Of course, the strict time limits being imposed. We've seen a fair number of penalties for short pit stops so far this season. Pace car leads them round then. It's grid based on the results of heats of race number 1. Coming down towards the chicane then, John Cutmore in the silver and day-glow red Spire in pole position. Stephen Riley's green and black Caterham alongside
Both
him.
of them with Suzuki Hayabusa motorcycle engines in them. And through they go then. Got pretty similar power outputs. It's the but you've got the black car coming up from herring up from down the order, and is running third into the first corner. That's Pittard, isn't it? I think
yes, it was. Pittard did exactly the same again round the outside there. Let's see where he comes out as they get towards the old hairpin. The leader's disappearing out of sight down the Crater curves. It's Cutmore that leads from Riley. Pittard is up into third place, then Tim Bishop, and here comes David Watson on the inside, side by side, or very close into the old hairpin there, the Spire on the inside. They file their way through on the bottom section of the circuit. The leader's already heading up towards McLean. It's John Cutmore who leads the way, the ex-750 Motor Club Series champion, chased by Stephen Riley.
Yeah, he's been quick in the sports car Spires, and this is a car they're developing over the last couple of years. Won at Thruxton last season, didn't he? And but Pittard is absolutely on a mission. He's got the torque out of the chicane to get the lock up from Cutmore. Runs a little bit wide. That's going to compromise his exit speed. Gets a bit crossed up, and they through they come. And look at Pittard. He's going to have that lead down the right-hand side. Is there room? No, it's not.
This is going to be close. Riley's trying to go around the outside as they go into Redgate. I don't think that's going to work. Cutmore holds the lead as he gets the cut back onto the inside. Pittard has to drop back into third place behind the Bishop fourth. David Watson is fifth. Now, where are Tim Davis and Colin Watson? That's who we've got to look out for. They're already up in the midfield, having started from near the back after that tangle in race 1.
Davis's car has needed a new De Dion rear end, and Watson's has needed new tracking arms to get that suspension all in line.
We must say once again, well done to Matt Brew, number 25's crew. That car that was missing a rear corner after that accident in the chicane. They've got that back out there. The turquoise liveried car. Looks as though Davis and Colin Watson together are already running in the top 20. The leaders come down towards the chicane.
Watson 18th and Davis 19th.
John Cutmore leads as they come through to complete the second lap, gets his exit from the chicane correct this time. Stephen Riley's got his headlights on, chasing in second place. He's going to try and move into the slipstream here down towards Redgate. He's going to go for the inside this time. They're going to be side by side on the entry to the right-hander. The door is closed by John Cutmore. Pittard keeping a watching brief in third, then it's Tim Bishop in fourth. This position, the second of the Spires, David Watson. Then a gap back to Nick Cook in the number 15 car. Jeremy Adams and Philip Nagel battling behind him. Richard Green's dropped back into 9th position, and rounding out the top 10 is the number 35 car of David Holroyd.
It was interesting, Riley braked fractionally before Cutmore going into the corner. The Cutmore, the Spire is a lower set car, and you can see here you've got Davis and Watson carving their way through. Davis now 13th. Watson was ahead of him on the line, but I think he's now a couple of places back, isn't he?
It's hard to tell because we've got Hugh Coulter's car in there as well, which is exactly the same colour as Colin Watson. Yeah, there's Coulter, number 93.
93, another of the Boss cars.
Exactly the same as the 92 of Colin Watson, who ran in similar colours in National Hot Rod days.
12th and 13th now. Watson and Davis.
There go the leaders. Cutmore's pulled away a little bit, and here comes Johnny Pittard. He's having a look for second place as they head down towards Redgate. He's going to try and go around the outside, under braking.
Oh, squeeze, squeeze, squeeze.
And he's done it.
Yeah, he was ahead. It was his corner, and he managed to do it.
Great move by Johnny Pittard up in the second now to go after John Cutmore out in front. Fastest lap of the race has been done by Cutmore, 1:10.886, and one of the Boss cars into the pit lane. Is that Coulter or Colin Watson? It's Colin Watson, so maybe the repair's not as effective as initially envisaged. That's a great shame. Colin never seems to have much luck here at Donington. He's back in the pits, almost 4 wide there among some of the back markers over the line. Alex Harbour, number 114, was in the middle of that little bunch. Leaders up at Coppice. Pittard hanging on to second ahead of Stephen Riley, but their squabbling is allowing John Cutmore to extend his advantage.
One of them just touched the grass on the exit of Coppice, kicked a bit of dust up down to the chicane. This is the bit that nearly undid John Cutmore in the previous, and round the outside, an attempt for Riley to unseat Pittard from second, and that didn't work. It lost him a few lengths, but it was a brave manoeuvre. He braked later, got a lighter car.
Bishop goes through in 4th place. He's nearly 5 seconds down on the battle ahead of him. Then it's the number 80 of Tim Davis through next. He's up into 5th position. He's gained 4 places on that last lap. So Davis is on the move. Oh, and David Watson pulling into pit lane. Problems for the second Spire.
Yes, that had problems this morning as well. So I'm afraid that's not been a good day. Not been. In fact, the 2 Watsons have come in with a lap apart, haven't they? 2 Watsons out.
Yes, not exactly elementary indeed. As John Cutmore continues to pull away. Riley's still all over the tail of Pittard. Now, where is Tim Davis? That's who we've got to look out for. He's in 5th place now, trying to chase down Tim Bishop. Of course, his teammate and sparring partner, Colin Watson, sadly out of the race. He's pulled in. Didn't see whether he went back out again. We'll pick that up shortly. Have got 9 minutes of this 15-minute thrash to go. Over the line goes John Cutmore in the Spire, looking for his second win of the day. And here comes Stephen Riley trying to pull off Pittard's trick there of going round the outside. Doesn't get close enough, though, down the Wheatcroft straight into Redgate. Tries to get on the brakes to the inside. Again, can't quite do so.
Yeah, Cutmore's done really well to get away, hasn't he?
Tim Davis has taken 4th place from Tim Bishop. He's got ahead of Nick Cook as well. And what lap times is Tim Davis doing? 1:12.1 last time. He's a second off the leader's pace, so he may well get second here. But will he catch our race leader, who's up at McLean's?
Davis is 16.5 seconds away from the lead.
Close to second place still. Riley unable to do anything about Pittard.
Oh, 72 and 12 are coming together.
That's the Ian Hare Andrew Greenwood car. We don't know the driver in that one, and the number 12, which is Neil Hinson, the ex-Toyota MR2 racer, have tangled there. I think that's at the chicane.
And this is going to potentially bring the safety car out.
The black and white flag going out, that's the driving standards flag. Who has that gone out to? Number 80, that's Tim Davis. So he needs to mind his P's and Q's. There goes John Cutmore. And there goes Pittard. The gap has come down. Now, Cutmore's last lap, a 1:18. So whether he was caught in traffic there, I think.
I think he slowed down a lot for the incident at the
yes,
chicane.
It must have been. He had back markers ahead of him as well. So Pittard's within 1.2 seconds now. This is Pittard's chance, but the lights have come on top of the safety car in the pit lane. Is it about to be scrambled onto track? They're just awaiting confirmation here. Wait to see if the yellow flags do go out. Still got those two cars tangled up the chicane. The Ian Hare, Andrew Greenwood, number 72, Caterham Supersports.
Yellow flags are waving.
Yes, it looks like the safety car is indeed coming out. So this is going to change things. That's the last thing John Cutmore wanted to see. Because everything is going to be neutralised.
What may rescue him is the time factor, Dave, because we've only got 6 3/4 minutes. And the pace car is not yet out. It'll be a kind of a 2.5 minute lap behind the pace car, won't it?
Depends how stuck together those cars are, I suppose. The Hare Greenwood car, we don't know who it is in that car, unfortunately, number 72. And the number 12, which is Neil Hinson.
Yes, both cars abandoned and drivers are out and safe. There's the BMW still sitting there, but hasn't physically gone out yet.
The confirmation on the electronic board above the start line as well, black and white flag for car number 80 of Tim Davis. The safety car has not yet joined the circuit.
Just waiting for the signal, I suspect, from an observer to say, yes, I can see the leaders are up at Coppice Corner. So they're working their way down towards the chicane at the end of their 8th lap. There they are, and the safety car has gone out with 2 cars to be waved through. Good timing, because John Cutmore and his pursuer, Johnny Pittard, are there. Riley's through as well, but Davis is a long, long way back, so he's not been helped by this situation. Oh no, we've got a guy. One of the cars, the slow cars, has gone past the safety car as he was invited to do, but isn't going to get away. So, oh dear. Oh, he's got the message now. Let's just say, go on.
It's a confusing moment there as that, I think it was the number 28, the Andrews car, that was waved through, and then thought, what do I do now? Do I carry on round or do I stay here?
It's not that difficult, in fairness.
How long have we got left on the clock then? Just over 3.5 minutes.
Car off over there from earlier in the race, isn't it? That's on the outside of Schwartz.
Number 10, that car was in the top 5. That's Tim Bishop. He was in either 5th or 6th place. So he's had a mechanical issue. He stopped at the chicane. And that's Tim Davis stopped. That's the car we saw in the background. So he's had problems as well. A double non-finish for Tim Davis. That's rare.
So Davis hasn't finished, Watson hasn't finished. The two cars that were damaged in the early race and fixed in the 2-hour gap between them.
Yeah, both with further problems. We've got one of the Holroyds in the pit lane. That's Charles, I think, number 32. Well, a race of attrition here for the Magnificent Sevens as the marshals try and separate these two tangled cars
with
at the chicane.
2.5 minutes to go. We're not going to get underway again, are we?
I don't think we are, no, unfortunately. That's a great shame, with the addition of Tim Bishop's car to move away there.
Yes, Bishop helping the marshals push the 10 away. 12 and 72 remain tangled.
Now, did Bishop and Davis have a coming together somewhere? Because they were fighting for 4th place at one point. I'm not sure. Safety car coming down the Wheatcroft straights. John Cutmore behind it. He's got Johnny Pittard on his tail. If this does get back underway for a one-lap sprint, I'm not sure if it will. I think we know what might happen given Johnny Pittard's record on restarts this weekend.
Yes, he's got all that low-down torque, the 2.5 litre Ford Z-Tech engine. He'll push really hard to maximise it. So we've got one of the two tangled cars apart. 12.
Two were uphill, two were downhill. Ali and an Earthlope had gone out to the edge of the circuit to push a car. The other...
It's getting back in by the looks of things. Yeah, 12 is the Neil Hinson car that doesn't appear to have moved yet. But the clock is down to 40 seconds. Unfortunately, they're not going to get back unless there's suddenly a one lap amnesty or something granted. Marshall's just addressing some liquid on the track there where Hinson and the 72 car were. And it's gone down to 0. It's down to 0.
Okay, so we finish under the safety car then, unfortunately.
But there was an attempt there to sort of do some tyre warming, I think, just a bit of weaving, just in case it's going to start, but it doesn't look very
No, the checkered flag is ready at the start finish line.
Yep, it's come out.
So it will be a double for John Cutmore then, and the finish under the safety car, possibly saving his bacon a little, with Johnny Pittard poised to pounce should there have been a restart. So it will be a double spire.
A bit like Cologne Cathedral then.
If there were 3 races, it would be 3 spires, it'd be Lichfield.
So that...
across the line they go.
motoring through the line just to set the record straight.
There is the checkered flag. Cutmore, Pittard, Riley, the top 3. Nick Cook takes 4th place, Jeremy Adams 5th, and Hugh Coulter salvages something for that race for Boss Racing with 6th.
Looking down the order, Pittard has won Class G, Cook Class D, Coulter Class F, and the Coopers in 71 and 70 appear to have finished that way, 71 ahead of 70 in their class. So 71 is Alan Cooper. Kevin Cooper who won this morning. I think it was.
Yes, it was, number 17.
Yeah. So it's Robert Cooper, Alan Cooper, Kevin Cooper, Alan Cooper again so far this season of those 4 races in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Set. Tron Cutmore set the fastest lap on lap 4. 1:10.873 seconds. Fastest lap in the earlier race was a 1:10. Trying to work it out. So they've been very quick all day, those cars, but doesn't really matter, does it? There we go. So it's Cutmore has had a really good day here at Donington. He'll be happy with that, if disappointed that the second race was cut short from the point of view of he'd like to put his full race in.
The frustrated part there will be Johnny Pittard, who wasn't able to
capitalise like he thought he would.
on the restart.
No.
Because there wasn't one. Okay, the Magnificent Sevens head back into pit lane, then a couple of cars to be recovered out on circuit, so we'll give you the grid next up for race 4, the Verum Builders Open Series, which is for just about anything in together that isn't a 7 type. They're already in the assembly area. Again, a nice variety of cars here.
We're headed by Matty Evans with that amazing BMW 1M Coupe. It's a 4-litre BMW engine out of an E92. And it makes a pretty staggering 540 horsepower.
It's an awesome car. Well, it sounds like a Class 1 DTM car from the 1990s. It's got a massive rear wing on it, and it shoots flames out of the back. And what's not to like?
The Humphrey and Wyatt BMW is back into action. They've cooled it down, got it refueled, and set it out again. And I can see that's Russell Humphrey at the wheel of it in that race suit.
He's on the second row of the grid alongside Michael Pensavalle in the WeBuyAnyBike.com BMW, the red E46. We've also got the red Ginetta of the man from the southwest, Chris Everill, a very potent car, that one indeed, number 169.
With the Chevrolet engine.
Yeah, the big rumbling Chevrolet V8 in Chris Everill's Ginetta, 6.2 litres. The third row, another familiar face on row 3, which is the Petch family's Ginetta that we saw take a 3rd place earlier on in the New Millennium race. I think it's Chris and Harry Petch sharing the car for that one. And a rare car alongside that, David Harvey with the Lotus 340R. Yeah,
but the supercharged Rover K series engine in that. And that's certainly keeping him busy out there.
The 4th row should be Dominic Malone in the ex-Andy Prio World Touring Car BMW, but that's not there in the assembly area. So whether he's had a problem, I'm not sure.
The Blake family TVR's there, isn't it?
Yes, previously successful here in a Porsche 911. Now switching to a TVR Tuscan, father and son Tony and Aston Blake.
Well, normally it's Dad who goes first and Lad does the chasing, but it was very interesting at Thruxton because Tony Blake drove beautifully and did his thing. Or is that the way around? Who went first though? I can't remember now.
Not sure. I wasn't present at Thruxton, unfortunately. Rounding out the top 10 on the grid, Hugh Gurney's BMW, number 91, took a top 5 earlier on in New Millennium. And Stuart Dayburn with his TVR Tuscan, the Battleship Grey edition, the ex-Triumph racer. The next row appears to be missing. We haven't got Brian Bransom's BMW, number 126. Wait to see if he appears in the assembly area. And we haven't got Andrew Rath, number 1, the Lotus. So there's a...
I saw the team working on the Branson car in the paddock when I took a stroll round at lunchtime.
That's the orange Prep Tech car, isn't it? Behind them, we've got... in fact, there's 2 rows missing there because we also haven't got James Mumbrae. We saw him pull up in the earlier race, and Dylan Popovic isn't there either. So cars that have maybe suffered a few overheating issues from the earlier race.
Yes, but there's still 1 or 2 cars heading out now up into the area.
So we're giving them every chance here with their 2 races relatively close together, because they've done New Millennium and Modern Classic, and now looking to do the Open Series race.
What I can tell you about is the number 72, the Michael Coker Aston Martin GT4. It has a new spec gearbox oil pump fitted for this meeting, and it seized.
Ah, so that's why it didn't do a flying lap earlier.
Left them very, very short of gears. Suddenly they have no gears, so I think it was stuck in 1 gear.
Well, it is there.
It is there.
They have repaired.
Yep, had it all apart, and I saw them underneath the car, and they were confident they'd make it out onto the grid.
I can see Andrew Rath heading out towards the assembly area now, so he's going to start. Dominic Malone's there as well. The black 174 BMW, that is a genuine ex-Andy Prio World Touring Car winning car.
3-time World Touring Car champion Andy Prio.
Andy Prio MBE, no less.
Back in 1995, blitzed the British Hill Climb Championship with a 4-litre Pilbeam MP58.
I remember it well.
I covered most of the rounds.
Then we've got further back David Griffin's there in the Diet Coke car. Jasveer Sapra in his own car now, the more familiar grey BMW, was sharing with Manjit Singh Johal earlier on. Behind them, number 18, the red and black BMW, is Ashley Muldoon. Martin and Ollie Pratt are there. They have stepped out of their Caterhams and into a Morgan +8.
That made a delicious noise in the pit lane earlier on, going through.
I'm trying to think who used to have that car. I do recognise it.
Here's Andrew Rath coming up to join the party.
Then we've got the 129 of Tommy Grout. He's in a BMW Mini. 163 was an early retirement early on. That's Roland Jones's BMW, shared this time not with Douglas Simon but with Jason Hollyhead. Behind them, Jeff Beale with his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. He'll start alongside, you should have Ian Bauer in
the Smith BMW back out for more.
The Emanuele Naspetti lookalike BMW. Yes, Mark Smith is there. Now, where did he qualify?
Between Malone and Rath and the next group, was it? That's what they think anyway. That's what they're attempting to do.
No, I don't think he did. He's not on the grid sheet, Mark Smith. I'm not sure. Those are just some of the highlights then. Further down, I can see Bob Hardy's Porsche Boxster, the series sponsor, Verum Builders. The Alexander family's Porsche 968s. The Mini Clubman Estate, number 81 of Kevin Fulbrook. Rodney Frost with his bewinged Jaguar XJS, the Powerbell Services car. 21, Adam Howard's BMW, Honda Civics. We've got Simon Kera in his BMW Mini, the brother of Lucky Kera, the reigning Ferrari Challenge champion and British GT racer.
David Gadd's Escort is there as well, the DWG group with the white car with the red, blue and green stripes on it, which is absolutely fantastic, with a Millington Diamond engine in it.
Another Mark 1 Escort, Chris Smith, number 28. BMW E30 for Darren Claydon, number 351. MGB Roadster for Tom Woodcock and Gavin Crawford. The Aston Martin at the back. Just some highlights of this fantastic grid.
There's a car desperately trying to make it out onto the grid. Red BMW coming through.
Yeah, I think that might be Brian Bransom's car.
Oh, it's the orangey colour one. That's right, here it comes.
Charging through the assembly area. Wait for me, he says.
It's going to be from the pit lane.
Yes, he's going to have to start from the pits, I think.
If he's allowed through. We're a tad late, sir.
Now the marshal's going to let him out. Fields up towards McLean's, ready for the rolling start.
Right, there's going to be an attempt, I think, to... I think they're on the radio here. What do we do? Pit lane would be better, I suspect.
Number 81, the mini estate of Keith Essat and Andrew Bailey. No turbo boost during qualifying, so that may have affected its performance a little. Thanks to JPE, Jamie Peters-Ennis, for the message there. Now Brian Branson coming around, he's going to start from the pit lane. Waiting for the leaders to appear out of the chicane. Here they come, Matty Evans and Chris Everill on the front row. Here we go then, the red lights are on, ready for 30 minutes of racing, and away they go. Listen to the rumble as they head down towards Redgate for the first time. Matty Evans on the inside in that wild 1 Series M Coupe has got the lead ahead of Everill in that Chevrolet engine. Ginetta, Michael Pensavalle in 3rd place.
Cars joined from the pit lane before the rest of the packs come through, which is a bit odd.
Yeah, it went straight out into the race there. I think he should have possibly waited. Problems there, Dylan Popovich in the Ginetta. He wasn't in the assembly area either, so he's got there late. I think that car sounding like it's misfiring there, so a few cars possibly with overheating issues after the earlier race.
Fuel vaporization potentially.
There's a change for 2nd, and Chris Everill's gone wide. That's why he's over the gravel at
and he's
the exit
still in it
of McLean. So Chris Everill doing a bit of ploughing, going up towards Coppice. He's dropped down the order as a result. Michael Pensavalle is into 2nd place with his BMW, and it's the Humphrey and Wyatt car. Russell Humphrey, the ex-Caterham racer, in 3rd place, but it's Matty Evans, the man from the West Midlands, clear of the field in his awesome 1M Coupe. Russell Humphrey dives at the inside into the chicane, takes 2nd place away in the battle of the BMWs from Michael Pensavalle. Behind them, David Harvey in that extraordinary-looking Lotus 340R, effectively a massively stripped-down Lotus Elise with the tuned Rover K Series. Then it looks a bit like a lunar rover, doesn't it, that car? Chased by another of the BMWs, that's Hugh Gurney, and the Petch car behind them. I think it's Max and Harry Petch driving in this race, 2 sons of Chris, I believe. There goes Mark Smith, again having to come through the field in his BMW. The leaders down towards the bottom of the circuit already. It's a 30-minute race, this one, with pit stops, so no success penalties from previous rounds.
There goes there's the red and yellow BMW heading that group. Harvey's extraordinary exoskeletal Lotus is there. The grey TVR is Dayburn, who was 8th at the end of the 1st lap, leading a big gaggle of cars. There it is, with Malone behind him, and the Blake father and son team with their Tuscan Challenge version.
Dylan Popovich has joined in the back of the field with his Ginetta. Here come the leaders. Matty Evans from Russell Humphrey. 3rd place, Michael Pensavalle. Then David Harvey. They pull clear of Gurney and Petch battling for the next position. And then 7th behind them is Stuart Dayburn in the grey TBR. Andrew Rath is on the move up the order in the Lotus Europa. Wonderful rumble from the organ of the Kratz family there. And from Chris Everill's recovering Ginetta after his excursion up at McLean's. Forward Sunbeam Lotus goes through of Jeff Beale. Porsches go through the 968 and the Boxster. Rodney Frost in the Powerbell Services Jaguar XJS. In behind them, we've got a Honda Integra out there as well. That is Tom Whitehead in his Integra DC5.
I wonder what the potential is in this race for the Everill car, which spent most of that second half of the lap shaking the gravel out from its brakes and wheels, I would think. But it's down in the midfield. It's running in 15th place at the moment, certainly with potential to charge back up the order. Everill qualified 2nd in a 1:14.047.
There goes Matty Evans. Behind RSV Graphics, chased by Russell Humphrey. 1.8 seconds is the gap between the 2 BMWs. First non-beamer is David Harvey in the Lotus 340R in 4th place. Supercharged Rover K 1800cc engine. There goes Everill. Now, has he gained any ground? He's gained 1 place, got past Ashley Muldoon's BMW.
1:13.684 is the fastest lap of the race so far to Matty Evans, establishing that 1.7 second lead. So warning flag going out for car number 198.
That's Russell Humphrey.
Humphrey, the chaser.
So he needs to just keep his cool here. The black and white driving standards flag going out to him. Now for your leaders, they're coming out of Coppice down towards the chicane at the moment. There goes Bob Claxton through in his Mark IV Golf towards the back of the field.
Bob Claxton, ex-Special Saloon racer.
Yes, indeed, had the Skoda Special Saloon. And the leader already lapping back, Marcus. The MGB and the E30 BMW go a lap down there. Just over 2 seconds in it between Evans and Humphrey. Michael Pensaval in 3rd place. TVR's battling it out there. Stuart Dayburn has been caught by whichever of the Blakes is at the wheel of the family TVR. If they raced a Caterham, would it be known as a Blake 7?
It would, indubitably. There's going to be a change there as the black TVR tried to nose alongside the grey one. Dayburn, though, just holding sway down through the corner curves. Exciting cars to drive on any circuit, but particularly on a flowing track like Donington Park.
Dylan Popovic has come back into the pits again and going very slowly there. This looks terminal, unfortunately. Gap turning into the paddock, he's out of the race. A nice fast-paced start then, 24 minutes to go in this 30 minutes Verum Builders Open Series race. There goes David Gadd, that beautiful Mark 1 Escort. His son Jack Gadd has got a similar machine here.
Yeah, that one's the Gartrack shelled car, isn't it? The steel shelled one made in Surrey.
You can tell the cars apart because Jack's got the bigger wing on the back of his. See him out later.
This is a tube frame chassis Sonny Howard car.
There go the Petch family in 5th position. Dominic Malone catching them in the black BMW. They've got ahead of Hugh Gurney. Then it's Dayburn, Blake and Jasvir Sapra rounds out the top 10. He won one of the night races here at Donington a couple of years ago at the end of the season. Jasvir Sapra got a spinner. It's the Morgan at the chicane, and Chris Everill has slid off as well. Is there oil down there, I wonder? So the Morgan of the Pratt family facing the wrong way. Chris Everill went sliding wide in avoidance, but he's got the Ginetta going again. Keep an eye on the chicane there, whether there's some fluid been dropped. I don't think there is. The rumbling Morgan +8 of Martin and Ollie Pratt, regular Caterham racers.
Yeah, going again.
Has got going again.
Pointing in the right direction. Just looking at the tyres. All seem to be inflated. There's a fair amount of gravel over the exit of the chicane there anyway, which isn't ideal, but it's offline.
There goes Evans, continues to lead. Russell Humphrey in 2nd. They're spacing out a little bit at the front of the field. 2.5 seconds in it now. And a further 2.3 seconds back to Michael Pensaval in 3rd. Wisely, the Morgan has come in to be checked over.
Petch and Malone now dicing, Ginetta and the big BMW. And then Dayburn seems to have shaken off the other TVR.
Yes, Vic Hope comes in, the Brands Hatch regular for many years. Has he got a problem there, or is that a regular stop? Yes, Dayburn has caught Hugh Gurney now for 7th place. Out on the back of the circuit at the moment. Brian Branson charging on after his pit lane start. Looks like one of his indicator lights has fallen out on the BMW. Chris Everill comes in the Ginetta. The bonnet is up on Vic Hope's car. Is Chris Everill driving on through, or is he going into the paddock? He's going into the paddock. Chris Everill's race is over. That's a great shame, because he would have been one of the contenders. Maybe he did damage the car when he went through the gravel up at McLean's. So we've lost the Ginetta. Top three remain the same. There's Harvey in fourth place.
Malone is trying to displace Petch, who was slightly boxed behind David Gadd. David Gadd stays wide though, and Gates, they go through. DW Chile Group escort there, being chased by Stuart Dayburn.
Ashley Muldoon out of the chicane, his BMW.
You know, I think we've lost the Blake car has dropped back, hasn't it? But it's stepping in the 17s.
Yeah, it's lost out to Jasvir Sapra on that lap in his BMW.
Yeah, because Dayburn's ahead of Gurney. Sapra is also ahead of Blake. Then Rath goes through next.
Car 198. So I've just had notification on the timing screen of Russell Humphrey has got a 5-second penalty. I presume that's for exceeding track limits.
Morgan is back into the fray.
There goes Russell Humphrey. He'll be notified of that success penalty, and the pit window is open as well. Opens at the 20 minutes to go mark, so the pit window is now open. We've got one car in the pit lane already, Vic Hope's Honda Civic, which had a problem a couple of laps ago, still being worked on. There goes the battle between Blake and Sapra. They're closing on Hugh Gurney as well. As a great fight going on there. That is for 8th place behind Stuart Dayburn. Behind them, Andrew Rath in the Lotus. So a great three-way fight coming down the Craner curves. Battling BMWs further back in the order. David Griffin putting pressure on one of them.
5 BMWs and BMW made Mini.
Yes,
in the middle of it.
Indeed, in the another championship for BMWs. We are starting to see classes for BMW Minis now. Nice to see them being recognised in various championships. Oh, the leaders had an off. Matty Evans has gone wide at Coppice into the gravel. Did he trip over a back marker there? He was in the gravel on the entry to Coppice. That's an unusual place to go off. So maybe he tripped over a back marker. We just caught that on the live stream pictures. I think he's lost. He's lost the lead to Russell Humphrey, who goes through. And there's Michael Pensavalle through in second place. There's Evans.
But does Humphrey have that vital 5 seconds?
No, he does not. He's only 3.2 up on Pensavalle at the moment. So what happened there to Matty Evans, I'm not sure. And off on the entry to Coppice is unusual. He must have fallen over a back marker. Cars start to come in. Jeff Beale's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus is in. Rob Hardy's Boxster is in. In comes Andrew Rath with that very green Lotus. Simon Kera with the BMW Mini, number 441. Lead battle now heading up through McLean's with Matty Evans trying to recoup ground in that amazing looking 1 Series. He's caught up to the back of Michael Pensavalle.
Yeah, he's got the grunt, certain straight line, 540 brake, he was telling me this morning. They've had problems with keeping the rear wheels pointing in the right direction under violent acceleration with it. It's got so much grunt. Through he comes under braking. Big brakes at the end, but he goes, oh, he overshoots and he's in the gravel again and, oh, scrabbling out of it. That was a mess, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's trying too hard to recover ground after an off earlier on. The leader, meanwhile, has come in, and so has second place. Pensavalle in as well. Russell Humphrey will hand over to Mark Wyatt.
Which oddly has left Evans, despite that, in the lead.
So he inherits the lead there. It's as if everybody saw him go off behind and decided to let him through into the lead. They poured in on this lap. Petch is in, Harvey's in, Rodney Frost is in, Dominic Malone's in as well. Most of the field is now in the pit lane. Mark Smith keeping going on. He'll make up ground here in the London and District Homes BMW. David Griffin stays out as well. So most of the field has come in, except Matt Evans. Stuart Dayburn, I think, stayed out, so he's going to be up into second place in his TVR.
The Aston Martin of Coca 72, a little happier than it was this morning. Moving up the order, but he's got the Morgan for company now, Pratt Morgan.
Look at that, 2 great British sports car makers battling it out. That's what we like to see. Through goes the Morgan. So it's Coppice corner.
Malvern's finest.
What position is that for? We'll try and work that out. It's further down the order. 163 comes in. That's the Jason Holyhead Roland Jones car. We see Doug Simon in that car instead of Jason Hollyhead. There goes the Morgan. Aston Martin, yeah, it's coming in. Now wait to see when Matty Evans comes in. There goes Dayburn. Yeah, he's up to second now, 14 seconds down on Matty Evans, and behind him it's Jasvir Sapra, third on the road. Hugh Gurney comes in number 91. The Blake family are in. Oh, and Michael Pensavale had to get on the brakes there as another car exited the pits in front of him. The BMW Compact, that was of Roy Chappell, I think. That's compromised him somewhat. Of course, trying their best to keep to the minimum pit stop times. We don't want another raft of penalties.
Yeah, that was quite extraordinary earlier on, wasn't it?
Yes. More penalties than Villarreal versus Manchester United in the week.
Unkind.
It's not often I watch football, but I was glued to that one, I'll admit, and I had to feel sorry for the one player that didn't score his penalty. Simon Kehrer is in, so is number 129. That is the BMW Mini of Tom Grouts. Chris Smith brings his Mark 1 Escort in, the beautiful blue Mark 1 Escort, as the Aston Martin leaves. Now, Matty Evans has yet to stop. Jasvir Sapra has come in. There's the number 14 BMW. Yes, Dayburn is in as well, well spotted.
And Smith as well, Mark Smith in the 36 BMW, he is in.
And David Griffin, stopping for a Diet Coke. There's not many cars that haven't stopped now, only Matty Evans, who's trying to recoup ground after he's off. The Whitehead Honda Integra has yet to stop. Also David Gadd's Escort and Adam Howarth's white number 21 at BMW. They're the only cars that have not made a pit stop.
Other BMW coming in, and that's the Howarth car, number 21.
So 3 cars to make their stops now then. That's another Amspeed car, the Howarth machine. They're very busy boys this weekend down at Amspeed.
Leader in, 13 laps down, Matty Evans.
Okay, so we'll see who cycles through into the lead now then. Russell Humphrey and it's now Mark Wyatt in that car, apologies. Going down to the old hairpin with the BMW. Tail of a back marker there as they head up the hill.
Integra coming into the pits.
That will be number 12, Tom Whitehead. But I think only one car now possibly has yet to stop. That's David Gadd's Mark 1 Escort. The Gartrack built machine.
12 and 3/4 minutes to go.
So all of the leading runners currently in the process of their pit stops or their out laps. There goes Michael Pensavale, who was delayed a bit by a slower car leaving the pits. Now currently showing in 7th place. There is Mark Wyatt. Now he's behind him by 5 seconds. So we'll see where they come out. So Pensavale is ahead of Mark Wyatt. They came into the pits together.
Yeah, that's right. So that's a change.
That's a change in the pit stops, yes.
Which will be looked at, doubtless, because everything is scrutinised very, very carefully with pit stop protocols.
It depends where Matty Evans re-emerges.
So the Morgan's going really strongly now. The car of the Pratts, which is down in 26th place. Best lap for that car, just that last one through, 1:16.873.
Matt Evans still in pit lane at the moment, up there at the far end of the pit lane. And we'll see where he re-emerges in relation to Michael Pensavale. That's going to give us an indication.
But the Morgan,
here he goes.
The Morgan's lapping 2.25 seconds quicker than it went in qualifying this morning.
There's Pensavale just coming out of the chicane now as Matt Evans rejoins the circuit. So about half the length of the Wheatcroft straight between the two of them. So Matty Evans should retain his lead here, despite that moment up at Coppice earlier on. Wait and see when they all cycle through. Yeah, looks like Evans has done enough. There goes Dominic Malone. He's up into 5th position behind David Harvey, so no major changes in the order except for Pensavalle has leapfrogged the car of Mark Wyatt at the pit stops. Hugh Gurney in 6th position, he's gained a place ahead of the Blakes. There's Petch, Rath and Sapra rounding out the top 10. Stuart Dayburn has dropped back to 11th and he's battling it out there as they go into Redgate. Petch family, Ginetta down the Craner curves, fighting for 8th place with Andrew Rath.
Dayburn was ahead of the Blakes by 2 or 3 places, wasn't he, before they went into the pits? And now the Blakes are running ahead. So there's the GAD Escort looking absolutely glorious. This is the Gartrack steel shelled one with the big Millington diamond block engine in it.
Evans goes through. Now what's the gap to Pensavalle? 6.5 seconds. We'll see what the representative lap time. That was Evans' out lap, so I'll have to compare those in a moment. Mark Wyatt in the red and yellow Interceptor BMW running 3rd. His last lap was a 1:18. He's running just over 7.5 seconds down on 2nd placed Pensavalle. So everybody has now made their pit stops. There's a good battle developing for 6th place because whichever of the Petch boys it is in the Ginetta, we're not sure which of them it is all over the tail, and at the inside there through Redgate on Hugh Gurney and takes the place away. Meantime, further back in the order, the Morgan gets ahead of the Tom Whitehead Honda Integra. David Griffin's going to go through as well in his Diet Coke BMW. Behind him is Mark Smith.
Also moving up is Andrew Rath again. He's past the Blake TVR. Already Dad started, Dad takes over.
There goes the Aston Martin. Good to see that still going strong. Michael Coker. Over the line goes Matty Evans. This time we'll see what his lap time is. 1:16.7. The 1:16 dead by Michael Pensavalle, so the gap down to 5.8 seconds. We've got just under 9 minutes of this race to go. Let's see if Michael Pensavalle can catch his fellow BMW pilot out in front. Mark Wyatt 3rd, lapping in the high 1:18s.
1.7 seconds between himself and David Harvey in the Lotus, who was only a tad quicker, a matter of a 10th or so in it.
Wonderful sound of that Morgan going through. Certainly among the best sounding cars here today, though a little later on when Andy Robinson brings out his Ford Falcon, he might have something to say about that, I think. There goes Brian Bransom, still going in the 126, the orange BMW, running in 14th place. As Matty Evans continues to set the pace, 5.878 seconds was the gap back to Michael Pensavalle last time through. You can see the red BMW coming into the chicane on our live stream pictures in the background.
Yeah, it's getting no closer by the looks of things.
Evans has gone through with a 1:16 dead. 1:16.2, so the gap is 6 seconds, and Evans pulled away a couple of tenths on that last lap. Wyatt goes through in 3rd place.
Look who's on his tail. It's Harvey in the Lotus 340R, who's looking really threatening.
Yes, well, the team said that Russell Humphrey was the quicker driver out of those two in the previous race.
In fairness, Mark Wyatt said that Russell Humphrey was the quicker driver. When I spoke to him, he openly said, yep, my teammate's better than I am.
Well, Mark should not discredit himself. He's a former Castle Coombe Saloon champion. Yeah. His days with his Vauxhall Astra. David Harvey here going for 3rd place. Has he got through there on the bottom section of the circuit? Is the almost dune buggy-like 340R ahead? Yes, it is. So he's up into 3rd position. He's run a bit wide there, but dust being kicked up at...
That's one of the BMWs, the one that Harvey's just taken over, had a big tail slide, tank slapper coming out of McLean's corner. He's now filling the road in front of Mark Wyatt, and the 198 runs 2nd.
That's a plain white car, so it's either Howarth or the Jones Holyhead car. 2 plain white BMWs out there. The lead gap is now to 8.8 seconds. Matty Evans is pulling away from Michael Pensavalle. Pensavalle had a couple of back markers to deal with on that last lap. The 163 car there to have that moment. Wyatt in a safe fourth place rather, ahead of Dominic Malone. Where Malone just did his personal best lap of the race, so he could catch red and yellow BMWs. There he is.
Yes, that could well happen.
It's Malone coming up on the Jones car, the Jones Holyhead BMW. There is the black ex-Andy Prio car.
Just sits so nicely on the track, car. Jeff Beals, Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, charging through that pack on the screen. And with it is the silver BMW Gurney under pressure from Andrew Rath in the Lotus. Lotus Europa turbocharged car.
There goes Michael Pensaval. Has he been able to close the gap? No. Another couple of tenths lost, nearly 9 seconds the gap there. So Matty Evans looking safe out in front.
Yeah, Malone is past Wyatt and pulling away.
Stuart Dayburn has closed back up onto the tail of the Blake TVR. It's the fight for 9th place. They're only a couple of seconds off Andrew Rath in the green Lotus as well.
Yes, the two top TVRs there, Blake and Dayburn, are down in 11th and so 9th and 10th places. 9th and 10th place ahead of Jasper Sapra.
Jasper Sapra seems a little bit off the boil so far today. He's normally up there at the sharp end. Who go the leaders? Yeah, nearly 11 seconds between them now.
And, there's, I think, a tag there, and Rath's gone round. Dayburn had got back past Blake. Whether there was a tag in all that, I couldn't tell you, but certainly the Lotus was suddenly destabilised and went round. That was at Coppice corner.
Jeff Beal was almost caught up in that as well. Andrew Rath is stuck there, trying to get the Lotus going again off the grass. Hopefully he hasn't suffered any damage there, as Mark Smith makes a move on the Morgan.
The Rath car was savaged in an incident at Thruxton as well, which was none of its doing.
Blake family up onto the back of Jasper Sapra. I think Sapra got through as a result of that moment up at McLean's there, but he's back ahead now, Blake, in the TVR. Here comes Matty Evans. Awesome one series. Used to sport a camouflage style black and white livery of Liquid Moly logos. But Matty's vehicle graphics business. Pensaval goes through in second, and still the gap continues to widen. We've got just under 2.5 minutes, so a couple of laps to go. Entertaining fight between the Morgans and Mark Smith, and Andrew Rath does indeed come into the pit lane. Yes, the Pratt family and the Morgan battling with the Mark Smith BMW. Smith in 9th place. They are a lap apart, I think, because through goes the Morgan. Blake behind them there.
Petches have picked off Wyatt as well, so Wyatt in that car that was right up front earlier on is back into 6th place.
Yes, Malone had already gone through. 21 laps completed by our race leader. I think Michael Pensaval is settling for 2nd now. There goes the red M3, 12 seconds down. Oh, and a smoky retirement for one of the BMW Minis. That, I think, is that Simon Kera, or the 129 of Tom Grout at the bottom of the Ukrainer curves, parking alongside the gravel trap. Couldn't make out
a black car.
Which car it was. It's either Tom Grout, number 129, or the 441 of Simon Kera. We'll wait to see which one disappears down the timing screen. Mark Wyatt goes through now down to
129.
sixth position. So it's Tommy Grout that's pulled off there. His race run. We're on our last lap now of this Verum Builders Open Series race. Jasper Sapra continuing his scrap with Tony and Aston Blake's TVRs for 10th place. Mark Smith having got ahead of them. As in comes the number 81, that's the Keith Essett Andrew Bailey BMW Mini Clubman Estate. He had boost problems in qualifying, we heard earlier. I answered this one by the look of things.
Leaders both in the 17s. 62 Evans, 146 Pensavalli. Harvey is a solid third in that supercharged Lotus 340R. Number 51, the blue car, 174. Dominic Malone is in fourth. Fifth, the Petches have just put in their best lap. Personal best then for the Petch. Ginetta, number 2 in 5th place.
Got somebody in the gravel at the old hairpin. Bob Claxton's Golf has spun off there. The clock has counted down to 0. It will be checkered flag this time. The leader coming through Coppice. It's going to be a victory for Matty Evans, despite his own moments through Coppice earlier on. It's dropped him back to 3rd. He took the lead back at the pit stops and held it all the way. Comes through the chicane now. Checkered flag is prepared, and it's Matty Evans who wins the Verum Builders Open Series race. The pole sitter takes the victory once again.
Looks like he wasn't going to a couple of times during the race, but managed to sharpen his act as he went along. Make up for those early errors.
Michael Pensaval comes over in 2nd, 14.3 seconds down at the flag. And who's going to be 3rd? It's going to be David Harvey in the Lotus.
There's a battle here between the MGB and the BMW. They were side by side coming into the chicane.
Now the BMW of Darren Claydon wins out over the MGB of Woodcock and Crawford. 4th overall goes to Dominic Malone. It's the Petch family Ginetta in 5th. Looks like it's going to be Mark Wyatt home in 6th place with the yellow and red BMW. They come over in 6th, shared with Russell Humphrey. Clear off the 7th placed car, which is coming through now. That will be Hugh Gurney. Or we've got Stuart Dayburn with a late attack, a photo finish for 7th place. Gurney and Dayburn, 12 thousandths of a second apart at the line. Hugh Gurney got it according to the timing screen. Mark Smith and the Blake family round out the top 10. So close battles all the way down the order. Congratulations to Matty Evans, taking the win in his wild BMW 1M.
That was quite something, wasn't it? So another exciting race, the Open Series. The Morgans limped back in, which is a bit strange because that was going really well with the Pratt family. Got down into the 15s, which very respectable. It's as good as the 2nd place car of Pensavalli has managed during the race. Evans, Pensavalli and Harvey then, the podium. Petch Ginetta number 2 is a class winner, as is 34 Griffin with the Coca-Cola BMW. That seems to be the depth of the classes. Tin Tops will be next out. They're gathering behind us. And we'll just take a short break while they do that.
side. There you go. Oh, it's just started here, seems alright. Seems like. That one. So far,
yeah, I find it a bit hard to hear over the noise of the radio sometimes here, Barry. It's very crackly and noisy.
Well, with the circuits almost clear, we look forward to our next race then, which is the Co-Ord Sports-sponsored CSCC Tin Tops series. Small saloons and hatchbacks up to 2 litres in engine size. This is their second race in as many weekends. They were supporting the British GT Championship, no less, at Brands Hatch last weekend. That race was red flagged a few minutes before its conclusion after, I believe it was Manoj Patel with his Honda Civic had an off. He's unfortunately not here this weekend as a result. Eric Bolton is, though he won that race at Brands Hatch. It's a familiar face on pole position, number 888 Andrew Windmill with his Honda Civic Leggera, as he calls it. Came home in front of the race at Alton Park at the season opener, but was penalised for a short pit stop, giving the Simpsons victory. Not Homer and Bart, but Colin and Stephen Simpson in their Peugeot 206. They're on the second row of the grid for this one. Andrew Windmill was the winner at Thruxton, the second event of the year. They'll both have a 30-second additional penalty at their pit stops. But on the notes I've got, it doesn't list a penalty for Eric Bolton. Maybe it was an out, because it was an out-of-sequence series meeting. Andrew Windmill on pole then. Alongside him, we should have seen Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassar, but they're non-starters in the Honda Integra, because that car, of course, suffered a failure in the New Millennium Series race earlier on. Thank you, Marcus. He's brought us a cup of tea. Thank you very much indeed. Second row of the grid are the Simpsons. It's normally Colin that goes first, alongside the Hutchins family, number 49, Tom and David in their Honda Civic. On the third row, we have the top driver in the series last year, Martin Addison, with his little Peugeot 106, the Plantyre businessman from northeast England. Very raucous little car, that one, starting alongside the lovely liveried Air Construct sponsored Peugeot 306 of Staffordshire-based Nigel Tung. I believe he's the son-in-law of John Hammersley, the chairman of the Classic Sports Car Club. His protege would have been out in this one in his Fiesta ST, young Adam Brown, but he's a non-starter. A couple of other non-starters. We don't have Gary Barlow. His Honda Integra failed in qualifying, number 30. Should have started alongside Jonathan D, number 42, on row 9. And there's another car missing down there, Vic Hope. We saw his car pull into the pits with a problem during the previous race. The Open Series race should have started on the 5th row alongside Tom Mensley's Clio. He's going to be a name to watch here. He's won here in the past, Tom Mensley in number 18. So Andrew Windmill alone on the front row. The Simpsons and the Hutchins is on the second row. Martin Addison and Nigel Tung on row 3. Fourth row, we've got number 3, which is the Renault Clio, the yellow Clio of Jarman and Hunter. Robert Jarman and Jonathan Hunter. Alongside them is the Brands Hatch winner Eric Bolton with his newer shape Honda Civic number 68. 341 Tom Bell, normally used to racing classic minis these days, the ex-junior saloon car man, shares with Joel Wren, another ex-junior saloon car driver, in car number 341, the Ford Fiesta. Joel Wren normally racing in Brit car these days. Ace Donson alongside James Slater and Richard Harmon's Honda Civic number 27. Number 106, the Peugeot 106. Is next, that's John Allen and Andrew Wheatley. Then the Field family in their Proton. Usually Richard Field Senior goes first. Richard Jason Field takes over the Proton Coupe. Rare sight these days. Very nearly had a win at Thruxton a couple of years ago, I remember. Then we've got number 5, Cam Tunio. And Jamie Primet, his own car, had trouble, I think, at Brands Hatch last week, so he's moved to share with Cam Tunio. 34, Peter Parkin next to the Peugeot 306. And then Jonathan D, number 42, another winner at Thruxton 2 or 3 seasons ago with his Honda Integra. The Reynolds and Ridgeon Renault Clio. And Chris Earls Honda Civic number 26 next on the grid. Various classes down the order. That is A down to F. Class F favourite will be Sean Ely's Peugeot 205. He was in the top 6 overall at Brands Hatch last weekend. Ford Fiesta STs out there, Clios, BMW Minis, an MG ZR or 2 at the back of the field there. Scott Bonser and Matt Ford at the back of the grid. They're always very entertaining here at Donington, the small but spectacular co-ord sport tin tops. Can anyone stop Andy Windmill, even with that 30-second penalty?
I rather suspect not, on the evidence of Thruxton a few weeks ago. Interesting, though, that 10 of the 42 competitors this morning had their fastest lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits. I wonder who they've been watching.
Yes, they need to keep it on the island here.
And the end of the pit lane is the Durdal Citroen Saxo, isn't it?
Well, that car was in as a reserve, the car of father and son Paul and Will Durdal. Will, a graduate of junior racing into Ginetta racing, and has done a bit of historics as well in recent times. They're in the Citroen Saxo. Comparatively rare sight these days, the Saxo on the UK's roads. So Windmill on his own on the front row, no Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassar. The BMW pace car about to pull into pit lane. We'll be underway over 40 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. Here we go then, ready to rock and roll with the co-ord sport tin tops.
Lights flashing on the pole sitting car.
Long hold there and they're away. Watch for Tom Mensley, the black Renault Clio, number 18, charging up the outside of the grid. Tom Bell and Joel Wren's Fiesta got a good getaway as well. I'm not sure who it is in that car. Bit of a bottleneck there in the midfield going into the first corner. It's Windmill who's got the lead. Simpson in second place. They all fan their way through behind. Nigel Tuck got rather coming out to dry around the outside there in the Peugeot 306.
Those lead cars, though, are distinctive colours, like the blue car of Windmill, the yellow car of Simpson. They've got two abreast for fourth, two abreast for fifth, I think. Absolutely superb. And they go round in two lines around the old hairpin.
The car that got the quickest start there was Martin Addison. I think he's up into second place in the Peugeot 106. Indeed he is, as they head up towards McLean's. He's got the yellow Clio of Jarman and Hunter tucked in behind him, and the Tom Bell, Joel Wren Fiesta up there as well. I think having that gap on the outside of the front row may have confused one or two drivers there as to when to go. But the Simpson family have lost 3 places there. I think it's Colin Simpson in the Peugeot 206, and the Hutchins family Civic has dropped back as well.
And there's Andrew Windmill then in the 888 car, way ahead into the chicane, the park box Honda. Interesting use of the curbs and the gravel by the yellow Clio that's running in 4th place.
27 going well. That's James Slater and Richard Harmon. They were 5th over the line, just ahead of Eric Bolton. Plenty of sort-outs going on behind. Good to see Blair Roebuck in the Recycle Racing number 2 Hondas out there. He had some problems in qualifying this morning, but he's made it out for the race. Alfa Romeo 33 goes through. That's the Fletcher family. The Durdal Saxo joined in from the pit lane. They're running towards the back of the field. The leaders down on the bottom of the circuit. Oh, we've lost the number 50 Renault Clio. That's the Simon Stowe Justin Potter car, also Austin Healey Sprite racers. They've gone off. I think that might be down at the chicane.
142 on the grass.
That's Jeff Windsor. Now coming out of the old hairpin. Jeff Windsor, long-time Ford racer. He's competed in a Puma and also a Sierra Cosworth over the years. Somebody else going straight on up at McLean's. Who is that? That's one of the Fiestas. I think that's number 16 of Terry Upton that's gone off. There's another car gone straight on up there as well. Is there some fluid down, I wonder, coming out of the old hairpin? Is that? Oh, that's Jeff Windsor.
Yeah, that's 2 cars off in the same place up there. I wonder if they're connected. Maybe one of them's dropped some oil and the other one's gone off and found it.
Pair of Ford Fiesta STs off up there. So away goes Andy Windmill from Martin Addison by over 2.5 seconds. But Addison with the fastest lap of the race. Jarman and Hunter 3rd in the Clio. Then it's the Simpsons in 4th place. Oh, and the bonnet has come open on the 341 Bell and Wren Fiesta. So well, there's been some contact in there somewhere, but the bonnet was open as the car came into pit lane there. They've made it back in. That's a great shame, because that car, I think on its debut with the CSCC Co-ord Sport Tin Tops, was running well.
Here comes Eric Bolton making good ground round the outside of, I think that was Simpson, coming through the middle of the Craner curves. Eric Bolton, who was 5th at the end of the previous lap.
He's up to 4th now, ahead of Colin Simpson's yellow Shilton Garage run 2:06. Behind him is the Slater and Harman
16,
car.
there's that bonnet's flapped up over the window as well, so I think that looks like that's come adrift. Shouldn't really be that high up, should it?
Yeah, it's number 16, Terry Upton, so his bonnet's come open. The same fate befell 341, Bell and Wren. They're both Fiesta STs. Is that a common fault, I wonder?
Oh, maybe there's a faulty batch of...
I think it's a bit too late to do a product recall now the race is underway.
And the warranty's over anyway, so...
In all seriousness, let's hope we don't see any similar problems. Here comes Nigel Tung in the 84 car. He's chased by the number 18 of Tom Mensley with his Clio, as we see the bonnet being taped down on the 341 car, the Drake's Garage crew. Mensley up the inside into Redgate, takes Nigel Tung in the Air Construct Peugeot 306. Jonathan D up behind them in his Honda Integra DC2. Midfield pack heading over the start-finish line, with a good scrap developing here for the minor placings in the top 10. This is the battle for 5th place. Simpson from Slater and Harman. Slater and Harman up the inside.
Little kiss from Tung, I think.
Oh, very good.
Just onto the back bumper of I think the Slater Harman car.
The back of the field at the moment is Scott Bonser and Matthew Ford's MGZR. Novice Cross on the back, newcomers this season. Leaders up at the top of the circuit at the moment. They'll be heading down towards the chicane. There's somebody going off in a cloud of smoke up there on the inside of Coppice.
Lots of smoke also coming out of Coppice. The car is off because the smoke pulls off to the right-hand side.
I can't quite see who that was.
And at the end of it will be a vehicle.
I was trying to see who that was there. Somebody's pulled off. I think it was an engine failure there. The 341 car is being readied. The bonnet's been taped up. The windscreen is also broken, so the drivers may struggle to see where they're going. Now, who have we lost? I think it might be the number 3 Renault Clio. That's dropping down the timing screen, so that's the car that's had the failure. Jarman and Hunter out of the race, the yellow number 3 Clio. This has handed Windmiller clearly ahead of Addison. Eric Bolton now up into 3rd position. Then we've got the Simpsons, Slater and Harman, Tom Mensley, Nigel Tung, and the safety car is coming out. Presumably because of that number 3 car stranded in a dangerous position on the exit of Coppice. I can't see any other hazards around the circuit at the moment. So the safety car is about to be scrambled.
Mensley's picking his way up the order again, isn't he? He'd dropped down and
yes, Tom Mensley very quick in that Renault Clio on his local circuit here at Donington. He took a brilliant win at the end of last season at Castle Combe in a race in the wet and virtual darkness at the end of the season. He got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane at his mandatory stop, and the team, he must have realised he was going to get that penalty, because in the second half of the race he went like an absolute bat out of hell to overcome it, and he got the win by 0.3 of a second.
Awesome.
He just managed to do it.
Effort rewarded.
Thank you for the tea, by the way. No afternoon tea breaks for these drivers, though. That's Windmill with the lead, ahead of Addison, Bolton, Simpson and Simpson. Then Nigel Tung, Slater and Harman in 6th, Tom Mensley 7th. 8th is Jonathan D with the Integra.
Tung's gone up too, and Mensley's been jostled back a couple of places.
There go the Hutchins family. Now, where have they dropped down to? Down to 19th, and they started on the 2nd row. They're not the start they were looking for. Just waiting to see where the hazard is here. Well, there's Terry Upton's Fiesta on our live stream pictures, the car whose bonnet flew open early on. But he's well off the circuit to the right. That's Schwantz Curve. So I don't think that's the reason for the safety car.
Are they just going to try to repatriate that car from the other end of the circuit? Doesn't look like it, I have to say.
Number 810, John Baker goes through there, the Satsuma racing car.
Which will peel off into the pits at mid-race, no doubt.
Sponsored by Clio Breaker. I hope that's not a sign of things to come.
Oh, there's a lump of debris in the track, which a marshal has picked up. It obviously wasn't hot, but he moved it quite a way. Large piece of.
Okay, the lights are still
something
on the safety car. Heading round out of the chicane. Now the pit window not yet open. It won't be open for another 10 minutes yet. Number 129 is the car behind the safety car. Tommy Grout in his second BMW Mini of the day. He's got two of them here. That's in the Open Series race with one as well. So there's a couple of cars, yeah, 3 cars between the leader and the safety car at the moment as the 341 car comes back in.
Yeah, Wren and Bell, I think it looks like they're calling it a day.
113 is in as well. That's the Stephen Reynolds, John Ridgin Renault Clio.
Wren and Bell being invited to take a penalty. Or was that where they were? Right
That's
at the
where
beginning
they
of the
were.
pit lane. No, it's there's a problem.
There's another Clio in as well. 318's come in. That's Richard Bethel. Plasterer by trade. First season, I believe, in the category with the novice cross on the back of his car.
Pit window is open officially.
Yes, it has just opened. So, did they come in a bit early there? Yes, it was 20. It's with 30 minutes to go. The pit window opens, not 20. I apologise. The back markers have got the wave around. Tommy Grout in the orange BMW Mini. Holly Brown with the turquoise Honda Civic. So the pace car has now picked up the leader.
This, of course, reduces the opportunity for Andrew Windmill to have enough laps to make up that 30-second extra he's got to serve at the pit stop, isn't it?
It certainly does. I reckon Martin Addison could be in with a chance here. Took a brilliant winner's Anglesey a couple of years ago when the Chris Boardman, Aaron Moulton-Smith BMW Compact was hounding him down after he'd had a spin on the first corner and got to within half a second of him.
One of the Peugeots appears to have a wing that's sort of slightly deranged at the front.
Tommy Grout comes in. The other car that was a lap down was the Bonser and Ford MGZR.
Toast developments. What you can do with toast to develop it. Cook it a bit longer.
Maybe they refer to toasting someone with a drink.
Ah. Could be a toast master.
We'll find out maybe after the race. He's in the pits at the moment with his BMW Mini. The safety car has come in and we're back underway in this Coord Sport Tin Tops race. 28 minutes just over to go. Now, is anyone going to come into the pits this time through? Yes, one or two takers. Number 26 Honda comes in, Chris Earl. The number 2 of Blair Roebuck is in, and the 49, the Hutchins family, in as well. But no takers among the leaders. We're heading down onto the bottom section of the circuit at the moment. Chris Earl in the pit lane in car number 26. The leaders head down onto the old hairpin. Nigel Sutton chasing the Simpsons, 206 against 306 down there. But Andrew Windmill making good his escape once again. Martin Addison has got his mirrors full of Eric Bolton's newer shape Honda Civic. It's the EP3 shape Civic out in front of Andy Windmill, the bread van shape as some call it.
Windmill was about a second quicker than the Simpsons in their Peugeot in quality. Of course, between them was the Angel Casa Honda Integra, which broke. But it's not a huge gap round here. Comes in one of the Hondas, the turquoise car, which is 78, isn't it? Which is Holly Brown.
Over the line goes Windmill. See what the gap is back to Addison. This time through, Windmill's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:19.393. He's 3 seconds up now. Holly Brown, as we say, in the pits. Previously shared that car with Stephen and Michael Oakes. Not many pit takers at the moment, with the safety car having withdrawn. Nigel Tung just got ahead of the Simpsons up into 4th position with his Peugeot. Number 5 comes in. That's the car shared by Cam Tunio and Jamie Primet. Jamie having trouble with his own car at Brands Hatch last week. Couldn't get it repaired in time, so was opted to share with Cam Tunio. It's the yellow Honda Civic, number 5. Leaders up on the top section of the circuit, lapping the, I think that's the MGZR of our newcomers, Matthew Ford and Scott Bonser. We head out of Coppice. Still plenty of time to go yet, so just under 26 minutes of this 40-minute race still to go. And Andrew Windmill, former Peugeot 106 racer, setting the pace out in front in his Honda Civic. Hondas have been the dominant car in this series over the years. Martin Addison fighting away in that little Peugeot 106. I believe he's the son of Bill Addison, the ex-Caterham racer. Nigel Tung now out on his own in 4th place. Slater is up to 5th, and Tom Mensley is in 6th place.
Simpsons in.
Yes, we've... Yeah, so the Simpsons were running quite a way back there when they came in. They'd lost a few spots on that last lap. I thought we'd lost them, but they have come into the pits. Peter Parkin is in as well in his Peugeot, and number 22, Sean Ely, in his Peugeot 205, the Class F pace setter. So all the Peugeots in at once, it would seem. 1 or 2 still out there. Martin Addison's 106 one, the number 106 car of John Allen and Andrew Wheatley. Plenty of battles, as always, all the way down the order. In comes 8-10, peeling off into the pits, as you said, John Baker in the Satsuma. Hutchins family battling it out with the number 2 car of Blair Roebuck. One of the Fiestas under fire there from the Durdal family at Saxo, number 63. That's Luke Johnson, the Premier Car Transport Fiesta. Andrew Windmill completes another lap, 10 laps in the book. 3.5 seconds clear of Addison, who's being reeled in slightly by Eric Bolton. Tung in 4th, Slater and Harmon's Honda 5th, 6th is Tom Mensley, Jonathan D 7th, then it's the Allen and Wheatley Peugeot 106 in 8th.
2nd and 3rd, 1, which is Addison, and 68 Bolton. Both did their personal best, but maddeningly for them, Windmill was just a fraction of a second quicker. So they're not making any progress towards Andrew Windmill, but then again, he's going to struggle to make up that 30 seconds now with the shrinking of the race effectively around that couple of lap yellow.
The Proton is in, of the Field family. Proton Persona Coupe, a rare sight these days. Michael Williamson brings his Honda in. The 63 car we just mentioned, Luke Johnson, is in as well. Very smartly prepared Ford Fiesta ST. Class C for the Ford Fiestas. Class B is Renault Clios. The rest of the class is based on engine size.
With the race sponsor Coord Sports strip across the window.
The Simpson family leave. I believe it's Stephen Simpson now at the wheel of the 206. Now, where's he going to come out? He's going to come out right with Nigel Tung in the 306.
That's Mensley, isn't it, in the black car?
Yes,
diving down
all over the back of the Slater and Harman Honda. At the inside at Redgate, he's going through, takes the place. That is for 5th position in this CSCC Coord Sport Tin Tops Series race. Andrew Windmill lapping a back marker there as he goes up towards McLean's. The 119 Clio comes in, that's the Dominic Rose and Paul Masters Clio. Grey with day-glow yellow flashes.
Rather nicely turned out.
Another Peugeot comes in, that's Miles Mosley's 306.
That's the Brunswick Alpha, it's just gone through. It's an unusual car to be out there racing, isn't it? Alfa Romeo 33 of the Fletchers.
The Lynch family go through with their Fiesta.
Yeah, lots of family teams sharing in this Coord Sport Tin Tops race.
New fastest lap for Andy Windmill, that time through, 1:19.25. 2:20. This is gap over Martin Addison now. 6 seconds he's got it up to now over the little Peugeot.
Bolton in from third place in car number 68. Ellis Bolton.
The ex-Ford Fiesta racer out the wheel of the newer shape Honda Civic.
Which looks larger and heavier, doesn't it, than the ones we see racing so often, such as the windmill car. Type R Leggera.
Yes, means lightweight, doesn't it?
It does, that's super Leggera.
But it's certainly proving quick.
And Roger Moth just arrived. He's moved his vantage point. He's been hit on a window all day.
Yes, we've got a, for those who don't know, we've got a mascot here in the commentary box, a large moth that's been roosting on the windows.
He's been named Roger after the kart racer of the, whatever he was, the 80s or something like that.
There go the Fields in their Proton. I think it's Richard Jason Field or Richard Field Jr. at the wheel of the Proton now. Busy little battle. Alfa Romeo, Saxo, Fiesta and Honda Civic piercing through the middle of all of them. The Hutchins family Honda. They drop down to the bottom end of the top 20 early on as through goes the leader. Completes another lap. Now for Martin Addison, there is the Addison Plantire Peugeot 106, and yes, another 1.5 seconds the gap has opened by.
7.4 it is now.
But the only one of the leaders to have stopped is Eric Bolton and Nigel Tung in as well, with the number 84 Peugeot from 4th place. As I say, that Slater Harman car comes in, and Tom Mensley in as well after their battle. The leaders starting to trickle their way in now. Let's put Jonathan D in his Honda Integra up to 3rd. Leader up through McLean's.
Just past the halfway mark, so it should be going probably 23 laps-ish, something like that.
The Durdal family started from the pit lane, Paul and Will, up into 10th place with their Saxo.
Hutchings 49 is up into 14th. More coming in including the race leader at the back of this trio. The Durdals are in 124.65. Bonser Ford are in 888 Windmill.
Okay, this is it then. He'll have the extra 30 seconds to serve. Didn't get the gap he wanted over Martin Addison, who has gone through to take the race lead. Or has he? No, he's in as well. He's come in behind at Windmill there. I missed that. So Martin Addison has come in as well. They make their stops together. Now, I'll be waiting to see if Jonathan D goes by in his Integra. Does he come in as well? Yes, he's in as well, so all the leaders have come in together. Is anybody going to stay out on this lap? I'm not sure. So who's going to take the lead on track then? Any takers, or are we all coming in? Well, there goes Nigel Tung. He's taken his stop. Tom Mensley heads out. The Slater and Harman
Nigel Tung is in 10th in car 84, incidentally.
So Mensley has stayed ahead of Slater and Harman.
Yeah, Tung's done 13 laps. He's a lap behind the main players at the front at the moment.
Jonathan D we saw in the pit lane there on our stream pictures in the Honda Integra DC2.
Addison in 1. We should see leave significantly before Windmill, shouldn't we?
Yes, because Windmill's got the penalty.
Yeah.
For his win at Thruxton. Came home in front of the race at Alton Park as well. Was penalised for a short pit stop, which gave the Simpson family the win.
And the penalty for Thruxton.
And the success penalty as well. So they've got to serve here too, and they came in earlier on.
Quite a lot of tactics could work in this series over the course of a season, I suspect.
I think everybody has now made their pit stops. Who should have done? Yes, everybody has been in, those who are still running. Would have been the Alfa Romeo who took the race lead, but they came in as well. So it's been everybody in. There goes Martin Addison. He rejoins. Yes, Windmill still in the pit lane, and Addison gets out. Is he going to get in front of Nigel Tung here? Tung up the inside. No, he keeps ahead of the little Peugeot. Addison to the inside, just powers back ahead as they go out of Redgate.
Yeah, Tongue, I think, wafted a bit wide, didn't he? There is Windmill rejoining at the end of the pit lane. He's gone out, I think behind the red Integra.
Yes, he has. Jonathan D rejoining ahead of him there. We'll see where they are in relation to everybody else. Well, there's Eric Bolton.
At 49, the Hutchings family is in.
Now, I think that's their second stop. Yes, so maybe they've got a problem. The Simpson family have just done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 18.56. So the Simpson Peugeot 206, number 62, has just got the fastest lap. They're running down in 15th place because they had their success penalty from Alton Park. So we'll wait for everything to cycle through now and see who comes out where. I don't think it'll be Andrew Windmill still in the league, so that's a brief safety car, means he didn't have a chance to build up any advantage. I reckon it's going to be Martin Addison with the lead here, but we will wait and see. There's a bit of a lock-up there for Simpson at McLean's. Over the line comes Martin Addison. He's got Nigel Tongue in behind him. And yes, they go first and second. 15 laps completed, separated by just half a second, the two Peugeots, and Nigel Tongue moves up onto the back of Addison there into Redgate. It's the man from the northeast who holds off the Midlander.
Reynolds and Richard in 1-1-3 are third. Then it's Mensley.
Then it's Richard Jason Field in the Proton. Now Slater and Harmon next, and Windmill is down in 7th place. So we'll see how that works out next time round, because some of those cars still on their out laps. We'll let the order establish itself. It looks as though Martin Addison has taken over the lead in his Peugeot 106, but he has got Nigel Tongue all over him.
Simpson and Bolton jostling for position on the screen there. The yellow Peugeot of Simpson, the very dark blue unsigned written Honda of Eric Bolton, who hops the curbs on the inside of the left-hand element of the Caranas. And right behind them is the next car up, which is that the black car sitting in behind them.
That's a lapped car, I think. Here comes Martin Addison with Nigel Tongue behind him, and the gap has opened up very slightly. They head over the line, 0.8 of a second in it. Who's going to come through in third place? It looks like it is Tom Mensley up into third. Yes, it is. He's got ahead of the Reynolds Ridgin Renault Clio, so it is all change at the front. The Proton of the Field family is next in 5th position. Then we should have Andrew Windmill. Yes, he's got ahead of Slater and Harmon. Jonathan D behind him as well. So Windmill is on a charge back up. Let's have a look. That's the gap to the leader, 18.348 seconds. So that's how much the penalty has affected him by. Then we've got the Simpsons. They're in 9th place, 29.8 seconds down. So there you can see how the success penalties affects these cars so much. Eric Bolton is 10th. And then they've got the number 14. Now, the black car you saw was Steve Papworth, number 14 in his Ford Fiesta ST.
Sometime Sierra Cosworth racer.
Yeah, he's raced out Lytton Hill on a regular basis. He's leading Class C. Class A is led by Nigel Tongue. Class B by Mensley. Class D by the Proton. Class E by our race leader, Martin Addison. And Class F is further down the screen, but I assume it's Sean Ely's Peugeot 205. Yes, it is. He's 20th. OK, so everything's cycled through then. It's a Peugeot battle up front. It's been a while since we've seen Nigel Tongue on the top step of the podium, but he's closing back up on Martin Addison in the Peugeot battle out front. He's just done his personal best, 0.473 of a second between the two of them. They're lapping Luke Johnson's Fiesta into Redgate there. Addison gets through on the inside. So he has to lean the Fiesta out wide there on the exit of Redgate to get through. There goes Windmill. Now, has he made up any places on that last lap? No, he hasn't. He's still 6th. The man in his sights is Richard Field in the Proton.
He's gaining on Field by 1.6 seconds, something like that last lap.
There goes Eric Bolton. Ran in the top 3 early on, now down to 10th after his stop. So maybe he did have the additional penalty for winning at Brands Hatch. It wasn't listed on the sheet I was given, but the ground he's lost there suggests that he did have a 30-second penalty for winning at Brands Hatch last week. Somebody cutting Schwantz curve very fine there. Who was that? It's Tom Mensley. Now, he is well known for his attacking style in the second half of these races after his pit stop, as we mentioned when in what was virtually a night race at Castle Combe last year in the wet. he managed to charge through and make up 30 seconds to take the win after he got a pit lane speeding penalty.
Look at that. We saw a windmill there, pogo past field in the Proton, coming into Coppice corner.
Somebody kicked up some dust on the outside there as well. Over the curves at the chicane goes Tom Mensley, meanwhile. The lead gap is still just over half a second between the two Peugeots heading out of Redgate. The Field family Proton is there. They're in 6th position. So Windmill up into 5th, as we saw up at Coppice. His next target is going to be the Reynolds and Ridge in Clio, just under 4 seconds up the road ahead of him. They've come through well. Here's Martin Addison going to hang on at the front of the field. Can Nigel Tung zap him? They're together coming up McLean's, and is that the 306 in front? It is. He's got him on the bottom section of the course there. I think they may have been balked briefly by a back marker there, but Nigel Tung has taken the lead, I think, in the 306. They're heading towards Coppice now. Yes, the red, white and blue number 84 is in front. They're heading down towards the chicane. They've got a Honda ahead of them, the number 11 car of Michael Williamson, but it is Nigel Tung in car number 84, the man from Nosall in Staffordshire, who has got the lead in the Air Construct Peugeot. Martin Addison ready to fight back. This is going to be a battle to the flag, and there's still 10 minutes of this race to go.
I think between the pair of them then, 0.301 on the TSL clocks. 3rd is Mensley, he goes through. 4th is the Reynolds and Ridgeon car, but being caught hand over fist by Andy Windmill.
Windmill just did the fastest lap, 1:18.547. So fastest lap there. Sorry to interrupt, Marcus, but new fastest lap for Andrew Windmill. And closing down.
Did 17.46 in qualifying this morning.
The Reynolds Ridge in Clio. So there's battles all the way to the flag. This is going to be a close one. And is Addison back in front there as they come back into our sight at Schwanscurve? I think the 106 has just got back ahead. Yes, he has. So the battle of the Peugeots is joined once again. They're swapping places all the time on the lower section of the circuit. They arrive at Coppice with the 106 in the lead. Martin Addison against Nigel Tung. They may have been delayed there by one of the Fiestas.
Wimbledon's 15 seconds off the lead at the moment. You know, the more they battle, they don't know it, but they're going to get caught.
They certainly are, and they're nose to tail again into the chicane. Martin Addison bounces a little over the curves, bit of curb hopping there. Nigel Tung poised to attack once again. Cracking racing here.
And you can see in the background on our screen there, well captured, you can see Windmill diving down into the chicane. So he is getting closer all the while. It's still a bit cool.
He just got past the Reynolds Ridge in Clio there into the chicane, went wide over the curbs on the exit. So he's up into 4th place now. His next target is Tom Mensley. They're lapping on about the same pace. Mensley's just done his best lap of the race, so 1:20.1 in the black Renault Clio.
7.6 seconds, but Mensley did a PB last time round at 1:20.109.
The Simpsons have just got past the Fields in the Proton down the home straight there into Redgate. So the Simpsons are now back up into 6th position, and they'll go for Reynolds and Ridge in the Clio. These drivers are working well to overcome these success penalties. This is brilliant.
I couldn't believe earlier on how hot it obviously evidently is within those cars. That were drivers coming out drenched from the earlier long distance races.
Now, where are our battling Peugeots? They're coming onto the exhibition straights now.
7.5 minutes for Addison to hang on from Tung, on for Windmill to try and hound down Mensley, currently in 3rd place in the black car number 18.
They're lapping George Howarth's MGZR. That's opened the gap out so just a little, I think 0.8 of a second now. Their next car to be lapped is Chris Earle, and also Sean Ely in his Peugeot 205 GTI. He was in the top 6 overall at Brands Hatch last week. He's leading Class F here. There goes Windmill, still in 4th place. Is he catching? Yeah, he took a couple of seconds at least out of Tom Mensley on that last lap.
And 13.6 seconds away from the leader, Dave.
Yes, 13.6 seconds covers the top 4. Mensley is 8.4 seconds away, but he's lapping a couple of seconds slower than our race leaders. Wait for the battling Peugeots to come back into our sights. Martin Addison dodges round the back marking Sean Ely as he goes up towards McLean's. Pulled away just a little bit from Nigel Tung now. Further back in third place, there's the black Clio of Mensley. There is Windmill, the blue and white Honda Civic, and off onto the grass goes the number 106 of Allen and Wheatley. Coming out of the chicane, that was. They've recovered. That car running in 15th place. Leader heads down into the chicane once again. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. Coming up to complete lap number 22 of this pulsating CSCC Co-Ord Tin Top Series race. Over the line, the gap was 0.8 of a second. It's now 1.2 seconds, so he's pulled away by about 4/10 on that last lap, Martin Addison. But now the Peugeot 306 of Nigel Tung has dealt with a slightly obstinate back marker.
The PB from Mensley, he's certainly pushing really hard at 20.042, but at 18.666 for Windmill. He's now 11.9 seconds away from the lead.
Simpsons have just made up another place. They've taken the Reynolds Ridgeon Clio going into Redgate. That is for 5th position now, the yellow Peugeot 206. Meantime, Eric Bolton further back has caught Slater and Harmon for 9th place. Leaders are at McLean's. Battle for 9th heads into Redgate. Silver Civic ahead of the dark blue and newer shape version. Leaders are up on the top of the circuit at the moment. Still Martin Addison in the Peugeot 106 from the 306 of Nigel Tung. They've got back markers ahead of them coming down into the chicane this time, a whole phalanx of them. Need to be hoping they don't trip over them here. Waiting for them to come back into our sight. The gap was 1.2 seconds. Martin Addison jinks out from behind. He nearly lost the tail of the 106 there, getting round one of the back markers. He's really pushing hard here. Has Nigel Tung been able to capitalise? No, still the gap is 1.2 seconds.
And Windmill's caught Mensley, who got briefly stuck behind the 26 car there, which is Chris Earl in the Honda Civic. 3 abreast. And Windmill forging his way up the inside, but he's outbraked by Mensley. Mensley goes pretty deep on the exit, and Windmill's going to get back on the alarm pedal sooner, and they're alongside and they change. Down at Hollywood.
Tom Mensley, such a tenacious driver, son of Jim Mensley, former hot rod racer on the short ovals. Brother Paul races in historic saloons as well with Sierra Cosworth. Previously raced with him in the Tin Tops. The leaders are out of back marker traffic now. This could be Nigel Tung's opportunity to try and close up. He's got the larger engine in the Peugeot 306. That's a 2-litre Peugeot, as opposed to Martin Addison with the 1600cc 106. It's a very nimble little car, that number 1 machine, the red and white Peugeot 106. Andy Windmill now up into 3rd place ahead of Mensley. Coming down towards the chicane once again, the leaders. 3.5 minutes left or so left on the clock. Now the gap is surely going to come down by a few tenths this time. Here come the 2 Peugeots together over the line. Yes, it's down to half a second now, so Nigel Tung is attacking. Can he catch him into Redgate here, onto the brakes? Martin Addison brakes later and will hold his lead. Windmill's not far away either. Let's have a look at the gap between those two. 7.6 seconds. And yes, Windmill lapped 2 seconds quicker than Martin Addison on that last lap.
He's 8.1 off the lead, is Windmill.
Mensley 4th, the Simpsons in 5th place, then Reynolds and Ridgeon in 6th. Jonathan D has come through in 7th place. Have we lost the Proton?
Not here at the moment.
Field. Yeah, I think we have, because there's Eric Bolton. Yeah, I think we may have lost the Proton, unfortunately. The leaders are nose to tail almost again as they come through McLean's. Yeah, the Proton, here he comes, coming into the pits. So problems for the Field family. That's a great shame. There's some damage on the left front of the Proton, so may have had a collision somewhere. But anyway, the leaders are coming down towards the chicane once again as the Proton makes its way up the pit lane. That's heading into retirement, sadly. 2 minutes left on the clock then.
2 more laps to go.
Yeah, 2 laps to go for Martin Addison to hang on, for Nigel Tung to attack as hard as he can. It's some time since we've seen him in the winner's circle here at Donington. He's having a look at the inside, last of the late breakers there. Oh, and they've tangled going into Redgate. Oh, no! Contact between the 2 Peugeots. Addison into the gravel. Tung keeps it going. And that was a little bit optimistic there, I would say, by Nigel Tongue. He came from a long way back.
And Windmill's going to win it.
He may do just yet. I reckon he's going to catch Martin Addison now. Well, it's going to be, if he wins it, it'll be a 60-second penalty for the next round. Addison is stuck in the gravel. That's his race over. What a sad way for that race to end for Martin Addison. A cracking race with Nigel Tongue. Is the 306 wounded? Is he still going? Yes, he is, but he's going to be caught here by Andy Windmill, surely.
Yeah, Windmill was just 7.5 seconds down going through the timing line.
Now, the black and white flag is shown to car 84. That is Nigel Tongue.
I think he might know that somebody's transgressed something there.
It has to be said, that's a rather disappointing way for that race to end. But Nigel Tongue, we knew he was in attacking mode. Tensions were high there. They're coming round to start their final lap. There goes Tongue. It's escaped without major damage there.
Yeah, I think it's there is some damage though. It looks like it's down in one corner a little.
Takes it into Red Gates, past Martin Addison's stranded car. Andy Windmill is just behind him. Is he going to get through here?
1.137 seconds.
He certainly looks like he's going to, and he's going to overcome that 30-second.
Simpson set the fastest lap of the race recently, didn't he? 118.
Yes, indeed. Simpson's now in 4th place. Edel, Reynolds and Ridgin. Jonathan D will go up into 6th as a result of the loss of Martin Addison. Now, as they come back into sight, is Windmill going to be in front? No, he's not. Nigel Tongue is still there. So he may hang on to take the checkered flag in this. They're coming up towards Coppice for the final time. The Peugeot 306 of Nigel Tongue. Dodging through the back marker traffic, Andy Windmill. He might try and zap him here into the chicane for the final time. So Nigel Tongue is moving to cover. He's got Windmill on his tail through the final corner. In the back marker traffic, the checkered flag is at the ready. Windmill closes, but it's too late. Nigel Tongue takes the checkered flag. Andy Windmill right behind him in 2nd, separated by a 1/4 of a second. Tom Mensley comes over in 3rd and wins Class B. The Simpsons an excellent 4th in their Peugeot 206. And 5th place, we should have the Reynolds and Ridgin Renault Clio. A good solid run by them. Here they come out of the chicane. The silver Clio comes home in 5th place. 6th will be Jonathan D, and he will win Class D in the Honda Integra. 7th, it will be Eric Bolton. Punching the air as he crosses the line there, Jonathan D. Well done to him, a class win. Eric Bolton will be 7th. Slater and Harmon's Honda will be 8th. 9th will go to Cam Tunio and Jamie Primet. They win Class E with the demise of Martin Addison. Good effort by them. And Blair Roebuck, making up for some problems in qualifying earlier on, will round out the top 10. And over the line go the 2 Hondas together there, just ahead of Peter Parkin's Peugeot 306. Class C, that's going to go to Steve Papworth in the Fiesta ST. He crosses the line now. He takes the Fiesta class. Class F will go to Sean Ely, a lap down in the Peugeot 205. Talking of Peugeots, nearly a pirouette there on the final chicane for John Allen and Andrew Wheatley's Peugeot 106. They just about gather that up. They've had an eventful race.
888, Andrew Windmill didn't see the checkered flag last time through, so close was he behind Nigel Tongue.
Concentrating on fighting for the win. He didn't notice the flag, possibly the sun in his eyes as well a little. Well, what can you say to that one? Ladies and gentlemen, give these drivers a round of applause. What a cracking race that was.
There's a little bit of scuffage on the front of that car, and they're coming in.
And also, we can announce the Co-Award Sports Driver of the Day award for that race goes to Colin and Stephen Simpson for their efforts to overcome their penalty, get the fastest lap of the race and come through for fourth. So well done to Colin and Stephen Simpson. They win Driver of the Day.
Say again, sorry?
Penultimate race of the day then here at Donington Park in the assembly area. The Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops combined with the Mr. Tyre Motorsport Ford Puma Cup and the Mazda RX-8 Trophy. Heading out onto circuit now then, it's the BMW Mini Clubman Estates that's qualified in pole position, number 81, driven by Keith Issat and Andrew Bailey. Alongside them, Carl Chambers, number 72, in his Peugeot 208 GTI 30th anniversary, the bright yellow car. Second row, we should have had Matt Pimlott. He's not there, unfortunately, alongside the Dan Ludlow and Stuart Emmett Honda Civic car. There's Matt Pimlott. He's starting from the pit lane, so he has made it out. Ludlow and Emmett won the Dave Allen Trophy recently in an absolute monsoon at Castle Combe. Better conditions for them here today. Number 84 on row 3 of the grid is Mr. Chairman, John Hammersley, in his new VW Scirocco, a new car for this season, debuted this weekend on row 3. Originally listed as driving with Nigel Tongue, but with Nigel resting up after the previous race, John will drive solo. Starting alongside number 87, the Astra of Adam Chamberlain and Scott Carruthers. Fourth row, best of luck to number 555, that's Thomas Delaney in his first ever motor race in his BMW Mini. He's qualified well alongside Andy Thompson, number 4, an all-round club racer, races wherever his Seat is eligible on row 4. The fifth row, number 5, Phil Briggs with the Seat Leon, and number 12, Charlie Newton Darby. Now, he won both Turbo Tin Top races at Alton Park and Thruxton, so he has a 1-minute success penalty to overcome. 30 seconds for each win. He's on a hat-trick going into this race in his Binny. Sixth row, number 11, Andrew Presswell, Astra, and number 7, Toby Harris and Lisa Selby, sharing their Ford Fiesta. Beautiful-looking car, that one. Some great liveried cars in this race. Row 7, 150, David Cox. He is in a VW Golf alongside 199, Bob Hosier's Seat Leon. Then we've got number 17, John Wyatt, late addition to the entry, a jeweller by trade in his BMW Mini, alongside number 24, that's Lawrence Ward, in a similar car. 1, 2, 3, Paul Clothier, sharing with Kev Smith in their BMW Mini, the black car with the red wheels, alongside 441 of Simon Kera. 66, the Kennedy family are next up in the first of 2 Abarth, Fiat 500s they're based on, the little Abarths. The Kennedy family, Jason and Louise, alongside number 18, Shears and Taylor. Matthew Shears listed solo on my driver list, so I'm not sure who Taylor is, unfortunately, in the BMW Mini, number 18. 33, Stuart Kilroy with his Peugeot. 97, Clive Seegers, sharing with Andrew Grimm. The Cockerton family are out there. John joined by his father Melvin. Andrew Marson alongside them in number 59. He's in the other Abarth 595. First of the Pumas is James Clare, number 101. And the first of the Mazda RX-8s, 3 of them out there, Simon Hans and Joe Roche in number 47. Those are just the highlights of the grid. Didn't quite get through all of it. This will be a 40-minute race for the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup and the Mazda RX-8 trophy. The pace car has pulled into pit lane, the Mini Clubman Estate and the Peugeot on the front row of the grid. Away they go, down towards the first corner at Redgate. There's already a bit of a break in the field, the first few cars breaking away. It is the Fullbrook, it is the normally Fullbrook and Issat number 81 car. Issat sharing with Andrew Bailey this weekend. Leads the way through towards the Craner curves for the first time. Carl Chambers, former Peugeot 306 racer in the Tin Tops division, moving into the new Turbo Tin Tops over the last couple of years with this Peugeot 208, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. We've got a 207 out there as well in the hands of Stuart Kilroy. Leaders head through the old hairpin. Keep an eye on the Puma Cup cars further back out, the Mazda RX-8s, the rotary engined cars as well. Leaders head up into McLean's for the first time. It is the number 81 BMW Mini Clubman Estates that leads the way. Well, if Volvo and Honda can do it in British touring cars, Sussex Road and Race can prepare up BMW Mini Estates for racing as well. A bright yellow Peugeot tucked in behind it in second place as they start to sort themselves out around this opening lap, and Chambers attacking for the lead as they come down towards the chicane for the first time, but the Issat and Bailey car holds them off. Third place is John Hammersley in his Volkswagen Scirocco, the man with over 40 years of racing experience. Behind Dan Ludlow and Stuart Emmett in their beautifully turned out Honda Civic. The equally smart Astra of Adam Chamberlain and Scott Carruthers in behind them.
I used to see John Hammersley racing back in, I think, the 1970s with Ford Capris, things like that, always under the Construct banner.
Yes, I believe he started out in a Mark 1 Escort in one-make racing. Debenhams Escort series.
Debenhams Escort Challenge, absolutely.
Yeah. Who knows, maybe John will merit a testimonial meeting someday, the amount of
testimonial for Debenhams
saloon titles that he's won. One of the all-time greats of UK national racing is John Hammersley. See how he gets on here at the wheel of his latest creation, the VW Scirocco R. He's there in third place at the moment behind Issat and Bailey, and Chambers in the Peugeot. Up towards the top of the circuit at Coppice they go. Fourth place behind him, the Ludlow Emmett, that stunning chrome blue liveried Honda Civic. Then we've got the next to the BMW Minis in 5th place. That's Tom Delaney making his debut this weekend. And Chambers goes through into the lead on the exhibition straights, draws his way past the Clubman Estates. It's the Peugeot that takes it up. It's a 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. The only car with a success penalty is Charles Newton Derby, number 12, after 2 wins out of 2 so far this year. He's back behind Andy Thompson there in 8th place at the moment with the silver and red number 12 BMW Mini. Midfielders head across the line.
That was a good dive by Delaney past the Ludlow Emmett Honda into Redgate. So he's gone through and up a place. Delaney then up into 4th place for his maiden race. Impressive. The Mini looks like it might have broken there, going very slowly in a straight line.
That's the 97 car. Clive Seegers and Andrew Grimm looking a bit slow down the straight, so it could be a grim future for that car. Battling the Pumas going into Redgate there. The 101 car of James Clare and 196 John Glover. I think that's for the lead of the Mr. Tyre Puma Cup. Indeed it is. Keep an eye on the class battles further back as well. We've got the 3 Mazda RX-8 trophy cars, while Simon Hans and Joe Roche setting the pace. There was the Pumas, 2 more Pumas go side by side. That's the 175 going through. John Bolt making up a place there at the bottom of the Craners. Certainly not all about the leaders here in any classic sports car club competition. Leaders are heading through the chicane though. Carl Chambers, number 72, in his Peugeot, heads the pack, chased by the 81 of Issat and Bailey. Hammersley under fire from Tom Delaney. Is it really his first ever race in this series? He's absolutely flying. He's up the inside there into Reggate. He's going to take 3rd place here.
He is.
And he's done it.
Yeah, the door was left open for him. I think at that point, John Hammersley thought, well, let the lad have it, and we'll then chase him down.
Well, if Tom Delaney has been training with the motorsport school, this is a great advert for their services. Run by Pete Edwards, long-time racer and race instructor. If you want to get your ARDS licence and go racing, they are the people to see. Based at Mallory Park and with centres at various circuits around the UK. If you ever wanted to learn to go racing, contact the Motorsport School. Meanwhile, challenge on for the lead there up at McLean's. Chambers under fire from Issat and Bailey.
Lots of good scraps around the field, aren't there? The Kennedys race everything from a Ford Falcon, the historic saloons, to a Nissan Skyline. So to see them out in a little Abarth is quite something.
I think they've got the Skyline here tomorrow in the Future Classics race, the Winfield Skyline. Somebody is the pitch. Yes, that's the 97 car that has broken down, unfortunately, Grimm and Seegers. It's the end of their race. We saw that slowing a lap ago. They competed in a Lancia Beta Monte Carlo in the past as well, haven't they?
Sure, yeah. So 3 then for the lead. Delaney this time on the outside of the Issat Bailey car. Out breaks them down the outside too. Is he going to get the car turned in? There's not much room there, but that looked a very pro-type manoeuvre, didn't it?
Whoever's been training him has been training him very well. He's the son of Dominic Delaney, who prepares cars for
John Cockerton, yeah.
John Cockerton, who's also out in this race, sharing with Dad Melvin in there.
SVP Motorsport, yeah.
BMW Mini.
Ink Barrow.
Closing up onto the back here of the...
Russell Brooks came from, the great rally driver. Ink Barrow
Quite possibly, yes.
Worcestershire.
David Cox in the Golf under fire from Bob Hosier in his Seat Leon. Another old-fashioned club racer, takes his car to whatever event it's eligible for. The battle further back, the RX-8s and the Pumas going over the line there. 112 of Ross Morris and Alex Eacock, ex-Porsche racers, chasing down the Hans and Roche 47 RX-8. Wait for our leaders to come through once again. Still Carl Chambers setting the pace in the 72 car. To the chicane he comes. Now has treble 5 of Delaney got through for 2nd? No, he hasn't. And Hammersley's not far away either. Over the line they go. Delaney lines up again, the 81 Clubman Estate, dodges across to the inside. That was an aggressive move, and he's going to try and outbrake him into Redgate corner here. He's going to do it as well.
I'm in the way of the apex, and yeah, he's got through. Very good show, very good show. So inside into Redgate Lodge on that 5.
He is at Andrew Bailey's Mini Clubman Estate fighting back. John Hammersley in 4th place in the Scirocco. Fifth behind them, Ludlow and Emmett in the Honda Civic Type R. It's Chamberlain and Carruthers in their Vauxhall Astra VXR. Charlie Newton Derby, double winner so far, is up to 7th. He's got ahead of Andy Thompson's Seat Leon. Through goes the Peugeot, the other Peugeot in the field. That's Stuart Kilroy, Peugeot 207 GTI. Made his racing debut at this corresponding event last season. I was talking to his family at trackside on that occasion. Here he is a year on. He's learned quickly as well in that Peugeot.
So it's 4 in this kind of breakaway, and Chambers isn't that far ahead of anybody else here, because if he looks in his mirrors and he finds some traffic, you'll see that it's full of young Delaney, who's very quick out of the corner. Takes a slightly tighter line out of it, but there we go.
One car coming into the pits. The pit window hasn't yet opened. The number 26 car has come in of Kevin Fulbrook and Chris Williams, so possibly a problem there. Chambers keeps his lead through red gates. The pit window was not due to open for another 1 minute 40 seconds when that car came in. There goes the number 17, the John Wyatt Special, it says on the side, in black and gold.
Yeah, we saw earlier on the in the caterings we had
Bold Leap Team Low Cost, yes. Now we've got the John Wyatt Special. Whatever next.
The Johnny Pittard Special has JPS down the side of it in those colours.
Yes, indeed.
The two little Abarths together.
Remember the attempt a few years ago to launch a one-make series for the Fiat 500s in the UK? Sarah Franklin was quite successful in that, the Clio race.
There weren't very many of them, were there?
Remember Benny Simmons? There was a great cloud of dust up there at Coppice. Someone's been off.
Someone's off on the outside, or just ahead of them, or it was just lingering in the air from an earlier excursion.
Tom Delaney really pressuring Carl Chambers. Has a slow RX-8 ahead of them.
Yeah, that's going to hinder Chambers, and in fact it's helped the Issett and Bailey Mini, because the top 3 were very much together there. And look at this, we've got barreling up on the inside, we've got Hammersley in the Scirocco, but he's not quite close enough.
Pit window is about to open. That RX-8 had a puncture, that's why it was slowing there. It's got a flat front tyre, that's why the Hans and Roche car came in.
And we'll see light work racing in operation, which is the Hans team, as many hands make light work. That's why it's called that, has been for years. Former historic people.
Good. Very good indeed. I hadn't noticed that one before.
They made it up, not me.
Leaders out on the far side off the circuit. And here's Stuart Kilroy in that Peugeot, closing up on the number 18 of Matthew Shears. 2 little Abarths ahead of them as well. The defining moments of the Abarths was at Alton Park, I remember, when they had the Fiat 500 one-make series, and Benny Simonson managed to two-wheel his way all the way around Old Hall Corner in one of them. There's a clip on YouTube of it. They ran with a class within the Dunlop production touring cars for a time,
It's interesting that Chambers is running about half a car length in from the edge of the track to basically try to say, well, you're not going to come down that into that little gap. You're going to have to try a bit harder than that, young Delaney.
And Chambers comes into the pits because the pit window is open, so the leader has peeled off, and Tom Delaney goes into the lead. So Chambers is the first to stop. Pit window opened about a minute ago. Black and white flag for car number 142. That's one of the Pumas. Mark and Neil Jackson, just being warned about driving standards there. There goes the battle between Cox and Hosier, further down the order for 9th place.
We had a two-wheeling Abarth there over the curbs at Coppice. The black one, hop to curb.
Yeah, that's the black one, that's the Kennedys.
There you go. And the white one?
They are cracking little cars, these.
59.
That's the 59 car, it's Andrew Marson.
The great things, they're great to drive on the road. The big problem is you've got to run them hard on the turbo. They've got a fuel tank about the size of a shoebox, which means it's a 2-stop strategy going to Silverstone or something like that.
Well, the Kennedys have come in. New cars for this weekend. They're very smart little machines, these Abarths. It's Tom Delaney with the lead now that Carl Chambers has pitted. Can he win his first ever race?
Something that Derek Bell did at Goodwood in a Lotus 7 back in the 1960s. Went on to win Le Mans 5 times. We could be here at the start of something big, Dave.
Yes, keep an eye on the name. Thomas Delaney, number 555 in his BMW Mini, leads over the line. Second behind him is John Hammersley, because as the Issat and Bailey car come in. No, it hasn't.
No.
So have we lost the BMW Mini estates? Don't tell me Sussex Road and Race are in trouble again, because the 26, here it comes, and it's coming into the pits slowly. Is there any damage on that car? I can't see any. Whether it's got a problem, it's dropped down the order to 7th place on that lap. So whether they've got another problem, they've already got their standard mini saloon in the 26 of Fullbrook and Williams. That's already in the pits with problems. So not a good race for Sussex Road and Race. That car had problems in qualifying as well with turbo boost issues. So
we were talking this morning about Tom Delaney, about the his predecessor, his namesake Tom Delaney, who was still racing at 95.
Yeah, we believe that's the world record for the oldest racing driver in the world.
And he came back many years after he'd started racing. His father was the chairman of Invicta Cars and other companies, including I'm trying to think what it was now. Lee Francis. It was Lee Francis his father was chairman of, and he came back with the 1928 TT winning Lee Francis Hyper, which he'd found about 40 years after he'd previously owned it, and continued to race it into his 90s.
There needs to be a book about him. 101 James Clare has come in. He was leading the Puma Cup. In comes Andy Thompson with his Seat Leon. Let's look at who's leading the classes further back now. The Pumas were led by James Clare, so it will be John Glover, the yellow Puma, that goes through into the lead of that category. Who's leading the RX-8s? You mustn't forget them as well. Bill Alex Gray, number 8, the lead car in that division. Bob Hosier's in, and Dave Cox, who was battling with. There goes the Peugeot of Carl Chambers over the line.
142 and 175 among the Pumas continue to battle door handle to door handle.
There's the Abarth of Marson, chased by 18 Shears, and Kilroy in the 33 Peugeot. First full season of racing for him. Quite a lot of cars in the pit lane. The 197 of Jonathan Harbour, his Mazda RX-8, has come in. Apart from the numbers of it, that's a completely road standard car you've got there, apart from the obvious safety gear. The leader is in. Tom Delaney pits the BMW Mini. That's handed the lead to John Hammersley in the Scirocco. Delaney comes in. Boot lid goes up on the BMW Mini. I hope he hasn't got a problem.
Oh dear, 175's smoked the wall, I think.
Yes, some damage to the front end. That's number 175, John Bolt's Ford Puma has had an off. Not sure where that is. Didn't quite see in time there before the picture went away.
The Bolt.
26 comes in again. Yeah, Sussex Road and Race not having a happy time of things here, sadly. There goes Carl Chambers through now. Where is he currently running? Not many cars have made their stops yet. Chambers running down 23rd place at the moment. A little tricky to see because of the sun on my timing screen, unfortunately.
Don't complain, it's the first time you've seen it as a race meeting this year.
It's the first time we've seen the sun this year, pretty much. Cox
there's the,
and Hosier exit the pits together. Yeah, the Puma, that's up at the top of the circuit at Coppice. He's gone a long way off, hasn't he? A very long way off on the outside of Coppice. So Hammersley now leads. It's the Ludlow and Emmett Honda in second place. They're separated by just under 5 seconds, getting through Redgate now. Delaney still in the pit lane, so up into third place goes the Chamberlain and Carruthers, the red and chrome purple Astra. Interesting choice of livery.
142 is the other Puma that was involved in that tussle, and the driver's out of the car.
So that car's in the pit lane, number 142 of Mark and Neil Jackson, the green Puma. That's in the pit lane.
Yeah, they were dicing very, very closely, so I wonder whether there was something we didn't see.
The build of Alex Gray RX-8 has come in from the lead of their class, the camo liveried car. As a jumbo jet comes into land at East Midlands Airport over the top of us, about to drown our commentary out. It'll be a cargo plane. 169 Puma comes in, that's Ben Isaacs in the purple Puma. Bob Hosey's got ahead of David Cox again there, having a good scrap there, the Golf and the Seat. And John Hammersley comes in from the lead of the race. So Ludlow and Emmett now take over. Also the Cockerton father and son BMW Mini comes in. Chamberlain and Carruthers, I think, have continued. Somebody's run wide on the exit of Redgate there, but a dust being kicked up. Charlie Newton-Darby has come in as well for what will be effectively a 1.5 length pit stop with the extra minute to serve. Toby Harris and Lisa Selby swap over in their very smart Fiesta. They both do a heck of a lot behind the scenes, this club. Lisa, the social secretary of the CSCC, has organised, when they could have one, the awards night every year. It's a pleasure to be a guest at one of those a couple of years ago at Chateau Impney. The Gray family head back out in their RX-8. 33 Stuart Kilroy comes in. We have got just under 21 minutes to go.
Newton Derby sitting there for the eternity, which is a pit stop and a half.
Now that is a long pit stop. And the leader comes in, Ludlow and Emmett's Honda Civic. That will give the Chamberlain and Carruthers Motorsport School Astra the lead of the race. The red Astra just heading into Redgates now, so that will have a clear lead. Now who's going to come through in second place? There's still a few cars that have yet to stop. Number 24 Lawrence Ward in his BMW Mini has yet to come in. 196 John Glover comes in from the lead of the Pumas. There goes Tom Delaney, number 555.
Delaney is 9th in the 555.
Yes, 9th place. Where is he in relation to the other?
He's only a second behind Glover.
Stoppers.
Who has stopped, but he's actually currently stopped. So it'll all unravel probably within a lap or two.
Delaney is 2.6 seconds ahead of Chambers. That's what we need to concentrate on, Delaney and Chambers. I think they're going to be fighting for the lead when all this has cycled through. It depends where John Hammersley and the Ludlow and Emmett's car rejoin. So Ludlow and Emmett came in from the lead. It's now Chamberlain and Carruthers who take it up. Lawrence Ward is still out there. The Clothier and Kev Smith. Black BMW Mini has come in as well. The Abarth of Marson has yet to stop. I think everybody else has.
It's the Abarth which only has one headlight. It's like sort of a Cyclops.
I think everybody else
comes in. That's the Chamberlain.
Yes.
And Carruthers' car.
So the Astra comes in. Who's going to take over the lead? It'll be 24 Lawrence Ward if he doesn't come in as well. We'll look out for his BMW Mini. Well, there goes Delaney. There's Hammersley. Hammersley's got between Delaney and Chambers.
Oh, that's exciting. And they're 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yes, so let's have a look at the gaps between those two. They're only covered by 2 seconds, those three. That is going to become, I think, the battle for the lead. Let's see how it transpires. There's Lawrence Ward coming in, the Chichester College prepared car. They're prepared by their motorsport engineering students, Lawrence Ward's Mini. So he's in.
Chichester College.
Yes, indeed.
On the doorstep of Goodwood.
So who's going to take the lead now? The only other car that hasn't stopped is the Marson Abarth. So technically that now leads the race on track, because he hasn't pitted yet. Number 59, the white Abarth, Andrew Marson, just coming out of Redgate now. I think he's the only car that hasn't stopped
Yeah,
anyway.
Marson is running third, but he must stop fairly quickly.
Yeah, he's got just under 2 minutes to do so before the pit window closes. So within the next 2 laps, he has to pit, or he'll get a penalty of, I think it's a 2-lap penalty for missing the pit window.
Yes, it's something absolutely punitive, isn't it?
There goes Charlie Newton-Darby. Where's he running after his penalty? He's 13th after his success penalty of a minute. Well, there goes Delaney, there's Hammersley, there's Chambers. Okay, we've got a race on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. And Hammersley has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 20.039. They're covered by 1.7 seconds, those three. This is going to become the battle for the lead. They're heading down the Craner curves now. Bob Hosier still ahead of David Cox in the Golf. They've been inseparable all race long. Where are they fighting for at the moment? Fighting for 10th place.
Didn't he sing "Take Me to Church"? Hosier.
Bit too new for me. I don't listen to modern music. I never have done.
Is it music? Never mind,
A little
debate.
controversial. Now the Abarth comes in. We'll change the subject quickly there. The 59 of Andrew Marson is in.
So for the 4th lap running, a leader has stopped, effectively.
So who's this going to give the lead to? Chamberlain and Carruthers are on their out lap, so Lawrence Ward is still.
It won't be Newton-Darby, who's just rejoined, isn't it?
I could make a Valtteri Bottas reference, but I won't.
Ooh.
There goes Charlie Newton-Darby in the very smart West Sussex Motorsports Mini.
Yeah, he's 12th now.
Now here comes what is effectively the lead battle. Delaney ahead of Hammersley by 1 second. Almost identical on lap times. Chambers a further 0.8 of a second back. Together through Redgate. BMW Mini, Scirocco, Peugeot 208.
And their lap times that last time through were 21.3, 21.5 and 21.4. So absolutely nothing to choose between the three of them pace-wise.
There goes the Kennedy Abarth. I think it's, not sure which of the Kennedys it is on board, that machine at the moment. Mason and Louise sharing the car. So we have got just over 15 minutes of this race to go. Our final race of the day already moving into the assembly area, the Liqui Moly Slick Series. We've got some very impressive cars in that one indeed. And now we have got a serious race developing here in this Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops and Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup plus Mazda RX-8 Trophy triple whammy. Wait for the leading trio come through. Here comes Delaney. Hammersley trying to hunt him down. That is now for the lead of the race. 1.8 seconds covers the three of them. Somebody running wide there at Redgate. I think that was Charlie Newton-Darby kicking up a bit of dust. As the Ludlow and Emmett car moves past a couple of back markers, they're in 4th place, but a further near 6 seconds down on the top three. See who comes through behind them. Everybody should cycle through. Yes, Chamberlain and Carruthers are 5th in the red Astra. Andy Thompson, veteran campaigner in his Seats, is 6th through. Let's have a look who's leading the. Take a quick look away from the lead. Let's see who's leading the Pumas. It's James Clare still in front of the Pumas by 7 seconds ahead of John Glover, and the RX-8s are being led by the Gray family in car number 8. There is the leading RX-8. It's got the Abarth of Andrew Marson behind it.
It's one of the Sussex Road race cars back in again.
Back in again. They're not having a good race, are they?
They're not.
Repeated problems for their cars.
That's its 3rd stop, I think. Now getting down towards the 13 minutes to go mark.
We've lost a few cars in this race. Andrew Presswell's Vauxhall Astra didn't complete the first lap. We lost Matthew Pimlott after his pit lane start. few others have dropped out as well.
2.7 now splitting the top three, which 555 Delaney, 84 is Hammersley, 72 is Chambers.
Chambers has dropped back a little on that lap. He's 1.7 seconds off John Hammersley.
Three very different types of car. There's the 112 Puma coming in.
Yeah, that's Ross Morris and Alex Eacock, former Porsche men. Now for our leading trio, heading up towards McLean's. I think that's them I can see. Yes, just getting through a couple of back markers. Cockerton is there with them. Now head up towards Coppice Corner. Tom Delaney leads the way in treble 5. He's got about 12.5 minutes to hang on. Can he win his first ever motor race?
And he's got about, what, 10 lengths over Hammersley, I think.
With this lead over one of Britain's most experienced saloon car racers. What a story this is going to be if he can hang on in front, but he's still got 12 minutes to go. Just needs to keep a cool head. Oh, he's gone wide. As I say that, he's gone onto the grass. Curse of the commentator. He's kept it going. Sorry, Tom. He's kept it going, and he's still got the lead. But has he damaged the front of the car? He may have damaged the splitter.
What's interesting is, of course, that in all that, Hammersley and Chambers, who were close together, couldn't get past the car in their midst.
That was back markers, I think. They didn't know which way to go to get round the back markers, and that's why he went onto the grass, coming out of the chicane, down the Craner curves. Now, has that affected the handling of the car? Delaney still leads. Hammersley hits a back marker there, and the BMW Mini ploughs off. Is that Newton Derby? It is.
It is, yeah. That was the car they were dicing with, Newton Derby.
Now, Charlie Newton Derby, he was a lap down on the leaders, and he's banged wheels with John Hammersley and gone straight on into the gravel at the old hairpin. I think that might be a safety car.
Yeah, because the car's not that far off the circuit. And
now, could this change things? Tom Delaney still leads. Has he damaged the car in that?
No, I think he's all right. It's got sufficient ride height not to have damaged the splitter. I can see nothing hanging down. The Sirocco has got a bingle in the front corner. That's Newton Derby. That's his perfect record.
I think that contact may have broken his steering there, sending him into the gravel. That wheel's at a drunken angle. Carl Chambers now attacking Hammersley for second place. The Sirocco has escaped without major damage. No sign of a safety car.
It'll be front left corner on that, won't it?
Carl Chambers ready to attack for second place now. Gap back to Ludlow and Emmett in fourth place. Take a look at 6.3 seconds. As Tom Delaney continues to lead. Last lap was a 1:23. Well, that was the same for all of the top three at the moment, so that hasn't slowed them down a little, contra Tom. Ten minutes to go. Nervous times for Tom Delaney. He will be loving this out there. This Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops event. What about the Mr. Tyre Pumas? We'll take a quick look away from the lead battle to see what they're doing. The Pumas being led by James Clare still. And the RX-8s by the Gray family in car number 8. Leaders heading around Coppice.
And again, you can see Chambers trying everything he knows to get back into the slipstream of the Sirocco. Here he comes. They're not that far behind Delaney, are they? Delaney's stuck in some traffic, I think.
Yeah, he's got the Puma leader ahead of him, James Clare. This could be bad news. Clare now moves aside down the straight, but John Hammersley has got him in his sights there.
Hanging on the rear corner, I think, of that Mini, I think.
Yes, I think when he went over the grass, it's dislodged on the wheel arches, the right rear. Hopefully that won't get any worse. Like when Matt Neal got his first British touring car win here, he had a bit of bodywork bothering him in that one, hanging off after he clipped one of the, I think it was James Thompson. But he hung on to win it. Can Tom Delaney do the same here? The snatch vehicle retrieving Charlie Newton Derby's Mini from the old hairpin gravel. Well done, Marshals. It's gone in a bit further than I thought it had there, actually.
1 second only across the top three that time.
Yes, they have closed up there in clear air now. No back markers around. They're heading up towards
Didn't seem to deter Delaney, though. He managed to sort of muscle it out down at the other end. Now he's got trouble because he's got the Sirocco right behind him. He's going to have to defend into the chicane, and a double defence because Chambers is coming up as well.
This is going to be interesting into the chicane here. Tom Delaney just needs to keep a cool head, keep his line. Hammersley tries to go round on the outside. Delaney gets the exit.
He's bottled himself up, Hammersley.
He wanted, yes, he was bogged down a little bit through the chicane there, and Carl Chambers, this is his opportunity. He's going to make a move over the line. He takes second place. Carl Chambers up into second. Yes, Hammersley made a mess of his exit there from the Robert chicane, and he's dropped back into third place. And that's allowed the BMW Mini of Tom Delaney to make a little bit of a break. Recovery work still in progress. That Mini of Charlie Newton Derby is buried axle deep in the gravel at the old hairpin. There'll be yellow flags out, no passing in that section.
7.5 minutes still to go. They're the leaders. Hammersley just settling back down to find his equilibrium again.
Across the bottom of the course they go, then up towards McLean's. Delaney soaking up the pressure. He must be nervous in there. Carl Chambers, a lot of experience with Peugeots, racing and building them for competition.
Yeah, the Pug Sport car.
John Hammersley.
You don't see too many of the newer generation Peugeots, do you, Al?
No, that was the first 208 to be raced in the UK, the 30th anniversary edition. We've got the 207 out there as well of Kilroy.
And here comes Chambers down the outside towards the chicane. What can Delaney do to fob him off? Oh, he goes in really deep, this Chambers, and again, like Hammersley last time round, it's nobbled his exit.
It's compromised his exit, running in too wide there, and Hammersley's going to have a go.
No
second place
there,
if he can get close enough. Oh, Bob Hosier pulling into the pits in the Seat. He's got a problem.
So Delaney's weathered that one as well.
This is nervy stuff, to say the least. Bob Hosier in the pit lane then, the experienced former Brands Hatch regular. With his Seat Leon, he's got some sort of an issue.
It's a relatively short lap here, isn't it? So, you know, despite the fact we've only got 6 minutes to go, there's still time for kind of 4 more laps.
The RX-8 and one of the Pumas together there. John Glover, second in the Puma Cup at the moment. Chasing the 147 of Jonathan Harbour with his RX-8.
Not for long, it's past it.
That's in there, coming into the Craner curves. Misfire on the 1-2-3 car there, the Paul Clothier, Kev Smith, BMW Mini by the sound of it. It'll be very rough as it went through there. David Cox has lost his sparring partner now. Bob Hosier's pulled into the pits, and somebody has run wide into the gravel at Redgate there. Couldn't quite see who it was. It's the 1-2-3 car, isn't it, slowing down? Said it was misfiring. Has he stopped on the edge of the track there?
555, 72 and 84. Flash across the line, into 24 laps, 1.7 between the three.
There's yellow flags at Redgate because of the car that's pulled off there. Yeah, it's pulled off just on the outside. It's one of the BMW Minis.
Yep, 20.7 between first and second. Chambers a little closer to Delaney. Hammersley 1.7 off the lead, 9/10 behind second place. Ludlow, Emmett almost forgotten in fourth place, number 70, and 87 Chamberlain and Carruthers in the Astra.
Well, they've just done the fastest lap of the race. 1:19.586. Where did that come from? The red Astra has just set the new fastest lap. So I would imagine it's Adam Chamberlain at the wheel of that car. Another Seat in trouble. Andy Thompson coming in to the pits once again. It's not a good day for Seat Leons, is it? First Bob Hosier, now Andy Thompson pulls in from 6th place. The car that stopped, it's not the Clothier and Smith car up at the exit of Redgate onto the Craner curves. I think it's the Cockerton car.
Yes, it could well be, because it hasn't been shown as, hasn't been given a man at work sign yet. Here comes Delaney, and look at Hammersley. Hammersley's getting closer to the Peugeot.
Oh, but Delaney was a bit slow in getting past one of the back markers there. He's having to move to defend there. He's going past one of the RX-8s.
And there are the yellows.
Yeah, there's yellow flags there. I think they just got through before they went into the yellow flag zone there, past the Bill Alex Gray Mazda RX-8. Now it's down the Craner curves. Now, are we still under yellow flags at the old hairpin? I don't think we are. Carl Chambers can sense an opportunity to take the lead here from Tom Delaney. Through the old hairpin they go.
Hamsley's not finished either, I suspect.
He's keeping a watching brief, waiting to see
Ludlow and Emmett.
what happens ahead of them. Yes, Ludlow and Emmett trying to close in on the top three. Up they go towards the right-hander at McLean's. The three leaders right together now.
Ludlow and Emmett quicker than the two lead cars last time through.
Delaney will be hoping that John Hammersley starts to attack Carl Chambers again, so that he's having to defend, and Delaney will be able to get away.
I suspect he won't. He'll be just looking down the road and thinking, I want to see that checkered flag.
Oh, but here comes Carl Chambers. He's got a run on him this time. He's going to go through. Chambers takes the lead down the exhibition straight, round the outside. Now Tom Delaney needs to try to fight back here. He needs to plan it. Don't be too rash.
Yep, it understeers a little bit. Hops over the curb there. He gets back on the power, but he's lost ground. And now Hammersley looking like he's going to come alongside. Can Hammersley get through, or will Delaney manage to outbrake him down the inside? He's done it before, and he will do it again. He's just in the right place, but Chambers has made his escape.
Chambers will get his head down and his foot down now and try and pull away as much as he can in that Peugeot. Another fastest lap for the Chamberlain-Carruthers Astra.
And Hammersley's got Delaney as well.
Coming through Hollywood, that was.
Hollywood.
Well, fair play, Tom Delaney. That was a brave effort to hold on in front for so long, but the two more experienced men have come through into first and second. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. You have to feel for Tom Delaney on his debut, and he's going to try to fight back now against the two more experienced drivers ahead of him. Carl Chambers is starting to pull away in the Peugeot.
The Chamberlain-Carruthers car, yeah, 118 last time through, 118.882.
That Astra is flying all of a sudden. It's coming up into McLean's now, the red Astra.
Yeah, that is 16 seconds only away from the leaders, 6 seconds behind the Ludlow Emmett car, but lapping a lot quicker than anybody else up the road.
I think this is going to be last lap this time, with 1:13 left on the clock as they came out of the chicane. Over the line goes Carl Chambers. John Hammersley in second place, Delaney in third. I think this will be their last lap now. Can John Hammersley catch Carl Chambers? We've got somebody pulled up on the exits of... I don't think that's the car that was there earlier on either.
It's the exit of Redgate, isn't it?
Yeah, the exit of Redgate. Is that the car that we saw earlier? Yeah, I think they're just protecting it with yellow flags. The rest of the race. Carl Chambers laps one of the Abarths. Delaney has dropped away. I wonder if his tyres may have gone off.
Yeah, he may well have overheated them.
But still,
the Ludlow and Emmett car sort of floats into the old hairpin very spectacularly.
His last victory, it certainly was floating because it won on a flooded Castle Coupe in the Dave Allen Memorial Trophy. But Carl Chambers is heading for his first win of the season, unless John Hammersley can do something special into the chicane for the final time to give his Scirocco a debut win. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Here they come then. The Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops are going to be won by the Peugeot 208 GTI 30th Anniversary Edition of Carl Chambers. There is the checkered flag. Chambers wins it. Hammersley comes over in second. And well done, Tom Delaney. A brilliant third place on his debut.
Yeah, that was a fine drive by the young Delaney. And
Adam Chamberlain and Scott Carruthers nearly caught Ludlow and Emmett. They had that pace on the last few laps. And their last lap of the race, 1:18.883, a thousandth of a second off their previous quickest. They very nearly caught the Honda there. That's fourth and fifth places.
That's consistency for you, isn't it? 2 laps in a thousandth of a second.
Indeed. The Clothier and Smith car takes the flag in the pit lane with a misfire. And the Puma Cup is going to be won by James Clare in number 101. The RX-8 Trophy, that will be won, well, I've already crossed the line a lap down, by Bill and Alex Gray in the number 8 car. That'll give them a 10-second success penalty for their next race. And as for the driver of the day, it's got to be Tom Delaney.
Certainly wouldn't argue with that. That was an absolutely brilliant drive.
If only he hadn't had that excursion onto the grass coming out of the chicane, I reckon he'd have won that. Sixth place across the line is Dave Cox with his VW Golf. Number 17, John Wyatt, is 7th in his BMW Mini. Andy Marson in the Abarth takes 8th place, good result for him. Lawrence Ward 9th, and Stuart Kilroy rounds out the top 10 in his Peugeot. The drivers head back into pit lane. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gents. Well done, Carl Chambers. That will give him a 30-second penalty for the remainder of the season. And one race to go here today, which is the Liqui Moly Slicks series. Some very special cars in this race indeed. So while a couple of cars are being recovered from around the circuit after that very entertaining Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops race, it's combined with Mr. Tyre, Puma Cup and the RX-8 Trophy, we'll give you the grid for the Liqui Moly Slicks series. All cars running on slick tyres, as the name suggests. Big grid of these. We should see 28 cars out there for this one. They're in the assembly area, so we can make a note of any absentees. Pole position goes to number 112, Kevin Jones, in his locally built Noble M12 RSR. A lovely looking car that one is. And alongside him, Matty Evans in the BMW that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, it was designed by Lee Noble and built in Barwell, wasn't it, near Mallory Park?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Matty Evans did qualify fastest, but he had his fastest time disallowed for exceeding track limits. The BMW already a winner today in the Open Series race. He starts second on the grid. The second row, plenty of brute force for number 3, Darren Dowling, in his beautiful TVR Sagaris. And he has a Ferrari alongside him. Nigel Jenkins, long-time Ferrari racer, number 154, in his yellow Ferrari 458 Challenge. Row 3, Will Chappell with his Porsche 997 GT3 Cup.
That went missing this morning, didn't it?
Yeah, stopped out on circuit somewhere in qualifying, but it is there, it's on the grid. 147 is next, that's David Fielder in his BMW E46 M3. The fourth row of the grid, the vastly experienced Peter Chalice with his Porsche, the man behind Arrow Pack International, another 997 GT3 Cup, and another Ferrari alongside him, another very experienced Ferrari racer, Andy Christopher with his Ferrari 430 Challenge, that's number 14. The fifth row, we've got number 51, David Harvey. We've already seen the Lotus 340R. Starts alongside 169, Chris Everill, a non-finish for him earlier on in the Open Series race with his V8-powered Ginetta G55. He completes the top 10 on the grid. on the 6th row, we should have Darren Fielding, number 8, with his BMW. I can't see Darren there at the moment. Wait to see if he's late out of the assembly area. 174 is there, Dominic Malone with his ex-World Touring car BMW. The 7th row, we have the incredible Aussie V8 supercar. That's a genuine Aussie supercar. The Ford Falcon of number 100, Andy Robinson, racing as a warm-up here today, the reigning Classic Thunder champion. They race here on Bank Holiday Monday at Donington. And alongside him is number 40, Jasper Sapra, with his BMW. Next on the grid, all the way from the north of Scotland, number 25, Alistair Mowat on the 8th row of the grid, with his awesome Mark 1 Golf.
It's 400 horsepower there, which is quite impressive. They can turn it up to 500 if they want.
Keep an eye on that. That is one of my personal favourite cars of the weekend. The Mark 1 Golf, almost the Berg Cup style cars, the mountain climb championships of continental Europe. You see a lot of those. And alongside
Berggren Pokal.
That's correct.
Lugged that from Aberdeen to be with us this weekend.
It's wonderful to see him here. Great to have Alistair Mowat and his family here. Alongside the number 86 car, that's Kevin Bird and Charles Triple Barrel, as I call him, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. Castle Combe regulars, they're in their BMW E92. Row 9, the Petch family should be there again. Yes, their Ginetta is there. Which of the Petches is it driving this time? It's Chris and Harry this time, I think. 3 of them here this weekend.
Getting value for money for that, aren't they?
They certainly are. And alongside them, number 18, Ashley Muldoon with his BMW M3. Next on the grid, Johnny Haynes, number 6. And he's in the ex-British GT Championship Maserati Gran Turismo GT4. That's an ex-Abbey Eaton car, among others. Alongside them, 126, Brian Branson, who is sharing with Russell Dack in their BMW, the orange liveried car. We saw it earlier on, the Prep Tech car. That's on row 10. The 11th row, 271, the Mark II Escort of Mark specialist Pantelis Christoforou, the Greek-born driver, Laki Christoforou as he's known. He's raced Ferraris in his time as well, but loves his Mark II Escort, has a whole collection of them.
It looks very, very nicely turned out, that car.
Alongside that beautiful Escort is number 186, which is Jeremy Cook with his BMW M3 GT4. Next on the grid, we should have the Alexanders in their Porsche 968, but they're not there. The 55 car is there, though, Les Charnaker in his Porsche Cayman. And behind 55 on row 13 of the grid, number 90, which is Ian Bauer, at the wheel of his Castrol liveried BMW. That's similar to the CBM cars that ran in the Italian Championship in the 90s. And Emanuele Naspetti was very successful in those. That's the ex-Paul Bellamy car. Alongside him, that's one of the Gads. It's number 59, Jack Gadd, in the Sonny Howard prepared space frame Ford Escort Mark 1. Towards the back of the grid there, we have the Lotus of the Charlton family, number 127. That was struggling with a misfire in qualifying. Patrick and Mark Charlton with their Lotus Exige, number 127.
The same car they raced in, I think, 2003 or something, they were saying.
It's good to have them back. Alongside them, number 72, Michael Coker, had those oil pump issues earlier on with the Aston Martin.
Yeah, oil pump on the differential or on the gearbox, yeah. The Charlton Lotus, that just had a really serious misfire, just wouldn't run cleanly.
Okay, well, they are both there, and there's an extra car at the back of the grid.
Yeah, BMW. I'm trying to pick up the number.
It's number 221.
It is. Time Attack car.
I'm just going to find out who that is. That's an addition to the grid.
221 is Jasper Sapra.
Now, Jasper Sapra's in the number 40. It's his running mate, Manjit Singh Johal, in car 221, a newcomer to the club. He's starting from the back. I think he missed qualifying earlier on, but that's a very special grid indeed.
It is a super grid, and it's about 3 times the size of the slick grid at Thruxton.
Yes, I believe due to a combination of factors. I think there were only 3 finishers, unfortunately, at Thruxton, weren't there?
It was all fairly atrocious, yes.
Well, we'll see certainly more than that here.
Well, Kevin Jones, the poleman in that Noble, raced it at Castle Combe in recent years. It's had the occasional win down there. Matty Evans alongside. Now back on the bright green front wheels as opposed to the black front wheels which he ran in the earlier race.
Slick series, you see. Might be running different tyres on the front.
Running different widths and all kinds of things to try to make it turn in.
So many potential winners on this grid. I reckon Chris Everill might be in with a chance in the Ginetta. Some real brute force cars in this one. I'm waiting to see how Andy Robinson goes. Well, it's great to have him here in that what is a genuine Aussie V8 supercar from the 1990s.
TVR Sagaris with 7 litres under the bonnet. That's not very subtle, is it?
Well, subtle compared to what we're going to see in the Bernie's V8s and the special saloons tomorrow. Some really special cars in that field. I hope you enjoyed the action today, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to go out with an absolute cracker from the Liqui Moly Slick Series. There's plenty more coming up tomorrow. Qualifying begins at 9:15. First race at 12:35. We will have the JMC Racing Special Saloons and Mod Sports, as we mentioned, combined with the Bernie Sports Racing and V8s. 3 races for them. We've got the Mintex Classic K series for FIA Appendix K Pre-66 cars. 2 races for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s, groups 1 and 2 for them racing separately, and the Advantage Motorsports Future Classics as well for everything 70s and 80s. That's all here tomorrow at Donington Park. Qualifying starts at 9:15 and the first race at 12:35. There's more action at Donington on Monday as well. Bank Holiday Monday sees the British Automobile Racing Club here at Donington with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with their 6 different categories. We've got the Jaguar Saloons and GTs here as well. Also the Kumho BMW Championship and the Mighty Minis. That's all here on Monday. So a full weekend, a full bank holiday weekend of motorsport here at Donington Park. Okay, here we go then. Kevin Jones leads them out for the rolling start in his Noble.
So 40 minutes are on the clock. We have these slick-tired beasts in various shapes and sizes. Raw power, plenty of great big brakes, and this will provide a rousing finale. 1 minute 11.335 is Kevin Jones's time on giving pole, but as Dave has explained, Matty Evans was originally there but lost his best time due to a circuit limits issue. I think that 7 of the cars on the grid were pinged for that. They had their fastest times, the drivers had their fastest times expunged, and there we go. So the Noble, which now seems to have a bit more front aero for this series, in very stark contrast to many of the other cars, particularly that remarkable Lotus 340R, the supercharged car of David Harvey, another bright blue car which has the most bizarre styling. Got some very quick GTs, you've got some, particularly the Moet VW Golf with its 400 horsepower turbo engine out of a Golf 4 under the bonnet of a Golf 1, which is much smaller shell. That will go impressively well. They said they had 100 horsepower in reserve. They said this morning they could turn that up when they wanted to. So it will not be long before they're away. The pace car pulls in. Now it's up to Kevin Jones and Matty Evans to control it. Darren Dowling and Nigel Jenkins on the second row, and away they go. And down the inside, it's just about the Noble holding on. But round the outside, it's Matty Evans who gets the lead. Jenkins is third. Looks like Darren Dowling is fourth on the inside in the orange car. We've got one car, two cars off on the outside.
One of them's Andy Robinson in the Falcon, unfortunately. He's got it going again then.
Yeah. Oh, and there's, look at that. There's the Noble.
Oh, he's spun it.
And I think there's damage to the right front wing. That probably explains it.
Contact with Nigel Jenkins in the Ferrari. He's trailing bodywork.
Yeah, Jenkins' rear bumper's hanging off. That won't last the lap. No, it doesn't last the lap.
It comes off.
It comes off.
Curve.
Yeah.
So it's Evans from Jenkins in the Ferrari 458 Italia Superleggera, as it is now, having lost its rear bumper. Up towards Coppice. Start to sort themselves out then. Then it's the charge of the Porsches. Andy Christopher next through in the Ferrari 430 Challenge, the black Ferrari. It's a 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. I think there's a couple of success penalties from the previous race at Thruxton. The race winner is not out, but Chris Everill is second. He has a 15-second penalty. And I think Brian Bransom and Russell Dack have a 10-second penalty as well. As Jenkins attacks for the lead as they go down towards Redgate for the second time. The Ferrari going for the outside on the BMW, but he won't get through there, I don't think. He keeps the line on that outside run through Redgate. Third behind them is Darren Dowling in the TVR. They've pulled away from the rest of the field, headed up by Andy Christopher's Ferrari. He's got ahead of Will Chappell's Porsche. The rest of them charge their way through. Leaders go into the old hairpin. It's the BMW leading the way. Puff of smoke from somebody there, or whether that was just a bit of dust being kicked up, I'm not sure. There's Andy Robinson. You can see those fearsome yellow headlights as he tries to fight his way back up the field in the Craig Lowndes liveried number 100 Ford Falcon. Leaders up towards Coppice once again then.
Alistair Mowat from 15th up to 8th on the first lap in the Golf.
Just how much power has that thing got? He's keeping up with the supercars here.
Yeah, I think he had a good run through the incident scene. Here comes Jenkins barreling up into the Robert chicane. Dowling in the Cigaris looks like has a pretty harsh ride as it comes out of the flick-flack.
Very experienced TVR racer is Darren Dowling. He raced in the Tuscan Challenge. He's done endurance racing in the likes of GT Cup with Mosler and with Lotuses as well. It's all over the back of long-time Ferrari man Nigel Jenkins.
Looks like it has minimal visibility out of it, certainly from the back and the sides. Always a problem with some of these GT cars, big aero, massive wing. Darren Dowling tries to get up the inside of Jenkins coming out of the old hairpin. Something smoking big style. That's the grey BMW. That's Sapra car behind the Golf. Extra Robinson in there. Christopher at the back of that little group as well. Here's Mark II.
Oh, the Noble into the pits.
Yeah.
Damage from that first lap incident, no doubt. Leaders are heading onto the exhibition straights. Great shame for Kevin Jones, the pole sitter for this race. For the leaders to come back into our sight. Then Matty Evans still under attack from there's a slower car there, the car of Manjit Singh Johal trying to get out of the way. He does so. Leaders get through. He's coming into the pits. He's got a problem, the BMW. Andy Christopher has caught up to the three leaders now. And Will Chappell and Peter Chalice in the Porsches. Then Mowat in that amazing Golf.
The bonnet's loose on Dowling's car. It's lifting on the left-hand side.
Ah, yes, well spotted. Well, here's Manjit Singh Johal. Not the best of race debut weekends for the BMW pilot, racing alongside his mentor Jasvir Sapra, who's out in his own car in this race. Fielders heading through on the home straight. Jeremy Cook, Coker, and the rest of them. Charnica's Porsche Cayman in there as well. The leaders going up into McLean's. Andy Christopher trying to catch up to the three race leaders.
I can't believe that the Golf is 7th. It's doing so well.
We've got a Porsche battle developing for 5th between Chappell and Chalice. Then it is the Golf heading the next train of cars. Jasper Sapra is behind it, I think. Also in there is David Harvey with the Lotus 340R, that bizarre little Rover K Series powered machine.
Yep.
There's Andy Robinson, the rumbling Ford Falcon.
Supercharged, making plenty of power.
Over the line go the leaders. Matty Evans leads by 0.8 of a second. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:12.166, only just quicker than Nigel Jenkins, though, in his Ferrari 458 Italia Challenge Superleggera. Nice little battle at the chicane. The Petch family Ginetta chasing one of the BMWs there. That's the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird BMW. Andy Robinson roars past in his Falcon. It's not until you stand next to one of those Aussie supercars you realise just how huge they are. Whether it be they Ford Falcons or Holden Cosmos.
It's a bit like going to Daytona for the 500 and standing looking at turn one, but not being aware of what's coming towards you and seeing how fast they went through in the sort of pre-restrictor days.
Yes, that must be quite an intimidating experience. Well, even when I first went to a major single-seater race when I was young, the speed of them quite intimidated me. I think it was Formula 3000, possibly it was here at Donington.
Yeah, so NASCARs are doing about 190 miles an hour past you in the 1980s.
I've not been to a NASCAR race. I want to someday, and to the Indy 500 I want to attend as well. Darren Dowling has caught Nigel Jenkins. The Noble is off again in exactly the same place at Redgate. Something against that bit of the track, clearly, as Manjit Singh Johal's car is pushed away. He's out of the race, is he? Or is he going back out? Yeah, he's going to try and go back out.
I sense that the Noble might be coming back in.
Yes, he's struggling, isn't he?
Not a great deal of point continuing.
That's a great shame.
He's a long way from home, isn't he? He's up from the West Country.
From the local car. As Peter Chalice makes a move at the old hairpin, takes fellow Porsche pilot Will Chappell. Two 997 GT3 Cup cars, battling it out for what is 5th position. Have to be careful though, because Alistair Moat might catch them in the Gulf, but he's dealing with this threat of David Harvey behind him. Jasper Sapra is in there as well. The Bransom and DAC BMW is up behind them too, and on their tail, Dominic Malone's BMW, the World Touring car. Leaders coming out of the chicane. Darren Dowling's dropped back a bit from Nigel Jenkins now. Black and white flag for car number 112. That's Kevin Jones. No, it's Manjit Singh Johal again. He's had a spin up there.
It's silver and black from the back, but yes, he's got Novice Cross on the back.
It's getting going again. A lap down, a baptism fire for him. Then he had problems coming into the pits and he spun on his outlap at Schwann's Curve.
At least the Charlton Lotus is now going on all its cylinders, which it wasn't this morning.
Yes, good improvement from them. Nice little battle going up towards Coppice. 5 cars together there as Singh Johal tries to get going again. Jasvir Sapra, his running mate, attacking Alistair Moat in the Gulf. I thought for a second the lights were on the safety car there. So maybe for the car that was spun at Schwann's, but he's got going again. Jasvir Sapra on the tail of that amazing bewinged Mark 1 Golf.
It's like these snarling BMs chasing it down.
There's 4 of them now. We've got Bransom and Dax orange car. David Fielder going side by side with Dominic Malone in the ex-Andy Prio MBE car. Fielder gets through there at Redgate. Can they catch this pocket rocket Golf?
But so quick off the corners that, and it looks quite nimble.
We don't see much of it in. I think it might compete in Super Lap Scotland, as it's called, at Knock Hill, which is the Scottish version of Time Attack, which is a sprint against the clock series at Knock Hill. I think that's where Alistair normally competes with that car. I could be wrong, of course. Leads the pack up towards McLean's. There is the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird car. Here's that battle. 4 BMWs snarling up onto the back of the Golf.
The black BMW is quite smoky, isn't it, from time to time?
The number 40.
The third one of the 4 in that group.
That's David Fielder, I think, 147. Yeah, Jasper Sapper up ahead of. Still Evans from Jenkins and Dowling. No change at the front. 1.5 seconds in it for the lead, and not surprisingly, Manjit Singh has come back into the pits.
I thought the BMW was the ultimate driving machine, but their German compatriot, the Golf, is staying ahead.
That is one seriously sorted car. for Alistair Mowatt, the Flying Scotsman, out in front of a train of BMWs and diving up the inside there. Ooh, that was Dominic Malone, I think, with the attack. Oh, Darren Dowling's hit problems. The TVR pulling off down at the exit of the old hairpin. Third place gone. Saw some smoke there. Meantime, as number 72 of
Oh,
Michael
it's on fire.
Coker.
It's on fire. That's...
Yes, we have a fire on the TVR, so that may be a safety car. Yes, Darren Dowling's TVR has caught alight. Well done, marshals. Straight in there with the fire extinguisher. Darren helping them as well to put out the flames. That's a great shame. Jack Gadd in the Mark 1 Escort lapped by the Porsches. And Nigel Jenkins has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.430 that time through, and he's on the tail of Matty Evans now. They're coming out of Redgate. We could see the Ferrari make a move for the lead. Cloud of smoke and extinguisher powder down at the bottom of the circuit from Darren Dowling's TVR.
Chalice and Chapel are now up into 4th and 5th. Christopher has obviously inherited 3rd.
Still this train of BMWs, which is down. Yes, safety car coming out because of the fire, presumably. David Fielder coming into the pits. I thought we'd lost a BMW there. David Fielder's pulled up in the pits, and the safety car out presumably because of the fire.
Yeah, there's a truck down there as well. It went up pretty well.
Oh dear.
TVR.
Yeah, I can see that I can see the smoke across the way from in the commentary box here. We can't see that section of circuit from the box. We can see smoke rising. Well, that's a great shame. And Nigel Jenkins had just taken the lead while that was going on from Matty Evans. He had just set the fastest lap of the race, so Jenkins had taken the lead on that lap just before the safety car came out. So it's the Ferrari leading, BMW second, Andy Christopher's Ferrari is 3rd. Peter Chalice and Will Chappell in their Porsches in 4th and 5th. David Harvey's Lotus 6th. The Golf of Flying Scotsman Alistair Mowatt in 7th. And the Flying Scotsman was pulling a train of BMWs. Sapra, Branson and Dack and Dominic Malone round out.
And the pit window is open.
Yes, indeed.
Which triggers most of the field coming in.
Yes, I think it'll be everybody in this time by. Christopher's in, Chalice, Chappell, Ash Muldoon in his BMW, David Harvey's in, the Golf is in, Jasper Sapra stays out, so do Branson and Dack, Dominic Malone is in, the Petch family Ginetta, Lucky Christopher who stays out, the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird BMW is in. Looks like the fire is out down there, so well done to the marshals down at the old hairpin, doing their job impeccably. Andy Robinson still going with the Falcon. So the safety car leads them round. Then who's going to come in this time? We're going to see the leaders into the pits. Matty Evans is coming in, but Nigel Jenkins stays out. Evans brings in the BMW. I think the next car that hasn't come in was Jasper Sapra. He's in this time. Brian Branson and Russell Dack's BMW is in as well. Christopher who brings the Escort in, so Matty Evans the only car, apart from a couple of back markers, that hasn't come in. Michael Coker's Aston Martin has yet to stop, and the Maserati of Johnny Haynes hasn't come in either. No, the Lotus Exige hasn't. Ian Bauer's Castrol BMW hasn't either. So they're about the only ones who have not stopped. There is a traffic jam at the exit of the pit lane. which is now released. I think the car that lost out there, unfortunately, is the Golf, because that's at the back of the queue, along with the Petch Ginetta. Still got 24.5 minutes of this race to go. Everybody taking advantage of the safety car to pit.
That's the Branson BMW.
Russell Dackley, former Kumho BMW Series champion, sharing that car. Won his title in a compact a few years ago. They're here at Donington on Monday.
62's going in, so...
And there is the stricken TVR. Looks like it's covered with snow, doesn't it? I don't think that'll be appearing on any Christmas cards, sadly. If Darren Dowling wants to start a new line in Christmas cards in the winter, he could use that image.
Nice to see Maserati out in a race like this. In comes Jenkins from the lead.
Ian Bauer in as well. Mackie Christopherou's escort in the pit lane. Oh, and Ian Bauer just dodges around him there. That stunning escort.
There's something about a kind of Group 4 style escort that looks so strong.
And still out there under the safety car trying to catch everybody up to the back of the Crocodile at the moment. 23 minutes of the race to go. We'll get some more racing laps in this Liqui Moly Slicks Series race, a new series over the last couple of years for the CSCC. And
Evans is second, is showing second, and has stopped, whereas Jenkins is showing as leader and he's in the pits.
So that will mean that Matty Evans should cycle back into the lead then, as the safety car comes in. The fire tender heads back into the pit lane. Job well done by the fire marshals. Evans is at the back of that queue at the moment.
Yes, I think it'll all shuffle around a little bit before they get loosed, and the lights are still flashing on the BMW, so there was another lap in this.
Has the Maserati come in? No, it hasn't.
No, it has.
It has now, as has the Lotus. So are there any cars that have not stopped? I think that's everybody now.
Yes.
Yes, that's everybody.
Yeah, Dowling isn't going to stop clearly because he's broken out on the circuit, but that's everyone stopped.
Yeah, so the safety car had picked up the erstwhile lead of the Maserati. That has now come in, so they've got to cycle everybody through again. So it should be, I think, Matty Evans who has got the lead of this race.
Evans leads as the only driver to have covered 13 laps so far.
Well, David Fielder was the first car to come in, the black BMW number 147. So if he gets the undercut here, he could be in a decent position. He came in earlier than everyone else.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens if they wave everybody past until they get to Matty Evans. By then, where's Jenkins going to be in that lineup?
It's always confusing to work out, isn't it, where everybody's going to slot back in when you have a safety car.
See, there's Jenkins, and currently behind about, I don't know, a dozen, 15 cars, something like that, in the 154, the Coda Tronca Ferrari, short tail.
There's the Lotus.
Doesn't have much ride height, does it?
Buzz Radar, the sponsors. Well, certainly buzzing to be racing that again, I'm sure. There's Will Chappell's yellow Porsche with David Harvey's little Lotus behind it. The 340R, the only one of its kind racing in the UK, I believe.
Are we going to see the field wave through? That's the big question. The lights are off. I don't think we are. I think he's coming in.
It's going to be go from there. Andy Robinson is the car behind the safety car, which I think is coming in this time. Yes, it certainly is. And we're going to have a bit of a jumbled field getting back underway. Then we'll work out everyone's positions as they cross the line. The Maserati has lost out there because that's going to have to rejoin behind everybody else. I think the Lotus may be in strife here because they're still in the pit lane. So it's Evans who has got the lead by almost a full lap as a result of that in the number 62 BMW. David Fielder in second place and Peter Chalice in the Porsche showing in third. So I think that's how it's going to play out in this one. We'll see what's going to happen. But Matty Evans has made up almost a full lap on the rest of the field here because of the moves behind the safety car. There's plenty of moves taking place up there into McLean's corner. Cars all over each other. Robinson has dropped back on the outside. Jasper Sapra having a go at Peter Chalice. So effectively, that's the second place fight going past Andy Robinson. With Nigel Jenkins, we'll see where he has slotted back in as a result of that late stop. He's showing us 14th place. So we'll wait for all the confusion to unravel, and then we'll bring you the race order. It's Andy Christopher at the front of the group in his Ferrari. Now, where is he showing as he comes through? Yes, he's second, a minute behind Matty Evans' BMW. Fielder is third, then Chalice, Sapra, Will Chappell. Yeah, Matty Evans is pretty much a lap up on everybody else.
Yeah, he's the timing. No one was waved through, so they didn't know where the leader was. I can only assume.
17.5 minutes to go there. Evans from Christopher in the Ferrari 430 Challenge. Fielder is third. He got the undercut with that early stop. Fourth is Peter Chalice, then Sapra, Chappell, David Harvey's Lotus, Dominic Malone, the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird BMW, and Alistair Moat's Golf, rounding out the top 10. So what you are effectively seeing here at the front of the pack is a fight for second place. The leader is almost a lap up on everybody else. Matty Evans with the Dayglow wheels on the BMW is in the pack, but he's leading by the best part of a lap. That's how it's transpired after the safety car.
It's making hay while the sun shines, I suspect.
Yes, indeed.
Here they come. There's Christopher in the black Ferrari.
He's a minute down on Matty Evans. Rumble their way over the line. Andy Robinson is a further lap behind, I think. Slightly confusing to work out. There's Jenkins in the Ferrari now. He's gained 3 places. He's up into 10th position on that last lap, and that'll be the main focus now, I think, seeing how many places Nigel can make up here. Evans somewhere in the middle of that pack as they went through, and somebody coming in fairly slowly. Is that David Fielder? Yeah, he scored with the early stop, but I think the early stop was because of a problem. He's come back in again.
Yep.
That's a great shame. He was up in third place at one point. So it's Evans from Christopher, Chalice third. They're only separated by just over 3 seconds now, the fight for second place. That's what this race is becoming, a fight for the runner-up place. The Branson DAC BMW kicks up some dust at McLean's. Peter Chalice dives past the Charlton family Lotus, which is back out on track after a long stop. There goes Andy Christopher over the line. He's still got second place ahead of Peter Chalice. Now, is the gap coming down between those two? Yes, it is, but not by a huge amount. Now, there's Matty Evans. He's trying to lap everybody here, I think. There goes Nigel Jenkins. Has he gained any further places? No, he's still 10th. Ahead of the Petch Ginetta there. Evans, Christopher, Chalice, Chappell, Harvey, Sapra, Malone, Moat, Bird, and Hyde Andrews Bird, and Jenkins.
Moat's just been lapped by the leader. But he's running in 8th place in the 25 Golf. 1.1 seconds ahead of Chab.
Chab, aka Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, or as I call him, Triple Barrel. Castle Coombe regular for many years. Previously raced a Scirocco.
Jenkins got kind of lost somewhere in all that shenanigans. Suddenly he dropped right back into the pack.
He's in 10th place. He's got the fastest lap of the race though, 1:11.43. Over the line goes Christopher. He's pulling away from Peter Chalice now. Will Chappell in 4th, chased by David Harvey. Matty Evans is up behind them now.
Malone's ahead of Sapra.
Jenkins has gained 2 more places. Yes, Malone ahead of Sapra. Jenkins has gained 2 more places ahead of Bird and Moat in the Golf. Golf lapping in the 116s, the Ferrari in the 113s. There goes the Aston Martin of Coca. That wonderful sounding Maserati of Haynes.
Yeah, it's lovely. Really beautiful car.
To look at and to listen to. I think we may well see Matty Evans lap everyone here. Pace he's going.
Yes, he was gifted a bigger advantage than he anticipated, that's for sure. "13 minutes to go." Here comes Christopher in 2nd place in the black Ferrari, number 14. 3rd is Chappell with the Arrow Pack Porsche. Chalice. Then it's Chappell in the yellow one.
There's Evans behind them, then Harvey and Dominic Malone up in 6th place. Jenkins is up to 7th. He's taken Jasvir Sapra now. He's coming under threat from the Golf.
Jack Gadd, I see you've been down into the 119s now in the Sunny Howard Space Race Escort on the screens. Here taken by the Petch Ginetta. And that Gadd car was in the 22s this morning, so 3 seconds quicker in the race this afternoon.
Over the line goes our 2nd placeman, Andy Christopher. Chased by Peter Chalice. The gap's only 6.5 seconds between those two now. David Harvey takes Will Chappell. Good move there up against the pit wall almost. A flash of flame from the Lotus exhaust pipe there as he takes the Porsche for 4th position. Malone in behind them as well in the black BMW. Then we've got Nigel Jenkins in 7th. The late stop doing him out of a decent position at the moment. Then Jasvir Sapra, then Moat and the Birds. Bird hides Andrews Bird BMW closing up on the Golf now for 9th. Behind them we've got Laki Christoforou in the Escort. 12th position, 13th position of the Petches. They've dropped back a bit in the Ginetta. Now they go over the line chasing the Maserati. That lost a lap when the safety car came in while it was still in the pits.
When that's out of brakes by the looks of things, Chappell tried to get back past the Ferrari, got himself ahead, then scrabbled through the gravel at the chicane. So Will Chappell rather shot himself in the foot there, and Sapra's gone past him too.
So 5th now is Jenkins, Dominic Malone up into 6th place. And they hide Andrews Bird BMW passes the Golf into Redgate. It's for 9th position. There goes Christoforou in the Escort. He's in 12th position still. And towards the closing stages, 10 minutes to go in this Liqui-Moly Slicks Series race. Will we see the Ferrari climb any higher in the order? I certainly think so. It's not that far behind David Harvey in the Lotus.
It was Malone, in fact, who came past Chappell when he outbraked himself. not Sapra.
Sapra just behind them in 8th place as Jenkins, he's going to make a move here on the Lotus, goes straight through into the chicane, up into 4th position. Next target will be Peter Chalice, who is about to be lapped by Matty Evans. The Ferrari might unlap itself here. Nigel Jenkins caught out on pit strategy, showing he's got the pace over Matty Evans though, because he's going to catch him here in the BMW. Looking at the that time, Jenkins is just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:10.368 that time through.
Champs got past Moet.
That was for 9th place, that was at Redgate last time through.
Yeah, so the Golf is still running gallantly in the top 10.
Andy Robinson still ploughing on in his Aussie V8 Grunt in 14th place.
Jeremy Cook in the BMW coming into the chicane with Jack Gadd behind him in the DWG group Escort RSR. Another car with a Millington Diamond Block engine in it. Sequential growth gear change.
Green flags on the exit of the chicane. Somebody's off. Yes, the Charlton Lotus has spun. Gets it going again though. No contact there. Good to see that car running properly after its issues in qualifying. There goes Jasper Sapra over the line. The Coventry-based driver in 8th place, being hunted down by Charles Hyde Andrews Bird.
Here comes Jenkins trying to unlap himself from Evans.
Yeah, showing Matty Evans what he can do here. They're up at the exit of McLean's. Peter Chalice behind them, so Jenkins has gained another place up into 3rd past the Porsche, same time as attacking Evans. So this would be the lead battle if things had worked out differently behind the safety car. I think the Ferrari has got ahead of the BMW there coming into the chicane, but Matty Evans fights back. They're side by side over the line. This is good stuff. They may be on different laps, but they're still having a good fight.
And is that the Porsche with them as well? It is.
Oh, and Ian Bauer didn't see them there. He nearly took out the race leader. That could have been decisive.
Turned into Evans.
Yeah, didn't see that Evans and Jenkins were there. Ian Bauer in the Castrol BMW. I think he's come off worse in that, though. He may have a bit of damage. Matty Evans, I don't think has. I think he's got away with that. If he has got damage there, Matty Evans, and he's forced to slow or drop out, or even drop out, it'll blow this race wide open. Because Andy Christopher would inherit the lead, but Jenkins, he's closing him down. Battle of the Ferraris. Jenkins could get 2nd place here. There is Evans, the Ferrari still behind him.
Evans may well not know that this isn't the battle for the lead, that they're a lap apart.
Well, Jenkins has gone through now into the chicane. He's sideways there, Matty Evans. I wonder if he has got a bit of damage as a result of that contact with Ian Bauer. Has it knocked the steering awry?
Looked like it very much could have done.
Let's have a look as he goes into Redgate.
I'm just looking at the tracking on the car. It's gone through there okay.
Yeah, it impacted on the wheel, on the left front wheel, didn't it?
I wonder if it's actually damaged the wheel, but overall, just literally has knocked the tracking a little bit.
Well, he can afford to take it easy. There's 5.5 minutes just under of the race to go. He's leading by over a minute ahead of Andy Christopher's Ferrari.
Yeah, the 2 Ferraris are now the only cars in the same lap, and there's a minute gap.
Evans tucked in behind Nigel Jenkins. He will probably have his pit crew reminding him that they are not on the same lap, and he doesn't need to fight the Ferrari. It's just unlapped itself. With a lock-up there from the Bird BMW heading down the Cranus. See what happens as they come through the chicane this time. Jenkins has got Christopher in his sights for second place. The BMW of Evans, yeah, seems okay. He completes 26 laps.
Four minutes and a quarter to go.
There goes Ian Bauer. Andy Robinson monsters up onto the back of him. The M3 even an M3 looks small next to that Ford Falcon. Then you got the bigger model in America. It was the Ford Galaxy, named because it is the size of a small Galaxy. See also Lincoln Continental, the size of a small Continent. I do like my classic American machines.
I think it was Alan Jones, the 1980 world champion, F1 world champion, who drove a Galaxy at Goodwood. He said it was like driving an aircraft carrier.
Well, they've got the same sort of turning circles.
Yeah, very similar.
Cadillac Eldorado Biarritz is the one you want with fins about as high as I am tall.
Believe me, you don't.
To look at, not for the driving experience.
But there's change in the Ferraris.
Yep, Nigel Jenkins has got through. He's up into second place now. It's almost a lap between first and second. Yes, Andy Christopher has been lapped by the BMW of Matty Evans. 3 minutes to go. So we're going to have just two cars finish on the lead lap by the look of things, but things could change. Matty Evans continues looking for his second win of the day. He won the Verum Builders Open Series race earlier on. Got it right under the safety car with the pit strategy. A couple of laps from home now.
Moet, unfortunately, is out in the Golf.
Oh, that's a great shame.
Out on the circuit somewhere, I think it's stopped.
I can't see him. He's put in a very tenacious performance today. There goes the Ferrari of Jenkins. Evans still short distance behind. 3.2 seconds in it between Jenkins and Christopher now. Christopher still leading Class A2. Class A split into A1 and 2. Class A1 being for the more modified machines.
Yeah, Christopher is lapped again, but he's been lapped by Evans, so he's falling back a little.
David Harvey is leading Class B in his Lotus. And Class C, 3 starters. The Alexanders didn't start in the Porsche 968. Class C is being led by Lucky Christopheru in the Escort. Just over a minute to go before we wrap up racing for today here at Donington. We do it all tomorrow with the more classic cars. Matty Evans heading for win number 2 here today. Into what will be his final lap, 49 seconds on the clock as he crossed the line. There's one car remaining on the same lap. Dominic Malone has almost caught the Lotus there for 5th place. Let's see what their lap times were. Yes, the BMW lapping quicker, so we could see a late change there. It's going to be a win for the man from the West Midlands, Matty Evans, in his wild BMW 1 Series. He's up at the top of the circuit at the moment. Kasper Sapra battling it out with Les Charnaka's Porsche. Nigel Jenkins comes out of the chicane to head into his last lap, and here comes our race victor. Checkered flag at the ready. 2 wins today for Matty Evans in the BMW 1M. He crosses the line ahead of a lap down Andy Christopher. He takes third. Nigel Jenkins will go around to complete his final lap. Peter Chalice takes fourth in the Porsche. Fifth position will go to Dominic Maloney. He did get ahead on the last lap of David Harvey in the Lotus. Seventh, we should see the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird, white BMW. Lotus comes through to be flagged off. The Maserati, Andy Robinson's Falcon. Coming in for seventh place here are the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird family BMW. Behind them, Jasvis Sapra holds off Branson and Dak to take eighth. And Will Chappell, who dropped back in the closing stages, rounds out the top 10.
Well, that was entertaining, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Never a dull moment.
And all the best to Darren Dowling after the fire in his TVR.
Yeah, that's an awful shame when that sort of thing happens, and because you can guarantee that that's take everything to pieces to try and get rid of all the extinguishment which are so necessary to save the car effectively. And well done to the marshals once again for
full credit to
right there,
the fire marshals, and to all our volunteer marshals here today for their efforts.
Darren did very well to pull the car off beside a fire marshal's post, which tells you all about his experience. But yeah, it's a shame because that's a big fix.
Well, that's racing for today here at Donington then, and we do it all tomorrow.
A 9:15 quali kicking off, and a full afternoon of racing.
At 12:35 the first race. 3 races for the special saloons and mod sports combined with Bernie's sports racing and V8s.
That's a big field, isn't it? So
a very big field, some very special cars in that one as well. The Adams and Page swinging 60s, 2 groups for them, and we also have the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics and the Mintex Classic K series. A wonderful field to say the least. Results confirmed then from all today's races will be on the TSL website, tsl-timing.com. Our final group of drivers heads back into the paddock for a well-earned cool down. But a very enjoyable day's racing indeed.
It has, and the sun has been with us, which has uplifted everyone's spirits, hasn't it? That's
yes, indeed.
Makes a nice change after a very, very soggy and cold May. Move into June. Hopefully this weather will stick with us for a while.
That's about all from us up in the commentary box then. We'll be back with you tomorrow, both here at the circuit and on our live stream coverage as well. Our thanks to Digitex TV, Barry and his team of camera operators. Thanks to all the staff here today, the medics, the recovery drivers, race control officials, of course the volunteer marshals and everyone else for a great day's racing here at Donington. Thanks to the drivers and to their mechanics and support crews as well for putting on a great show for us. And we do it all again tomorrow.
Look forward very much, Dave. It's been absolutely splendid. Good night and peace.
Well, thanks very much to Marcus Pye. From Marcus and myself, Dave Goddard. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.